standardler och supporterflöden. They're storming dead.
Both the players manages to trade one out, but buys a lot.
When you and breakdown has been so effective going up against.
In here, losing most of the gunfights. And look at this, Dirt trying to holding down both of them.
Those final seconds. Now early rotations needed for NB.
Defensive Esper, test on it.
算半职业队伍吧，我们所说的铁板烧的黑名选手，因为他点的先手，
仓库跟我们的点面。
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers. This is the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022, and we now have the top 6 teams from the group stages. And this is day 1 out of 3 fantastic playoffs days. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with Cali Gaming. We will also have Neptune the Gentleman Garcia joining us a little bit later on to continue the rest of the series for the day. But what an opening series to light up all of our eyes and minds. WDC Freeslot takes on Blacklist International Ultimate, Cali.
It's going to be a battle between the same personality in here. And again, we are now a step closer to that grand finals. We are left with the 6 strongest squads Garena Call of Duty Mobile has to offer. And you gotta expect the unexpected in here, AJ. A long weekend filled with upsets and surprises awaits us. And the next 3 days of non-stop action will help us determine who rightfully earns their seat to represent Garena on that world stage. And first up on the bat is going to be quite a banger in here, AJ.
I do agree, right? We've got many good teams, all right? First of all, because Garena itself is made up of many regions, and then you take all of them, you throw them into individual competitions, you pick up the creme de la creme, the top 2, and then you push them into the Garena regional qualifiers. And we already had top dogs, but even at the group stages, we had to unfortunately weed out a few of the weaker teams who would not really be able to sustain out there on the battlefield when they move on to the world stage. And now we've got the top kings, the 6 top kings of the competition, but yet we still look to thin this herd down because, like you said, Cali, the top 2 moves on to represent Garena. We've got 6, but the eliminations do not start until we move into tomorrow. Today will be purely a day of setting up the playoffs brackets, because when we start off the day, it's going to be WDC Freeslot going up against Blacklist International Ultimate. The winner moves on to the upper bracket semis against ABC ESPORTS, and the loser will be dropped down to the lower bracket, where they will wait for the opportunity tomorrow to determine if or not it's going to be a disqualification, whether they're going to be kicked out of the competition or they will move on and still continue to find a way back up to the upper brackets.
And it all gets tougher here at the playoffs, you know. You gotta lock it down, find your groove. Can you get the moment? Can you make your opponent panic a bit and can you make it stressful? Because at this point, you have no return. You lose twice and your chance blips right before you process in it. And we're talking about effort and time here, right? The countless hours, days, and months of preparation, all for this moment to represent your region on the global stage. And while some have already been there, there are more hopeful squads eyeing for the top 2 spots. And here at the playoffs, you know, it's kind of a deja vu in here for me, AJ.
Yep.
All of the 6 squads that we have in here actually competed at Garena Finals 2021 a year ago.
Yes.
So any teams here can fight this competition. They have the experience. They have everything locked down. It's just how prepared they are here at this playoffs to be able to represent Garena in the stage 5.
I absolutely agree with you how prepared they are as well as how hungry they are, because we know that some of the teams out there can be, matched up toe to toe when it comes to their combat ability, when it comes to some of their strategy out there on the battlefield, when it comes to their performance. But who here is hungrier than the other? Who are the top two teams are the hungriest? We will be able to see the one that has got the capability of dominating the Garena regional qualifier when we do witness the final battle in a best of 7 grand finals later on. But even then, that might not be the true story, right? Because we talk about hiding strats. For all you know, the team that takes the L can continue to go on to the world stage and rip away that number 1 spot down at stage 5 in itself. It might be a dream run, but that might still be a possibility because of the quality of teams that we've got in the competition. We may have lost Cali for a little bit there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We do apologize for that. But when we first started things off at the group stage, we had 2 teams and we had 2 groups overall, 12 teams, and only the top 6 could move on to the playoffs. We had to say goodbye to a few of them already, unfortunately. Teams like NGU, teams like Ace, teams like Change World, as well as Huntsman. They could not make it up to this stage, but I'm very sure they will continuously cheer on some of their members from the same nation. They still want to be represented at the end of the day. They want their server as well as their countrymen to represent Garena as a whole. And that moment will soon come true. WDC Freeslot once again takes on Blacklist International Ultimate in the first series of the day. Second series, we will have the Lion City representing ALMGHTY taking on the Giants of Indonesia, Dunya Games. The winners move on to face Smart Omega, and the losers will be dropped down to the lower bracket. And the same thing happens for that first series. And just mentioned, the winners will move on to take on ABC ESPORTS, and the losers get dropped down into the lower brackets as well. And tomorrow they wait to know their fate. It's either elimination from the competition or they fight for yet another match, another day to survive and move on back into the grand finals. But it's not going to be an easy one, although I do like the format adjustment. Instead of being twice to beat when you do survive in the upper bracket, it's now basically just a 1 match advantage, Cali.
Yeah, 1 match advantage. It's a best of 7. Whoever gets to get the top seed is going to have a 1-0 right off the start of the game. So in order for them to win, they just got to win 3. But the team has to catch up and try to beat them 4 times. So that's going to be the challenge if you are on the lower bracket. But still, that's going to be quite worthy. It saves time, but of course, it makes things a little bit more competitive. And it doesn't make this team actually drain themselves. But all eyes on Blacklist International, though, here at this playoffs, because we've had some speculations going around in the group stage. Well, today, let's see if we can confirm that as they go up against WDC Freeslot, Anawin, Guitar, Yeah, C1, Chicken Smith. WDC Freeslot knows when to play it fast and aggressively, but what makes this team a total threat, especially in the response game, is how they can combine the IQ and the execution consistently. And now winning Yeah out there on the hunt and slaying. And C1 knows how to set his team for success, always there for the rotation and engaging in the rotation battles to spawn this team on his back. Now, they got the total package here, AJ. They just got to work and snap early.
They are fantastic when it comes to the respawns. Hardpoint, though, is slightly better than Control. Control, we saw them falter twice already, once against Dunya Games, which you could say can be expected because of the quality that Dunya Games brings into the competition, but they were also pushed the distance by West Point Mamba Lokings. This went all the way to a round number 5 in Takeoff Control, where West Point Mamba Lokings actually managed to get the dub in that matchup. So that is just some signs of, I guess, struggle that we might see from the side of WDC Freeslot in some of these Control matchups. And now at the group stages, you only play a single Control match. Down here at the playoffs, there is a potential double Control that you have to deal with, which could swing the match the way of the players of Blacklist International Ultimate, who have been slightly more proficient at picking up their matches in Control. The only problem here is Control is their best mode, and they struggle at both Hardpoint as well as Search and Destroy, with a 60% win rate so far for both of those game modes. Japan, AG, Tin, Skirt, as FDX, they step up to the plate. All those who are big fans of the MSP region, they know exactly what sort of quality these boys bring out there to the battlefield. A lot of questions to the performance of Jabin towards the start of the group stage, but before they closed it off, before they made it on through to the playoffs, Jabin proved exactly how good he is out there on the battlefield, and he proved that he was not asleep.
Yeah, this is the ultimate test for Blacklist International Ultimate here at this playoffs. They can't afford to actually go and be complacent. They gotta fry this competition right off the start. And speaking of, first game is going to matter a lot for this team. They get that hard point. They're going to have momentum moving into the coming game modes that we currently have inside this game. And you already know that Blacklist can fry in hard point. In fact, it's one of their best game mode in stage 3. But here this time, they find more success in control. So right now, their keys to victory should be played around their strength. Their SND is not that refined and polished, so it's important they take the hard point and control in this mode, in this best of 5, to swing that momentum early and get a good boost off of the win, AJ.
Let's see if or not they will be able to do exactly that, because once again, Hardpoint is the game mode of the players of WDC Freeslot, and looking at how they have managed to dominate quite a number of the matches so far, we do anticipate that it is going to be pretty much the same story. But to a certain degree, it could also swing towards the maps in itself. We saw some signs of weakness out of WDC Freeslot, especially when they played Slums at Hardpoint against Dunya Games. Although that match was close, we did see struggle quite a little bit, only hitting a 0.88 KD average on that matchup. You knew that he was kind of nerfed going up against the players of Dunya Games. So the question here is going to be, is it a map problem or is it just a player performance issue for that one day? Because against Dunya Games, the players of WDC Freeslot really weren't able to engage as freely as what they were able to do and what they were able to show against some of these other teams. I mean, we're talking about the same team that dominated Smart Omega at rate Hardpoint 250 to 206, where stepped things up. He hit about a 1.4 KD in that matchup, and I wouldn't call that a monstrous performance against any teams whatsoever, but against some of these big teams, hitting that 1.4 KD says a lot.
It's a big thing, and you already know if you get that high KD against a top and high level team, it means you're basically able to dominate the other counterpart of you have. And again, at this grand final, this is going to be a best of 5 series, not a best of 7. We got WDC Freeslot and Blacklist International Ultimate both banning Sparrow and Purifier. And well, on our first map, we're going to have Summit Hardpoint, and it's going to be WDC Freeslot winning that coin flip. So they get Summit Hardpoint, they bring us to take off Hardpoint at map number 4, and Firing Range Control will be at our third map. Then you take a look at the map pick here by Blacklist International Ultimate. Not so sure why they pick Stand Up, Search, and Destroy. In fact, they're shaky at this map, but let's see how are they going to perform in that map itself. And of course, at the end of the day, this is going to be quite a spicy matchup, because right off the get-go, you did mention that Freeslot are able to dominate Smart Omega in Summit Hardpoint. So it's going to be a great fight in it right off the start. You already know C1's going to be one important factor here in WDC Freeslot's win rate percentage, because if you can get the early setup for this team, specifically in P3 and P4 where it's going to be one-sided, then they will be able to line up a lot of points in those money hills. But Blacklist International Ultimate, they are a different beast after all. You never know what you might be given into this matchup, AJ.
I do agree with you, right? They are a different sort of beast, and there are speculations out there. Well, technically, we are the ones who threw the speculations out there that they are faking it out, and they are trying to prove that they're not a big threat until they get to the playoffs. So we will see whether or not that can be proven, that theory can be proven, or that theory can just be absolutely shattered. It is in the hands of WDC Freeslot, one of the best teams to play at Garena, the Thai Giants. And at the get-go, it seems like WDC is really taking it to Blacklist Ultimate, not allowing them to pull away a single point. But it is up to this next break. And as I say that, as Skirt goes in for the challenge, they only have one final objective player for the play here. Two other defenders from the side of WDC Freeslot to still go in and hold on to that point. Even if they do not rip away the points, they are making sure Blacklist picks up nothing from this hill. And that's just the slaying capability of WDC. But time is going to catch up with you. The players of WDC are going to falter as Blacklist now try to hold on to this final 10 seconds of the hills. Nobody's going in for the early rotation, but the gods of RNG give away the favorable spawns for P2 to WDC, and the player just loses his life just like that. No hold of that hill early on, and Blacklist should be able to take over now.
Yeah, the hard point initially will be opening up, and still no one is going to be contesting. They're fighting for position in here, and Blacklist International Ultimate will be able to win a little bit of more of the gunfights while Scary is going in to initiate the flank. It's a huge double kill, and maybe this is going to be the play that this team actually needs, because right now they will be able to buy some time to reinforce some players inside this hill, and of course get the second floor control. But that soon would falter with Guitar playing inside a point. A huge back and forth trade that we go in here, but what matters the most in this matchup is you get the favorable spawns moving into P3, and right now it's going to be Blacklist in that point. An early investment made here by FDX, which will not be actually transcend into any couple of kills in here, but it's a good thing that Tin will be there for the follow-up. And finally, the final 20 seconds will be belonging to BLU as they continue to reap up kills, but finally they get bullied out. And Blacklist International Ultimate, they're not in the bad spot though. They do have the next rotation in their favor, so they just have to hold on to it and continue to stay the players that might bully them out.
Yeah, I fantastically agree with the players on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. Just like how I said, they allowed themselves to get defeated. They allowed themselves to get bullied out at that point. You cannot kill yourself, therefore you allow your opponents to slay you, helping you spawn from the back, because Blacklist Ultimate already had that anchor spawn from the Special Forces base, and when they do falter, they get to spawn a little bit closer towards that P3. Fantastic ideation, and the execution is even better. Now they've got a good hold in here. WDC Freeslot cannot find any ingress whatsoever into this hill, and Blacklist Ultimate trying to run away with this matchup. They are winning out a majority of their gunfights here, and WDC cannot find no break. This is that one last backstab. If they fail, I believe WDC will just focus on holding on to the red garage instead.
You know, there's a lot of times that WDC Freeslot initiated a multi-angle push, and every attempt is going to be unsuccessful. The stronghold so far, the point is going to be a great play, but finally, Freeslot will be able to break the hill and make some contention in there. It's also a good thing that they also have C1, if I'm not mistaken, on the right side of the map. So they are currently set up for perfection moving into this P4. So right now, they're trying to chain the scrap time to P4 rotation. A great play made in here by this team, WDC Freeslot, while Blacklist will be on the late on the rotate. They might be able to pull up with this operator skill that is actually available and earn up. Let's see how they use it to their advantage.
Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. WDC Freeslot did not fall for that trick again in the hands of Blacklist Ultimate. They did find the break into cable car platform, but they did not make a mistake of breaking their spawns from the Special Forces base when it was so close to the end of that hardpoint already, because it was helped them get the spawns on the opposite side of the map to control this hill. Instead, they doubled back down, they sent their anchors, and they held on to that point at the same time. Blacklist Ultimate winning this purely through gunfights, and the right move made here was to break that spawns first and send in that manpower to take over the hill. So many strategies being played out there to perfection by both of these teams. We are now at the playoffs of the Garena Regional Qualifiers, and it's just fantastic to watch. Blacklist Ultimate bashes their heads back in, final scrap points to pick up, but it's really so close between these two teams, Callie.
Yeah, big play from Blacklist International Ultimate a while ago, using that Annihilator and having a big usage off of it. You know, takes 3 players down and, of course, take care of the spawns for P4. Now they have a 30-point lead in here, which is going to be huge as we move into P1, which is going to be tightly contested. So far for WDC, they're trying to find a bounce back. C1 on a very off angle could land a couple of kills in here, and a beautiful landing with that gravity vortex touch 2 players down. But still, you're going to see Blacklist contest inside the hill, and this has been the way to go for WDC. You know, they're trying to put the players there one by one, but every time they send out the players, they get shot down all over again. And Blacklist International Ultimate winning more in the power position, but finally, yeah, controls the off angle, and now they're good to go. This final 20 seconds should be in their favor. They just gotta win their gunfights.
Yeah, a little too early for Blacklist Ultimate to just focus on the spawns of that P2, but now they go back in the fight for that P1, which I think is a little bit crazier, because, you know, if you've already made that mistake, you just gotta make the best of it. But instead, they step on into the hill, and then they get slain out, giving the players of WDC the opportunity to activate some of their operators as well as streak up just a little bit. You can see C1 activating that first score streak already for himself, and the players of WDC Freeslot use this hill on that reset of hard points to get right back into this matchup. Both teams once again playing strategy to its best, and the mechanical skills are quite comparable on both sides, but we do see a couple of players still struggling, and the main one here is Cheek from the side of WDC Freeslot. If he doesn't wake up, if he doesn't start fragging a little bit better alongside his brother Guitar, the team of WDC is gonna be in a lot of trouble here, Callie.
Yeah, absolutely right. You know, actually, Chick actually averaged 30 kills per game in every hardpoint that they actually played. And right now, still not in prime position to get some eliminations. And Blacklist International Ultimate continues to fry the game. But the good thing that WDC actually have the power position here. They got the top floor control, and now they're able to break the hill. So that's one wise adjustment that they actually did inside the hill. But they eventually get bullied out once again with the way Blacklist has been playing. Right now, AG is going to have 19 kills in his favor, and they are already chaining to a P3 rotation with number 2 actually holding up the back spawn. So with that actually in favor for them, that should spawn the team on the left side of that minimap, and Scared gets to get one more gunfight up front, and that's going to be Blacklist International Ultimate once again claiming the early rotation, winning the early hold, and right now in this prime angle, they just might be able to pull away from this hardpoint.
And for the players of WDC, they fall one after the other. They falter on the attack. They haven't been able to break this perfectly just yet, but I love the patience out of C1. He already had the opportunity to go out there and continue engaging, but that would have been a really dumb move because he had no backup. Waits for that perfect timing, waits for that backup, gets the double slay, and opens up the hill for the rest of the players of WDC Freeslot. What a break, what a patience play, and now they've got the spawns out of the Speed 3 as well. WDC Freeslot will try to squeeze themselves right back into this matchup to keep things all equal. But can they run away? Final 20 seconds here. Blacklist Ultimate will have to back away towards the Gorilla base and hold on to P4 instead. Early setup. Let's see if this benefits them in any way whatsoever, because if WDC gets out of here, breaks that hill successfully, we're going to see the Thighs lead this matchup.
Absolutely right, AJ. No, C1 knows how to set his teammate for success. Again, waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike at the back and get the team to spawn at P3. And now, they have 3 operator skills actually used in here. Guitar actually get 1 kill there. They just need to worry about the player holding off the anchor. That's going to be AG off the back, but they got shot down. It's a good thing that C1 will be able to break from this nose. And right now, takes the spawn away from Blacklist International Ultimate. So now, we are talking about IQ in execution. WDC now slowly trying to play this like a film. Take a look at how well they get that setup after they break the hill.
They break the hill with perfection, brother. From the cable car edge, strung in towards the blue radar station. They take the hill first. They send their players in to break their spawns. They get both of their objective. But Blacklist International Ultimate have more than enough time. They take that exact same approach from the opposite side of the map, from the edge platform into the spawns first and then into the hill. Both the teams playing their own strategies out there. Both the strategies absolutely sound. Hence why we've got a neck-and-neck matchup here between the two kings. Blacklist International Ultimate, the King from the Philippines, and WDC Freeslot, the one that runs the whole of Thailand. And into the reset, Blacklist Ultimate wants to set it up first as WDC Freeslot reaches the 201 point mark, looking to close things off, but nothing is over just yet because of how close this match is.
And now we're going back to P1, scrappiest of the hill, but earlier though, we did have Blacklist International Ultimate claim all the time inside this hardpoint, and they're able to execute a lot of players by using the off angles in their favor. Right now, they do have the top 4 control, and they are winning the gunfights up front. So that's going to be a huge plus for this team as they try to come back, while Scared continues to go and execute around the map. He's continuously frying this team. Already's got 32 kills inside the lobby, leads this total lobby right now in total kills, which is going to be very beneficial for the team in here right now. But what matters is the objective point, and right now it's going to be in favor for WDC. Chick now starting to win that huge gunfight. That's what the team needs in it right now, but they eventually get bullied out. A brief moment, they get right back to it, but Blacklist comes again with another set of attack, and they are successful at it. Now it's going to be a close back and forth action, but Blacklist International Ultimate, they win that one a lot better with the power position that they held right through the control center. Moving on to P2, it's going to be Blacklist having the favorable spawns. They got the second floor control with Chick actually down. FTX is going to throw in that Hunter Killer Drone as well to get them more actual drift attacks in the second floor. And this is where these operator skills actually gets valued. If you get time it perfectly, it's going to be giving your time. It's going to give your team a lot of favor.
And the 2 players on the side of WDC Freeslot that just did so much for the team was player number 1 and player number 3. Alongside the one and only C1, took that backstab through the green radar station, pulling away the favorable spawns, pulling away all of that mad power supply into P2, and the Thai players will manage to dominate P2 for quite a little bit. 29 seconds. 2 players need to win out their gunfights. That's player 2 and 3, Skirt and FTX, but both of them lose their lives at the same time. WDC Freeslot, what a string of points as they pick up to not only make it to the front, but also dominate this matchup. Final 14 seconds. I talked about this. You fool me once, that is shame on you. You fool me twice, that's shame on me. WDC doesn't fall for this trick, but look at Blacklist Ultimate. They go in for that perfect early rotation. They don't care about the scrap points of P2. They just want this P3. They want to win this game. Both the teams are hungry out there, Kali.
You know, you're soaking up the time. You're exactly where you want to be. Great setup so far for both ends. Now, the pinch play from WDC. This could just get Blacklist out of the point. There it is. The break comes true. There's only one player right beside, and WDC is going to grow and, of course, continuously accumulate all the time inside the matchup. And now the pinch plays comes true once again. And yeah, holds the point. And Blacklist International Ultimate, they get hold off. They stand down. And WDC, 3 more points for the win. The Blacklist contest will not be successful. The first map belongs to Freeslot.
Both teams playing the strategy, but the players of Blacklist International Ultimate only managed to catch the players of WDC off guard one time. That one time that they managed to catch WDC Freeslot off guard, they took the lead and they were able to dominate for a little bit. They were able to win out all of their gunfights because of that early rotation. P3 is the money hill when it comes to Summit, and it was played to perfection by Blacklist on that very first rotation of Hardpoints. That second and third, it was all WDC Freeslot with how they broke it, and the final time was just a thing of perfection. Why? Because of how patient they were with the investment of all of the score streaks. And I highlighted these two players, and surprisingly enough, these are the two players that get the highest score in this matchup, C1 as well as yeah. We're not just talking about the time that they had on the hill, but amazingly enough, how many slays they got out there on the battlefield, constantly rotating around the opponents, constantly taking that backstab, playing the game of perfection. It was not just a game of rush into your death, rush in to get a few slays, but it was just strategy from start to end, not just on the side of WDC. Both teams played it to perfection, but WDC Freeslot just a single level above Blacklist International Ultimate.
In a tough one, you don't know where actually Freeslot is attacking at that final hill, you know. And C1, absolutely, as we've mentioned earlier, he is one of the key players playing in the Hardpoint, always there for the cleanup, always there in the early rotation and winning these rotation battles. And once again, he did prove a point in here up against Blacklist International Ultimate, scoring 40 kills with 5,223 points. And I mean, going into these playoffs, this guy actually played 3 matches, if I'm not mistaken, and had 37.66 kills per game, having a total of 113 kills in that group stage, and really says a lot about what this guy can do and what he can offer to the table for WDC Freeslot. And that was a close game right there, but at the end, you know, the execution and the IQ using the tactical utilities to delay the game, the operator skill to break the point, that was just perfection on another level, AJ.
Yeah, not just to break it, Callie, but to also hold on to it. Because, you know, you get into that final hill, you know it's do or die time. You got to win out every single gunfight. So the timing of those operators just needs to be absolutely perfect. But also when you switch on the operators, you see some of those players getting super cocky out there on the battlefield. They're just running through their opponents. They are just trying to get slates left, right, center. They overextend. No such thing was seen on the side of WDC Freeslot. Playing it safe all the way through. They activate their operators. They find a good spot to hide away their bodies. They find those hit glitches. They find every single possible way to play the best game of defense and turn it into the perfect offense. WDC Freeslot, I'm loving it. If this is the team that's going to be representing Garena at the world stage, all the other regions better be afraid.
Yeah, you know, IQ and execution, they got the total package in that Hardpoint.
Yes.
And now that they have actually done one, that's going to be 1-0 on the overall series. They just gotta win 2 more. Either it's going to be consecutively or cumulatively to be able to close down this best of 5 series in here. But, you know, Control is actually one of their most unstable game modes, and not to mention that SND is quite shaky as well. Well, I mean, Blacklist International, same thing actually happens to them, you know, search and destroy, not basically their main thing, but they're able to pick the map in here. So for sure, they have something prepared in this matchup. They will be starting that map number 2 on the attacking side, while Freeslot will be on the defending situation. So that's going to be quite a snappy gameplay that we're gonna have on this map number 2, AJ. You obviously know it's going to be C1 once again being that playmaker in that long range. Well, for WDC Freeslot, they do have that momentum advantage, so that's a huge plus for them. They get that huge boost coming off of the win.
This is going to be mainly a FDX spot to shine. Can he get those long range attack completed? Can he hold down to all of those long angles in terms of engagements? It's all going to depend on that. But on the side of WDC Freeslot, Cheek will have him on a number, man. But we did see how Whoopi got that very easy win over WDC Freeslot. You take Cheek out of the equation early game, you are going to be able to win this matchup. And at standoff, that really does matter. And now a beautiful flush coming through by Blacklist Ultimate as they just send their players rushing into that A bomb site, slaying out all of the rest of the players. And we do see a straggler towards that hotel yard as well. The one and only FDX, as he rushes towards the mid part of the map, he closes off a couple of players as well. Blacklist Ultimate have got this nailed down to the T in this first round.
Yeah, I mean, they got the first blood, they got the bomb plant, they got the man advantage. Everything is stacked in their favor. They just gotta work to just final two players in here, which is not going to be that easy. C1 and the top fraggers on that hard point. C1 start to kick things up on that elbow, gets one kill now. Turning to the corner could be very beneficial for in here. Has to back away, but scared there for the cleanup. And
Nice.
AG follows up with the final blow. A great start for Blacklist. And I mean, you just got to continue that way, get that first blood,
Yes.
either drop Cheek or drop the other players that might just be defending for WDC, and you're good to go. Get it on early and snap this team right off immediately.
I know we talk about, dropping Cheek, but when it comes to WDC Freeslot, you just drop anyone, man. Just drop anyone,
Yeah.
and you're going to stand a good chance. And that same exact thing works for the
There you
side of
go.
WDC Freeslot as well. But the first engagement here takes out a now in from the side of WDC. Tin with the headshot, but that was not easy. Played the head glitch to perfection. Good, oi! Bad bounce on the nade!
Oh,
but he still
what?
gets guitar. How in the world did that even hit?
What? Tin? What in the world? That's going to be a mind blow. Somebody clip that. Well, as we go and continue, we get a 3v5 situation in here. Yeah, now on the hunt. C1 on the flank. He could get FDX in here, which is going to be very beneficial. Opens up the flank and could turn some heads. And the attention now should fall in the hands at the back. But AG, good trade. And wow, what a nice cleanup so far. The attacking side for Blacklist International Ultimate has been doing them some wonders. And again, for Freeslot, at least they got to get that first blood exchange. If someone falls, not really a fortunate take there for them. I mean, Tin with that lucky nade shot, AJ.
Yeah, super lucky, man. I mean, I thought it bounced off somewhere else, but still manages to get the slay with a nade. Perfect frag. Tin's gonna be happy. Pumps him up with a little bit of extra adrenaline, but tries to take that flick 180. Does not get the slay. Scared on the other hand, slays out Guitar. Fantastic play. Cheek holding on to the back lines here. Manages to get one quick kill, but Scared was the only casualty in that engagement as Blacklist International Ultimate rushed to the finish line. They want to quickly get over to control so that they can get control of the series once again.
And for Blacklist International, great execution so far. But for Freeslot, they've been doing the same exact thing, attacking aggressively. They just got to learn to slow it down, maybe play for a retake. But again, they're going to send out 3 players around that mid-map where obviously Blacklist can go in for the hunt and feed on those mistakes. And now you see FDX with that first blood, Scared on the follow-up, dropping one player in Guitar. The player sent out on the mid-map is officially taken down. It is all down to C1 and Chick, not in a good position in here. Blacklist gets the final blow once again. They always get the bomb plant. They get the first blood. It's been the exact same thing all over again for these past 4 rounds. And if you're Freeslot, you can't go in there with the same exact strategy up against the Eastern champs.
Yeah, I do agree with you. Initially when you came up with the statistics that, the conversion of that first blood into victories at S&D matches, I had questions. I was 50-50 on that statement. I was wondering if or not that is going to be a reality. But when you look at the number of times that has happened out there on the battlefield, you just can't help but believe that statistic, Ali.
Oh yeah, as you can see, WDC got the first blood. They get this 3 follow-up to continue and make some insults in the battlefield. In here, 1v5 situation, Jabin gets one with that sniper. Has to do with 4 more players in here. Huge kill on that angle up against that bomb site. Just need to worry about one more in C1. It's going to be close to proximity, but the flank is all about the timing in here. Well, for Jabin, he's good to go. He's got 5 kills already, but it has to do with C1 on this corner. He picks the wrong angle. The bomb site is going to get attacked. C1, good anticipation. Leads to that kills again. First blood for Freeslot. First win on this game.
But I really appreciate Jabin checking out every single angle, every single corner as he tries to get out of the compound. I mean, the game of numbers were against him, and how many times have we seen players just rush to their deaths and just waste those opportunities? Obviously, the numbers were overwhelming to get that comeback against, but when you are playing it as safely as Jabin, you should be able to get a couple of extra frags on your side, and it's just a matter of luck sometimes on whether or not you will be able to get those slays. Thank goodness the trophy system is played by a Nawin. He keeps his head on.
Yeah, and now we get to see the teams actually have their lineup stacked in. There's still a 5v5 situation. And now for Freeslot, they are trying to slow it down. Just hold off a defensive-oriented defense here at this A-BAM site, stacking 2 players while having number 4 in blue and chick guarding that mid-map while 2 players at the back. So this is a good stack setup here. They're just waiting for Blacklist International Ultimate to initiate where the bomb would be planted. And again, the snipers are going to be a huge thing in here. If Chick and FDX could find those couple picks for both sides, it could drastically change the tide of this game. 1 minute is left. 1 minute is left inside this game, and FDX deals the first blood against Anawin, and now the push is coming along. Freeslot turning their head. We got a 4v5 in here, AJ.
The pixel peeping by Tin and the crosshair placement is just absolutely perfect. Just waiting to find someone at the other end of his aims. But as he ADSs in, he finds absolutely no one because the players of WDC Freeslot just as patient as ever before they finally move in here for the push. Guitar, a good smoke starts things off, plays the head glitch to perfection, but a 3-on-1 shuts him down. Guitar first managed to shut down Jabin, but traded out by Tin. C1, that's a big kill coming through, but it's a 1v3 game of numbers against him.
Well, not in a good position in here right now, but they can do that FDX on that head glitch. And
Nice.
Finn was there actually to begin with. And Blacklist, again, FDX, it all started with FDX nailing down the shot against Anawin. They're able to push at the A bomb site. And as soon as that happens, they were able to find the players close to proximity in the site and just basically run them over and get freaky inside the match. Now the tactical utilities are gonna come true, and a slightly better take here for WDC. Blacklist International Ultimate, you already know that they will be settling for that play for retake, specifically here at this A bombs it. So what they're trying to do is mess up the rhythm, put some players in that mid-map action, and maybe just turn the heads and of course the attention from the opponents. And well, for now, it could have gotten, it could work, but at the moment, Blacklist is not falling for it. Discipline is key for this team right now.
Yeah.
They stack their defense on their base.
And I like how the players of Blacklist International Ultimate play the game of patience, but at the very same time, they're waiting for that signal. And one single frag is all that signal they need to go in for that ambush. We've seen this time and time again, round after round. 5 of those rounds won with the exact same strategy, and the angles held on to here. Perfect in terms of attack, but on the defense, they do not overextend. They do not dictate the pace. They wait for their opponents, WDC Freeslot, to step up in front, and gets the first frag. Tin backs away. It's a good opportunity, but Guitar takes Skirt out of the equation as well. If at all this is going to be that first blood conversion, and now it should be able to take this all the way. This is a 5v2, Jabin and FDX to win this for the team of Blacklist Ultimate, but Cheek says hell no. Jabin final engagement, Guitar sorts that out. WDC Freeslot shows some signs of life, and for them to make their way back into this matchup isn't going to look impossible since they are on the attacking side. The pace purely dictated by WDC Freeslot. I want to see Blacklist kind of throw them off their gameplay just a little bit here, Khaled.
I mean, look at Freeslot there. They totally countered the play for retake by pushing the bomb at this A set, creating that opener from Guitar, and then from and now they got 4 players actually stacking and of course attacking the enemy line. So that's 1, but Guitar once again trying to open things up, and there yes for the cleanup, so they can get the initial bomb plant in here and great sorts of pressure. First blood yet to be traded, but C1 finally gets out as Scared goes for the hunt, but WDC Freeslot, they will get the bomb plant. They also have mid-map control, so that's 1 thing plus for this team. Anawin will be able to win that huge gunfight up against Scared, and we got a 3v3 here, AJ.
Backstab Jabin doesn't look behind and gets punished for that, but AG trades out Anawin. 2v2, bomb on the ground, planted already, pressure on the shoulders of Blacklist International Ultimate. Slow approach by FDX, but has pretty much got him in a corner. And behind this tractor is one of the best defensive spots in the game. No hit glitch to play though, but you can slide away. Guitar shuts down AG. FDX finally shows up One shot gets him down to just a sliver of health. Boxing gloves out by FDX shuts down fantastic with the secondary, but it's all now for the defusal. More than enough time, in fact just a single second left, and Blacklist International Ultimate secures that safe round as well as the match point.
Freeslot, what happened there? That's a 1v2. They could have played with the time. Could just have backed away or just hold up for a little bit more, but Blacklist, FDX was just relentless there. He wastes no time at all with that sniper. The conversion is real for that guy. He fried that round number 8. Now where it's about to get freaky in here, a chance for Blacklist to end this S&D. Now, they do have one player shot down, and the bomb is going to get planted quite aggressively for Freeslot. A fast take on this. And they do also have players guarding around the mid-map and the back, so they are quite getting that man advantage in their favor. They got a lot more covers to hold. But Blacklist International Ultimate, you already know that they love to play for retake, and this is one of the thing that they're really great at when it comes to playing S&D. But with numbers, it's going to be a disadvantage. But a good play for that bait and switch. Thin played guitar like a string. We got a 4v3 here, and now Win shuts one player down. But FDX again there for the trade. A 2v3 with 15 seconds left. This could just be a round win now for WDC Freeslot, but Thin is not going to back down that easily. The clock is ticking. 8 seconds is left, and C1 there for the cleanup, and Freeslot showing some lives, winning some rounds on the attacking side.
C1 takes the initiative to circle around because, what's there to lose? Even if he does lose that engagement, the timer runs out and the round is still for the side of WDC Freeslot. But I really like the ideation on the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, going in for the double challenge, bait and switch, got them that one engagement, but they just didn't have enough backup to continuously manage to push that lane down because they already had it opened up. And the few final seconds wasted in that engagement allowed WDC to just fill that role in and continue to hammer them down. This is the side of the Thai players that is just waking up, but they haven't started raging in this match just yet. Blacklist Ultimate on that match point just makes this so much more worse for them to deal with. Cheek with a double. Skirt sorts him out. Yatar trades out Skirt instead. Back and forth between these two teams. Once again, 1-2. We won. And it is going to be WDC. One final guy on for the defense here as AG gets tagged up and C1 finishes him off. Fantastic play. Games and signs of survival on the side of WDC Freeslot.
They played that one quite aggressively, AJ. That's quite risky. Sending out Chick, the sniper, all the way to the enemy base. But it's a good thing that there's going to be tactical utility, especially the stun grenades, to actually back him up and buy some time to get him 2 kills there to initiate the attack. But, for Blacklist International Ultimate, they've been so successful attacking and, of course, defending aggressively. Not exactly sure why they've been doing the same exact thing. Playing passively, playing for retakes when Freeslot has been continuously reading them right from the start. The bomb is down. Another play for retake. We get a 5v5.
They just need to execute this once perfectly, Jabin. Great triple challenge this time, and it works. Double challenge, no triple challenge, hell yeah. And it's a 4v2. Cheek on the far angle. One KSP user. C1 gets a double. Cheek drops him, and now it's a 1v1. Cheek versus Jabin. Jabin with the opportunity, slays him out. 16 seconds to go. Blacklist International Ultimate wraps up this S&D.
Yeah, big one. A big play for retake there. Gets the first blood. They take the player down at the corner of the barrels. And wow, they were rewarded with that victory. And that's going to be very handy here for Blacklist International Ultimate since they lost that first map. And now that they were able to get the second map, they just got to win that control we're in. I think it's going to be an equal playing field here, AJ. Both ends actually it's going to have a shaky control game mode.
Shaky indeed, but I think it's going to be more shaky on the side of WDC Freeslot. That is just purely a guess based on the statistics that we have from both sides, from the group stage. We did see the players of Blacklist International Ultimate drop 2 matches or 2 games at control as well. And this was against ABC ESPORTS, where they did not take a single round away. And against ALMGHTY at Raid, they got smashed. So, it's pretty much equal. But when you look at the side of the players of WDC Freeslot, they allowed Low Kings to take away that match from them. Now, I'm not saying that Low Kings is a a team that is not as supreme as ABC Esports or ALMGHTY, but if you allow the Low Kings to kind of push you in that way, even though you were dominating some of the earlier gunfights in that particular matchup, then you know some questions needs to be asked of the strategic approach of WDC Freeslot at control. And this has to be something that Blacklist Ultimate takes advantage of, Cali.
Yeah, I think so, because Blacklist International Ultimate actually will be having a favorable attacks coming through. I mean, they were going off with a win here at this SND, where they were able to win majority of their gunfights, being able to initiate most of the time. But that last play, you know, that big play around the back, playing for that retake was a huge one. And AJ going to score that 6 kills here to be that MVP. And you already know, with that type of statistics, the kills are going to be distributed, and so therefore we conclude that it's a total team effort out there for Blacklist International Ultimate. Great job so far from this squad to take away their own map pick. Now we're moving into that map number 3, which I believe is going to be firing range, and it's going to be a total team effort in there in a game which is going to be defensive oriented. You have to start on the defensive side, and it's a good thing actually that Blacklist will start on the defensive side, gets the control right off early in the auto repair shop, and they just gotta secure that white warehouse specifically, which is going to be the hardest point to control and the easiest to defend if you're on the defending side.
I do agree with you, man. And later on, it is gonna be quite the hefty challenge for them if they do make it through. Because the players of WDC Freeslot are waiting, are raring to go once again when it gets to those respawns, and when very specifically we drop into Hardpoint, which is their best game mode. But they really need to prove that they have got exactly what it takes to control this next matchup. At firing range, things are not going to get easy. In fact, they are just going to get a little bit more harder. But we get to see in, real life exactly how good both of these teams match up against each other. And I'm just glad that it's not going to end with a 3-0, because we have a minimum 4 match within the series in itself.
Yeah, potential game 5, honestly, if we do see Blacklist International take this map number 3 and WDC takes that map number 4, but it's just going to be speculations from now. We get to confirm by heading out as we load in to firing range control. It's going to be WDC Freeslot on the attacking end, so they gotta be able to dictate where they might go and play the pace. And right now they are going to send out Chick with that scope, that Arctic 50 right through the range. But then again, they bully out early Blacklist International Ultimate in that white warehouse. But things are going to get tougher here for Freeslot, because actually the players of Blacklist, they sent out number 5 in team to go in and initiate that spawn trap in FDX, doing the damage on the white warehouse. They get the cleanup. Nice recovery made by Blacklist.
I love the initial frag thrown in and the finisher slide coming through from FDX, but going up against 2 players back-to-back, especially a player like C1, proved to be an issue for him. But it's quite equal out there on the battlefield when it comes to the engagements between the 2 teams. But Blacklist Ultimate just needs to focus on shutting down some of the approaches here by WDC Freeslot, because second quadrant now stolen away. This A control point will be ripped off from the players of Blacklist International Ultimate by WDC Freeslot. No questions whatsoever. And as they keep them engaged, as they keep them entertained at this A control point where they've already captured, it's surprising to see that the rest of the players of WDC are not rotating towards that B control point just yet, but instead they regroup as a squad and they want to push as a squad. This is going to be a lethal attack from the side of WDC Freeslot when they do start to engage again.
Not so sure why Blacklist is also trying to wait around. They gotta just make sure they stack that B control point. But I love to take it for Freeslot. They're waiting and holding off this white warehouse, because they obviously, if they get the kills in here, they have the opportunity to initiate the spawn trap. So that's one thing that this team is actually trying to do. Well, number 1, C1 is actually trying to place gunfights there at the back. They open this B control point right in time. A huge double there for C1. We're getting one more against FDX, and now lining it up. Lifting Blacklist on fire with C1 making the plays back and forth. This guy's a monster. 5 in a row right now. He's continuously looking to add in more attacks as he gets his tricks building up. Just a walking score trick of his own. He gets the perfect timing once again against AJ, but finally he gets shot down here, AJ.
Yeah, fantastic patience played and shown out there by C1. 6 frags back-to-back, keeping WDC Freeslot in the matchup. In fact, in control with a 3-life deficit now for Blacklist Ultimate. They just need to hold on to this B flag. Great ready dropped by C1. Once again, doing so much of damage out there on the battlefield. But he could have just played that for a little bit more of a patient round later on, because that ready should be giving you more than a single slay when it comes to control. But he pulls out his operators. Just no saving up for the rainy day coming through from C1 on the side of WDC.
I mean, it's going to be C1, you know, a little song and dance for him
GG.
as he continues to find the rhythm, but it's going to be a 4v4 in here. Every shot is going to matter a lot. Check on that long-range engagement, but FDX on the back gets one player, and now he shots him down himself. Oh my god, that's the worst choke ever. 9 seconds is left, and Blacklist, they might be able to win it so long as they hide their players around, but the push from Edwin won't be there to clean up the attacking round for Freeslot. They take this first round. But a potential big play for FDX. If he could have nailed those 2 shots, they could have been the one winning that round number 1.
C1 streaked himself up perfectly. He got that ready. He also got his operator, the gravity vortex gun, and he made a mistake with both of those plays. And that's exactly where Blacklist International Ultimate should have punished. In fact, they had the advantage. The timer was already running down. WDC Freeslot barely had enough time. All they needed to do was just lock onto those angles and stay hidden away. But instead, they stepped out of their defenses to play the game of attack. Got punished eternally by WDC Freeslot. Re-engagement coming through from Tin, and the timing was perfect for him as C1 runs out a bullet with his sprays. He fires him right back, and 1 quadrant away already for this B control point, and it looks like the players of Blacklist Ultimate have this in the bag. The A control point on for the tease by Jabin, and he wins this, and he will pull the players of WDC Freeslot 2 sides at the same time. Blacklist Ultimate, I love this attack.
Yeah, divide and conquer and an overextended push mid from Freeslot, just trying to initiate the spawn trap enabled, which is going to bite them in here. As we see, Blacklist International Ultimate continues to soak up the time, a centimeter away from getting this B control point as they get 3 ports done. They are in a prime position to get all of the attacks in their favor, but not for long, as you know. WDC Freeslot is trying to find a way to get their attacks together, but they falter. And this little bit of lapses in those decisions is going to cost them this game, because right now, Blacklist is inside the point. FDX is trying to play with his life. He just needs to survive for a little longer. And that Hunter Killer Drone kill is a big one. Now he's able to buy the time for Stimit to get back into the game. Scared with that Annihilator gets those huge 3 kills, and now they are 2 segments in. Make that a centimeter apart once again. They played this game like a film, and Freeslot looking lost in the matchup, AJ.
Oh, Blacklist International Ultimate loves attacking on firing range control. What a fantastic maneuver to split themselves up on the battlefield, attack both control points at the same time, win out their gunfights. But I have to say, a huge benefit for the side of Blacklist Ultimate is the fact that WDC Freeslot has, one of their slayers just not doing his job out there on the battlefield. He even brought out the Annihilator earlier, did not pick up a single slay with the Annihilator. How crazy is that? Is having a terrible game, and Blacklist International Ultimate absolutely loving that fact. Jabin going to town with the rest of them, makes 1 mistake, and now it punishes him this time round. And WDC try to squeeze their way back in here, but unlike Blacklist International Ultimate, they focus on the A control point first. But there is 1 player already teasing them at the B control point. But the game of patience being shown here by C1, but he wasted too much of time. He should have just played that game of distraction to split up the forces of Blacklist International Ultimate.
Yes, the exact same setup in here for WDC Freeslot, but they did actually expect that there's going to be no players guarding this B control point, and C1, you know, has to wait it out and before he moves in and get this divide and conquer to get initiated once again. Same exact plays, same exact delivery for C1. He gets the flank on going, gets a huge 2 kills, and we're going to see some more action actually made by Freeslot once again at this A control point. They're stacking with the tactical utilities, Guitar and now win the huge play off the back. But they still get bullied out of the point. Great stand so far for Blacklist, and C1 drops in the pred. Everybody's spread out. This guy's about to get it, and he's going to fry 1 player with that pred. 12-16 inside the matchup. It's still a very close one, but looking at the progress made by Freeslot, they are in a good position to take this away. That A control point is about to be 3 segments done, and they just got to worry about that B control point once again, AJ.
Yeah, that was all thanks to C1, who played the game of distraction all on his own at the B control point, managing to slay out 3 players while he was there playing the game of distraction, pulling away a single quadrant from the B control point as well. C1 has done a lot, not just in this round, but in this matchup as a whole. He's just waiting for Yeah as well as Cheek to catch up with him in terms of performance and also do their part for the team. And now we've got a 7 life deficit here for the sides, for the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. And they are on the defense. That's not a good thing at all. WDC Freeslot has been so efficient on the attack this time round.
At 10 life count in favor for Freeslot. 1 more minute for Blacklist to hold, and Thin and AG needs to stand their ground. As usual, we're going to see them stack it passively and wait for the engagements to happen. And if you're Freeslot, you gotta act in, you gotta get in there fast, but they're kind of worrying about this one too much. Well, they do have Anawin and Guitar having this operator skills highly available for them to get this take. And just looking at the way things has been happening so far, you know, Control game was a defensive-oriented game mode, but look at the way things has been subsided recently. You know, it's been Freeslot and Blacklist winning back-to-back offensive attacks, and now we are seeing Freeslot executing their attacks, slowing it down, and playing like this a film. And C1 is there once again to play these attacks, and well, 3 life count left for Blacklist.
Blacklist just needs to hold on to those angles now. WDC Freeslot just wants to turn this into a team deathmatch, that they've done a great job so far. C1 still annihilating player after player, but now he's just a little bit too far. Needs to wait for the rest of his team members to get the job done. Skirt and AG does exactly that, but a single life left on Blacklist International Ultimate. This is a GGWP already. Cheek turns around, but it is C1 himself that puts the final nail in the coffin on that attacking round. And I absolutely love the fact as to how they turned control into an attacking game instead of defensive, because that's exactly what the meta of winning at control has been so far.
Yeah, you know, they're just completely breaking the code of the matchup, if you get what I mean. Chick will be able to get jabbing down early. So now they are going to be the same exact thing for Blacklist. You know, they're trying to push B and maybe try to set out Thin later on to push at that A control point. But for now, it's C1 winning majority of the gunfights, locking things down single-handedly at the B control point. But finally, AG gets it to go. This guy is 4 in a row, 1 and 2 on the control. But you have Freeslot actually only having 1 life lost for now. And they're already on the aggressive here, being on the defensive side. They're sending out players to initiate the spawn trap and Guitar on a prime position to get this kill. There you go. This is not looking good for Blacklist right now. You got Freeslot activating their Annihilator to get their attacks ongoing.
Oh, fantastic. Spotting by both of these teams here. But WDC just a little bit more proficient on the defense this time round. A 6 life deficit, make that 5 for Blacklist International Ultimate. Yeah. Bad engagement. Doesn't need that double challenge to come through just yet. But FTX turns around. And by the time he does, Skirt already takes out C1 from the equation as he takes a very aggressive attack. Now this A control point slowly being snuck away by Blacklist Ultimate. Jabin and Skirt getting that heavy lifting done outside. WDC Freeslot a little bit too far away. And it looks like they will not be able to save this A control point. It is for the taking for Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, very aggressive take for Freeslot, honestly, just pushing the spawns again and again and again. I think that's the main reason why they've been losing their lives, and they're in a great bounce back by Blacklist International, by the way. They were down by a couple of kills, and now they now have the life advantage, and it's all because of how well they recuperate back and just rejuvenize as a team. They're trying to slow it down at this point in time, and well, they're slowly getting there. They have already got that A control point. They just need to get 1 more, and right now, they will be full stacking right to the jungles. This could just be bad, but it could be good as well, as they are going to initiate the flood. But let's see how are they going to execute with Jeb being the point man. It drops and now the XS1 Goliath in for the taking for Blacklist, and this is going to be the winning condition that this team actually allocates in here, AJ.
XS1 Goliath in for the investment. Skirt engagement. Took a little long to shut down that player. Grenade! Right after that stun. No problem. Tin is there for the backup. Gravity Vortex gun on both of the axes, but the one dies out first. Yet another gun slows down Skirt. Skirt can't slay out the player just yet. Yet another grenade tossed in, but Blacklist International Ultimate doing so much of work with the XS1 Goliath. Can WDC Freeslot get in? Answer is hell no. With a single life left, Blacklist International Ultimate can push this now to a round number 5 in control.
Great Gravity Vortex investment and a properly timed XS1 Goliath to win them their second No, this is not the defensive. This is their offensive rounds.
Yes.
And, you know, it's kind of crazy to think that all of the wins so far by both ends is on the offensive side.
Yes.
And it's either is that these two teams are just great at that offensive taking or they just suck at the defense. It's either of the two, but this is going to be important, you know. Blacklist on the defensive side. What angles are they going to take? What adjustments are they going to make? With Freeslot actually now inside that A control point, they got to shut them down off immediately. And it's a good trade for both these teams to get 2 lives down in this few engagements.
And this is where we see, if or not, the mistakes of the past will catch up with WDC Freeslot. Remember the operator and score streak wasted by C1 in that very first round prematurely. He did not secure much from it. He has not activated it for this final round. In fact, none of the players on the side of WDC Freeslot have got those extra operators or score streaks to work with, unlike Blacklist International Ultimate. Annihilator investment already brought in, but I believe that player got taken out a little prematurely. So great engagement by the side of WDC Freeslot as they sneak away this A control point, leaving Blacklist International Ultimate with just 1 left to them. But Tin has got their double score streak, brings in the XS1 Goliath on the defense. WDC, how will you break this XS1?
That's 2 Goliaths invested in here for Blacklist. They're going here big in this game, but the Rockets are going to come through for Freeslot. So you obviously know that it's going to be the tropa system that's going to be very useful in this sort of taking. 1 minute and 50 seconds to hold, and WDC is slowing it down, but they are in a prime position to strike. Guitar is going to be the first one in. Now Jabin will be baited out, but Guitar will be able to use that takedown against Tin. And well, it's a great hole for Blacklist, you know. Jabin and of course Tin is going to be in that control where they're going to have 2 angles taken solely as a player individually, and they send out 1 player to control the spawns. And this is just great take so far. They are buying off the time, and WDC, they don't know how to take the angles in here. They're pressured right now, AJ.
Oh, they are just so smart with the engagements, but it's just back-to-back. AG activates his Annihilator, annihilates 3 players back-to-back, and now a 6-life deficit for WDC Freeslot. Tin drops that Pretty. Taken out of the equation. Full-on investments of core streaks by the side of Blacklist International Ultimate. But look at what WDC was waiting for. They were waiting to activate all of their operators, and they go in for a full investment this time round. WDC, can they turn things around? Guitar with a double kill. Can he get the 3rd one? Goes in for the pop. Close range combat. Manages to get the slay. They're all equal with the numbers out there. Blacklist Ultimate, can they survive in the hands of WDC Freeslot? Guitar, Hunter Killer Drone, as well as the Pretty can be brought in. Lives all equal. 40 seconds to go. What a fight we have on our hands.
Yes, Kerr right now gets shot down, and Freeslot, they are 1 segment in. The gravity vortex are going to come true, but the life count, it's going to favor Freeslot. Look at the comeback made. They slow it down, and now they are on the advantage. Now they take the win to a win to capture Freeslot, the best comeback ever in the control game mode.
What a play! What a strategy! We've been begging for this. We've been asking for it for the longest of time. Slow the hell down when you play control. And we see that beauty from WDC Freeslot. What a fantastic matchup. And Blacklist International Ultimate invested the double XS1 Goliath. And what was the trade-off for the side of WDC? Nothing. They sneak away that A control point. They add on another 1.5 minutes to the timer, and they play the game of patience. They toss their grenades. They play it to perfection in terms of shutting down the XS1. Play the game of time to activate all of their score streaks. No, sorry, not their score streaks, their operators. And at the very same moment, a double investment of the operators, and 1 guy just hung back. And that was the winning factor. What a play. And even though C1 was the annihilator at the start of the game, and now in steps up late game, fantastic play. Everybody did a lot, even though and Cheek were not at their best of forms in this game. Oh my lord, WDC making us lose our minds. What a playoffs we've got on our hands here, Callie.
Oh yeah, absolutely right. And this just proves the point, you know, WDC Freeslot, they can play fast and aggressively, but when they play it very slow, and they combine their IQ and execution. That's what really makes this team very deadly, and that would then see the last round. You know, they know that it's going to be the card stack against them, so they pick and choose their battles wisely. And when Guitar was able to pop out with that Annihilator, that's when things suddenly took a downfall for Blacklist International Ultimate. It nosedive with the way the operator's been invested. But take a look at your boy right here, and now with that huge 30 kills. But then again, this guy was the only player popping off at this round and in this control game mode. Everybody was playing their role perfectly, AJ.
Now. It was Guitar, bro. That was my perfect MVP in this matchup. I mean, the investment of the Annihilator from Guitar the timing was great, and the engagements, the angles that he spotted were great. Everything that Guitar did was amazing. All of the players from WDC Freeslot, I stand up and I bow down to you. Thank you for showing us an amazing control matchup, one that we've been waiting for the longest of time. Shout out to Blacklist International Ultimate as well. To a certain degree, they played control really well, but WDC, they were the cherry on top of the icing on top of a well-baked cake.
The fact that this team actually took over 3 offensive rounds to win that game makes it more impressive, and now they have the momentum once again on their side. Now we play and load up and take up a map pick made by Blacklist International Ultimate, and this is one of their classic maps, and this is where they kind of dominate the most. So just a matter of executing in here, going after those power positions, those second floor controls for P1 and P2, and getting those favorable anchor spawns for P3, P4 going to be very important here. Same thing for WDC Freeslot. That's the way to go. That's the key to victory inside this matchup, and we go all the way through. When Freeslot off to a very great start, they win the initial rounds, and they do have the control at that P2 already.
You want to play Hardpoint and takeoff, you really got to manage your spawns. The moment you lose control of that spawn management, you lose the match overall. It's not the biggest map available in Call of Duty Mobile, but it sure as heck is one of those wider ones where travel time between your spawn to the Hardpoint will take a while, and a lot of those open angles if you really do not know the map. Now, both of these teams are very proficient when it comes to takeoff, and therefore we are going to see this played down to the tactics down to the very end. WDC Freeslot opens up great, and the winning factor here for the Thai players is their engagement capability against Blacklist International Ultimate that just seems so much superior, and I cannot help but think it is mainly because of that fantastic victory that they are now playing off of. The adrenaline pumping through their veins lets them soar through this first open hard point, as well as hold on to the anchor spawns for P2. WDC Freeslot is in the mood to annihilate a couple of Filipinos out there on the battlefield. Unfortunately, it's Blacklist International Ultimate that are right in front of them, waiting to get taken down. But what is that response gonna be like, Callie, for them to strategize a way back in here?
Yeah, maybe try to attack in multiple angles in here. It's a good thing that Blacklist International Ultimate, by the way, will be having the favorable spawns, but you know, when you lose their gunfights, it makes things matter worse. Yeah, now able to get himself involved, getting freaky inside the match, so the starting of the shot! 4 in a row, baby! Yeah!
Oh yeah, this guy, absolute annihilator. Guitar's playing this on another level as well. Blacklist International Ultimate, they do not know exactly what's happening out there on the battlefield because almost all of their gunfights going to naught. They win a couple of frags, totally annihilated instantaneously when WDC responds. And now, early rotation. Blacklist Ultimate wants to make this P3 their money hill, but WDC, look at the strategized approach. They smash the guy who holds on to the anchor spawns. They take generators, drop in a pretty, annihilate the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. But look at this, God spawns, Gods of RNG, giving it right back to Blacklist Ultimate. But the hill, who holds on to it? Blacklist has got 2 objective players. The approach by WDC has been fantastic. And you look at the XS1 Goliath investment as well. XS1 wants to hold on to the spawns. Blacklist Ultimate is in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah, they just have to stand down inside, but it's not going to be very useful when you have C1 actually investing their gravity vortex and there for the backup and get these attacks to line up. Right now, Blacklist is holding their ground. They are taking control one angle of the map, which is going to be number 1. That's going to be Jabin controlling that mid map, but finally he gets shot down. And now the multi-angle push is going to be very useful for Freeslot to get the break, and they do so, bully out Blacklist International Ultimate after slowing it down. And they're not in the worst spot here either. They are down there claiming the scrap time. Take a look at the map here. They are on the position on the left side of the map. They are shading from P3 to P4. This is why you want WDC Freeslot to execute. They're playing and shading this like a film.
And you need to hold on to the spawns and generators even for P4. And therefore, the XS1 Goliath investment was really smart. But what was not smart was the XS1 Goliath being asked to hold on to those scrap points. You gotta play your operators a little. You gotta play your score streaks much smarter than that. The XS1 should have moved to generators to hold on to the spawn, whereas the number of players sent into the objective should have been at a minimum of 3 on the side of WDC Freeslot. But regardless of those mistakes, they still win out their gunfights. Blacklist Ultimate breaks it for a mere second before WDC continues to run the town. And it looks like Blacklist Ultimate is running out of options. They're just bashing their heads in through the door right now, hoping and praying that it cracks.
They gotta get in, you know, they gotta get in fast. It's maybe contest, but it's not going to work, especially with Freeslot in here locking things down with their gunfights. They know when to prepare for the attacks and they know when to execute. 5 seconds is down. We're moving on to P1, which is going to be the reset. And take a look at the lead that Freeslot has been able to build up. If we don't see any attacks and we don't see initiation and initiative made by Blacklist International Ultimate, this could just be a run over. A Freaky Friday made by Freeslot up against Blacklist. But finally, Jabin able to win some gunfights. But it takes more than that. They gotta double down that effort because right now the lead is so far away. They're far away from the striking distance and they gotta take advantage of the verticality in here, which they aren't doing at the moment. And WDC Freeslot, although they're going to be late on the rotation, they will be going in to initiate the flanks and take over the verticalities once again. Just take a look at that. No one's contesting the point, but Freeslot got a better angle off of the view.
When you play on a map like Takeoff, the number of slays out there on the battlefield is not going to be anywhere equal to what you can see at Summit or Firing Range, where you see players popping off, getting 50 kills, 45 kills. It is going to be so much more lesser this time around. But look at WDC Freeslot. They really don't care. They're streaking themselves up really well, dropping it like it's hot on the players of the Blacklist International Ultimate side. And the biggest factor here is they're winning out a majority of those gunfights, and Blacklist International Ultimate just isn't doing the exact same thing. But now the spawns held on by Blacklist Ultimate. It is all in the hands of Jabin here, and he disengages. But the gods of RNG still have got that spawn on the side of Blacklist Ultimate, but they are not playing it to perfection at all. They are hopping off of that spawn, and WDC Freeslot has a great opening here to punish them for this mistake.
Yeah, Chick right now, beautiful angle. They are now trying to take it over from multi-angle. This is not kind of friendly for Blacklist as they get bullied out. This team is just clinical when it comes to executing inside the map. Freeslot just bullying out Blacklist all over again. And no answer made just yet here for Blacklist. But now they're trying to go inside, but they are not successful again. The mechanical capabilities, the power position, the verticality held off by Freeslot. It's just immense. Blacklist can't take it that far.
I am so confused as to why Blacklist Ultimate did not hold on to those anchor spawns for P2. They had the numbers, they had the manpower, they just needed to have one guy sit down in a tiny little corner and not do much and just look around to see if he can slay anyone that comes to backstab him. Instead, he makes that mistake. Jabin, unfortunately, is the guy that makes that mistake. I don't know if or not his duty was to hold on the anchor spots, but he was there. He takes his eyes off of it. WDC squeezed themselves in and they take over those spots. They take over the hill. They annihilate Blacklist Ultimate. And it's happening here at P3 as well. But the gunfights are so much better from the side of Blacklist Ultimate, mainly because of the spawns held on at generators. And if they make that same mistake again by removing their anchor player, it's going to be a GGWP. Once again, pincer maneuver by WDC Freeslot, slaying out left, right, center. They do not have an anchor at generators. Blacklist Ultimate wants to make sure they do not make that same mistake again. And I like this adjustment.
Yeah, a good hard point is all it takes for you to get back that momentum. And you know, Blacklist International Ultimate, they would want to go back. You see, they claim the time, the final 10 seconds, and they're already on to new. And this is one way to recover from the errors that you made and mistaken earlier. So this is a nice start for them in the second set of hardpoint that we have. But they just still continue to gut it down and, you know, play this one like a film. But it's not going to be that easy. And now with on the flank with that KRM and C1 going to be in charge once again to get up some time and predict all of the players spawning right through the generators. But finally, it's going to be Blacklist winning majority of the gunfights, and now they're looking so well. They win a 4 in a row, make that 5. Building on that score streak, he gets that XS1 Goliath. We might see an equal playing field in the matchup, AJ.
We talked about this already, man. It's just spawn management when you get into takeoff. And Blacklist International Ultimate, good job this time round. Although that stun comes popping through, back to back to back. Yata, wildfire by Tin, still wins out that gunfight. And now in tagged up as well. Tin doing so much. Reloads at the wrong time out in the open, but he has that backup from his brothers. C1 steps on in. Great backstab. AG taken out of the equation. And WDC Freeslot dropping player after player on the side of Blacklist, but they still have the favorable spawns. When you have the favorable spawns, you can go in and you can continue fighting. And now Blacklist being forced to spawn from both sides, out of cranes and out of generators. That is still a blessing in disguise with the pincer maneuver. But time runs out. Their hardpoint resets. Here we go. Round number 3. Blacklist Ultimate has lost out twice at this P1. Let's see if they can pick up the majority of points in this final rotations of hardpoints.
They just gotta continue and make sure that they put the players in there all over again. They just gotta make sure they survive the attacks, and therefore they get the P2 rotation. They can use that XS1 Goliath that will be earned by Tin earlier at that P4 in their advantage, and we might have to see an equal playing field as we go to P2. But for now, WDC, they clean up the hill and the perimeter, but Blacklist will be going in there for the hunt once again to take these players down and make sure that the hard point is going to be contested, not giving Freeslot any good time inside the hill. And now you are seeing them fighting. The bullied is going to get bullied out once again, but WDC continues to play it right through. They get the scrap time, but Blacklist International Ultimate, they get an XS1 Goliath. In fact, 2 XS1 Goliath invested in this P2. This is going to be important, AJ.
Yeah, but it seems to be a very silly move if you ask me. XS1 Goliath responds from the side of WDC, and a FHJ attack straight to the face of Skirt takes out the first XS1 Goliath. And now XS1 versus XS1. Yeah on the other side, but along with a sliver of grenades tossed in one after the other. FHJ attack as well. But what's the equalizer from the side of Blacklist against the XS1 Goliath of WDC? Absolutely nothing. And he backs away, soaking up these points. 211 to 182. The players of WDC Freeslot, they undid the meta of double XS1 Goliath set up by Blacklist, once in control, and now here at the hardpoint matchup at takeoff as well. And they rule this hardpoint pretty much, because even if they are not taking away the points, they're making sure Blacklist does not run away, does not catch up, even though they've got the favorable spawns. That's a very difficult thing to do.
Yeah, and you know, Freeslot is just doing the same thing all over again, but now they're starting to make some errors, which is going to be bad. And Tin continues to lock things down in the hill. Final 5 seconds would be in the hands of Freeslot, and another XS1 Goliath invested by Blacklist International Ultimate, and you already know it will not be shot down with that Predator missile, so they are good to go. Wise choice for putting down the trophy system as the hardpoint opens up. Blacklist is right inside the hill, and grenades is going to play a huge factor inside its matchup for Freeslot if they do want to shut this XS1 Goliath down. They don't have operating skills to help them back down either, and they gotta make the push inside the game. And well, 224 to 210, and Blacklist about to come back in here, AJ.
Yep, FHJ has been reignited, and the FDX XS1 Goliath very low on HP. Cheek very sneaky, hops on up, turns around, slays out Skirt. Can he sustain inside FDX now? Great slide, distraction, manages to get a now in. Guitar goes down as well. This is the lead by Blacklist International Ultimate. WDC Freeslot challenges for the points, which means the game does not end here. Now WDC breaks it for a single second, but the damage has been done. WDC can now rotate. They no longer need to fight, but they still want to take away scrap points. They want to punish over at P4. What a game. What a series.
Operator skills are going to be important in here, and FDX continues to create back-to-back plays. And now Blacklist, they win the occasional gunfights in the early battles, and this is going to be important. Final hardpoint for the taking, and Blacklist initiating the best comeback ever in hardpoint. After trailing in that control, they come back, they win this map number 4. They will be forcing that map number 5.
Thank the good Lord they had the third XS1 Goliath. Thank the good Lord they played it to perfection, because the second time round, XS1 Goliath jumps into the hill, but it wasn't an XS1 Goliath show. It wasn't an FDX show. It was a defensive show by the rest of them, helping that XS1 Goliath sustain for the longest of time. And Blacklist International Ultimate, too many mistakes sustained at that hardpoint match at takeoff, which I definitely do not want to see out of them moving forward in the future. But the adjustments, thank goodness that we have a target of 250 points. It went down to the wire. They fought their way back in towards the very end. Anybody that thinks that Blacklist is choking, Blacklist is struggling, choking, what in the world are you talking about? Struggling? Hell yeah! This is the playoffs of the Garena Regional Qualifier. We've got Titans versus Titans, and in the first series of the day, we expected it to go the distance, and match number 5 is surely where we are going to be hopping on into later on.
And well, yeah, as we look at the game that happened, for Blacklist International Ultimate, I think that's a 100-point lead that they actually came back from, and that mid-game to late game was just so strong. And you know that the adjustment that they made after using 2 Goliaths in that P2, where they don't have actually those trophy systems, and I actually invested, they actually put the trophy systems at the late game, and in fact, it was the de facto. It canceled out every startup grenades that were shown in there by WDC Freeslot, and with that said, it was a GG on that map number 4. And well, you got Finn actually was the player that eventually played a lot of stakes inside this game, always being the one initiating early, getting those initial picks, and he did have a great play right from the start until the very end. And we did see him actually invest one of those XS1 Goliath in the game, where in return actually helped this team contest every hill that WDC Freestyle actually had inside the game. But it all went down to how well you use those operator skills and those core tricks at the end of the game. And it's fortunate for Blacklist International Ultimate that they had those gravity vortex backing them up to clear up the perimeter on those early engagements. And well, it was just a show made there by Blacklist.
SND wins you championships. SND also helps you make it through and sustain your life at the upper brackets, and helps you kick down little boys into the lower brackets. Earlier on, the SND engagement between WDC as well as the players of Blacklist International Ultimate ended up with quite the fantastic showdown, but we did see WDC eat the L at SND. Is this now going to repeat once again? Because when you look at the statistics at Slums SND, we haven't seen either one of these teams play it at stage 4 group stages just yet. This will be the first time we see this at stage 4. But based on what Blacklist has shown us already, there's a high probability we're going to see the Thai Giants kick down into the lower brackets.
Well, yeah, and we did see the first SND earlier, won over by Blacklist International Ultimate. And what was the basis? What was the structure made there by Blacklist? Well, they always initiate with the first blood, being always there to initiate aggressive and truly cost them the win there. And of course, in this game, at this late stage where you have to play map 5 to decide whether you're going to advance on to the next round or you're going to be dropped on that lower bracket, it's going to be big as we load in to Slums. SND. Lives are going to matter a lot. First bloods are key to victory, but let's see how this team strayed because of how close we've had the matches so far. We start to kick things off with Blacklist on the attacking side, and there it goes. First blood already handed over. Finn has continuously been playing so great for this team, and now we do see that first blood exchange. So we got a 4v3 kind of happening inside the matchup, AJ.
I mean, just witnessing match number 5, I'm such a happy kid, right? I'm such a happy child. I've been waiting for this level of competition for the longest of time, right, Callie? I mean, we've seen soft engagements, especially at the group stages where we see some of the teams really unable to sustain the fight against each other. It was sometimes a one-sided domination. But a series like this, where you throw in 2 giants against each other, it's Goliath versus Goliath. In fact, actually, you know what? It's not Goliath versus Goliath. It's Goliath with the agility of David going against each other.
It's a hybrid, man.
Yeah, it's a freaking hybrid between the two, and they bash their heads in against each other, and the engagements are just so fantastic. But the conversion of that initial kill, the conversion of the first blood into victory, that statistic still reigns supreme.
And yeah, you know, Blacklist has been able to do that ever since the start of this matchup, and they are continuously locking it down, finding their groove as they kickstart with that first round victory. But again, if you're WDC and you're starting on that defensive side, as much as you want to control that B bomb side, you would want to have every control in that mid-map to take away every sort of position that Blacklist might hunt you down once they initiate the flank. So far, they've been doing so good at forcing Blacklist off their spawn. So that's going to be a huge plus for them. But they're going to need to find a way to get that first blood in, or maybe Chick with that sniper, or maybe this play from Anowin in a very prime position to get these attacks as soon as he moves in towards Broken.
It's a slow-paced push this time. First blood in the hands of WDC Freeslot. Cheek with a good engagement. Continues shooting down at the players of Blacklist International Ultimate. Gets the second frag as well. Cheek on fire. But they're looking at the wrong guy. And WDC Freeslot strings it up with that first initials play, as well as shutting down the other players. But the game of numbers, even though Skirt gets 2 back-to-back, catches up, and WDC Freeslot makes sure they do not falter and fall away too far back. They are on the defensive, and it is absolutely essential for them to pick up each and every single round, because on the attack at Slums, it's not as easy as it looks. It's really difficult to get into that bomb site and secure your positions, because it's a little bit closer when it comes to the defense. So the attacking side is going to be much more difficult, just the difficulty that the players of Blacklist are facing right now.
And you're going to have to rely on your nades or with your sniper to create all the difference in that long range before you even make a play, just to make sure your opponent is not going to have any sort of engagements. But FDX, huge play there with the tactical utility, using that 50 GS to convert, but now the trades come true, but the numbers still alive for Blacklist. But no, Thin is going to be able to dwindle the numbers even more. Scared on that mid-map control. We get our first 1v1, and Guitar will be able to string that Guitar, and Thin will be there for the cleanup. And wow, what a fast take there. I was not ready for it, AJ.
You can play a good tune, but you can't do much when someone chucks a tin at your head. So
Yeah,
that's
man.
exactly you get a concussion. I'm not talking about a concussed grenade. I'm talking about literally a concussion from getting hit in the head by a tin. And he has got clunked out, man. Blacklist International Ultimate. I mean, great engagement. Tin once again secures yet another slay. Make that 2. Turns around only for Guitar to string it up. This time around, 3 kills back to back. Guitar's on fire. It's a 1v2. Skirt tagged up. Cheek finishes him off. Fantastic response by the Thai Giants.
22 seconds was all it takes for a Freeslot to actually go ham at the round number 4. Well, I mean, for Blacklist International Ultimate, good play for Thin. They played it well, but they just couldn't deal with Freeslot's adjustments. And of course, the position that they held, one from the bricks, one from the broken, they had the pinch going through all along. A good pick from FDX. Woo! Great angle against Chick, and now the first blood comes through. Now they just have to push here. But the question is, what type of angle are they going to route into? For now, they're slowing it down. And although Freeslot is down by numbers, you look at them actually extending out to try to get some picks here, playing with their life, which is going to cost them something inside this matchup. But for now, it's still going to be a 4v5. 30 seconds passed by already. I mean, FDX, what angle are you just taking right now?
And this is what we talked about. It's so difficult for the attacking side to make their way in. And you brought up the point as to those long angles needs to be secured by the sniper to open up those battlefields just for the plant of that bomb. Which is why when you're on the attack, it's so much more difficult. Which is why it's amazing. It's fantastic to see Blacklist Ultimate secure these rounds. But WDC Freeslot better have that same engagement capability as well. We did see signs of weakness when he did go up against Whoopi on the side of Smart Omega. And those those initial frags, he wasn't getting. In fact, he was eating those initial first few bullets. So on the attack, this is where we will see later on WDC Freeslot, if they can hang with Blacklist International Ultimate, who are gonna have the advantage when they are on the defense later on, Gally.
You know, every time a player falls on the defensive side, it makes the defense grows harder, you know. And
Yes.
right now, with our player actually out of the picture, this guy actually one of the playmakers in terms of those respawns, but here right now will be sent out to the next round. And well, for Blacklist, I love the take-in, you know, for this first 6 rounds that we had. They've been playing it slow, waiting for FDX to enable himself and get all of these landing blows with Scared, able to back them up and create those flanks. But Jabin still has 0 kills in here, and that needs to turn around, specifically with this game very, very close. And right now, 1 minute passing by, we don't see any pushes yet, but a good pick here with that nade could just be the detrimental in this matchup so far. Freeslot on the disciplined defense, just securing this mid-map.
See how they circle around FDX. Yatha just flies into his crosshair. FDX says, thank you, sir. Takes that shot, gets that nail. And it's just a 5v3 that Blacklist International Ultimate needs to deal with. But thanks to Smith, he drops it into a 4v3. Jabin taken out. AG trades out Smith. And now it drops FDX. Back and forth we go. But it's a 2v1. One player on the side of WDC. But he is the one and only Cheek. Long angles, perfection for this guy. If he can get those quick scopes pulled off. But gets spotted out instead. Quick scope does hit. Tin gets taken down. Repositions as well. AG behind takes the initiative to approach and cut down the distance, but Cheek says thank you so much for cutting the distance. Takes a quick scope against him. A lot of time to find the defusal. WDC Freeslot right back in this matchup.
Yeah, great play from Chick. You know, he's built for those moments, and a great pickup for him, staying alive at the very end. And that sniper, you know, obviously it's going to be very useful on those long-range engagements. And Chick just made it look like a shotgun in there with the way he took down AG. And for Blacklist International Ultimate, that was a 2v1. They got the number advantage. They got the bomb plant down, an open plant right through the garage, wherein they just could have played for time. And then when the tiny lapse of defense, of course, just really costed them that round. But now we kickstart this first attacking side for Freeslot, and they fall down one by one. AJ and Guitar out of the sun in the first 20 seconds is going to be the last player alive, and he's probably thinking what happened to his teammates, and well, he's gonna have to survive. But FDX with the pistol, just a lovely snap back with that shot, and there it goes. Blacklist once again with that lead.
I mean, earlier on with that final engagement from AG, I don't know what he was doing because he had the KSP. He had 2 years to take Guitar out of the equation, Cheek out of the equation, and he just did nothing. So that's you know, one of the most unfortunate things that can happen out there on the battlefield when you've got so much of time to work against a sniper, but you let him readjust his crosshair and take you out of the equation. Very painful. Hopefully that doesn't affect him in his overall performance later on, because those moments can really take a dig at your self-confidence, Cali.
Oh well, and now for WDC, they are getting attacked and ramp from the back. This is not exactly friendly looking, but AG, he's not that possible player to right side, but still wins one gunfight. Dancing in front of Smith, but finally gets shot down. Cared, what can you do with 3 players? He just needs to get one at a time, but the push and the information already sent out, and Smith was just waiting for the perfect moment to get these attacks to line up. 20 seconds left. Freeslot just buying some time, milking that clock out. And Scared has to make a move, has to be very efficient. And I think this should be a round win for WDC. The clock runs out, and now with the final blow, well, that's how you initiate the attack and the offensive, AJ. You know, get that bomb plant down, just wait for the final player to just go for the push and go for the trades from there on out.
But my question is still gonna be, what in the world, AG? What was that? I mean, he gets the perfect backstep, snaps around 180, spots the player, crosshair placement perfect, but he doesn't shoot the guy. So I'm thinking that this could just be a technical issue on the side of AG, because, you know, he's got the crosshair placement and all done, but the reaction of having his finger click on the shoot button just isn't connecting. It's either the button's not responding or his finger's not responding. Guy better have a cup of coffee or something, because he needs to wake up. 2v2, FDX and Scared on the defense. WDC Freeslot already with the plan to pile on the pressure, but this pincer maneuver by the players of Blacklist International Ultimate can just be the winning solution, and FDX with the long range takes Cheek out of the equation, slaps him on the left. Guy falls down. WC tries to trade out, but it's all about Guitar and his KSP. Secondary perfection for FDX, and the defusal for Scared. Too easy. Blacklist Ultimate, they will move ahead.
You really see the value of that sniper, you know, AJ. FDX continues to be able to create the picks for Blacklist International Ultimate, not only on those first spots, but at the late game as well. Huge kills there to get that 1v2 situation to be converted. And not only that, you know, FDX has been playing so great, but it's also backed up by Scary, who has 12 kills as well. And these two combines for 23 kills and truly making up for Jabin's down-performing inside this matchup. On the back-to-back nades we go! Blacklist now on the bound!
Oh, GG.
Oh, well, FDX, a 1v4. What's he gonna do? He missed the first shot. And I think that should be information sent out already. Not in a good spot. Chick with the final blow. And I love how both these teams just go back and forth. AJ, Blacklist takes one round. Freeslot follows up with the win. And, well, we might just be guaranteed an overtime. And, you know, you expected and you wanted some teams to actually go in there and race until the limit of the overtime. And, well, we might just have it here.
You took the words right out of my brain, brother, because that's exactly what I was thinking about touching on next. Because the way these two teams are going, inching forward one at a time, we might just be able to see that overtime limit reached in this matchup unless one of them just wakes up and goes ham against the other, just like what WDC did in the previous round. Back-to-back slays, Blacklist Ultimate could not sustain. Now it is Blacklist Ultimate with the advantage in terms of numbers. But WDC, we've seen them turn things around so many times already. But Cheek isn't performing the way the players of WDC requires him to. And as I say that, Cheek says, shut up, Mustachio. I know how to hit the shots. Jabin taken out of the equation. It's a 3v2, numbers to the side of WDC.
Every round is going to be important from here on out. And your WDC would want to have that match point in your favor. Yeah. Now about to strong the guitar. He spots the first player now surging forward. Could get the swing game in favor. Information sent out. He gets the player in the heady. He goes back. He goes back again. A bait and switch coming through, but Thin wins it. A game called cat and mouse, and it's a win for Thin. And AG dealing the final kill. And Blacklist once again pulls up front. Now they have the opportunity to close out the series and surge the next round on the upper bracket. Can they kick out WDC Freeslot on this round number 12? Well, here we go as we load it up.
Let's see if Cheek can hard carry his team. So far, everybody's keeping the pace up except for Smith. Surprising performance, but we'll see him try to turn that around. Guitar trades out Jabin, but Skin as well as Tin and Skirt. They quickly put down the players of WDC one after the other, and FDX with the secondary, and then the sniper pulls in front. Fantastic victory. When it mattered the most, Blacklist International Ultimate made sure WDC no longer catches up. What a beautiful victory! And Blacklist moves on, sustains their life in the upper bracket, and WDC Freeslot, the Thai Giants, kick down into the lower brackets. This is the excitement you can expect from the Garena regional qualifiers.
And for those who don't know, the team that Blacklist Ultimate kicked out is the same team that gave Smart Omega a rough time for the best of 3 series on the group stage. And you totally see how well and how strong this final 6 teams we currently have inside a matchup. But again, let's talk about resiliency. Right when we thought that Blacklist is looking dry, they come up with the victory and end it winning map number 5. And it was all because of this last 3 players in it for Blacklist International Ultimate. You know, Skurd always there for the flank, FDX on the initial picks, and Tin with the support. And I mean, AG and Jabin, they did their part, but without these 3 players actually out in here scoring this double-digit kills, it wouldn't be possible for this team to win the match itself. It was a pretty back and forth, but at the late game where it mattered the most, Blacklist was able to execute. And again, the experience, this is where you were built, you know, this is where you get built for the moments. And Blacklist having more experience on the major stage, were able to actually pull off a very close victory here, AJ.
Yeah, but I don't know if or not that experience really helped them out a lot. It was mainly the engagements between FDX as well as the one and only Cheek. And I feel like Cheek could have stepped up in a lot of those attacking rounds a little bit more. But FDX, alongside the rest of his team members, just really managed to keep the rest of the teams up, sustaining their lives out there on the battlefield. Skirt with the 13-kill MVP, but once again, Blacklist International Ultimate, although this guy managed to secure the highest numbers of points out there on the battlefield, it was a all-out team effort from the side of Blacklist. I absolutely love this team and what they've done. And we're talking about a 100-point catch-up. They flipped it around against WDC in that hardpoint matchup. I mean, who does that? And people were thinking that Blacklist is choking. Brother, I don't know, but maybe they're choking on that victory, right? What a turnaround, man. What a turnaround for the Filipino side. But even down at the lower brackets now, whoever gets kicked down there needs to deal with this Titan. I pity anyone that takes on that matchup.
Oh, Freeslot is going to be down there below, but they're still a threat in here. But Blacklist International took ultimate, talk about how they secured S&D. And again, backing up what Coach Jay obviously wants to say and always say, when it comes to the playoffs, S&D wins huge championship. And although it's a big one here for WDC Freeslot taking hardpoint and control, they miss out on the search and destroy gameplay, and that's where the difference is actually made in the game,
Yeah.
Well, I expected that Blacklist actually takes the 2 hard points. Well, they eventually took 2 S&Ds here to force that map number 5. And I mean, that great map number 4 is absolutely the game changer. It gave them the opportunity to swing the momentum in their favor. And you already know, Scared, Thin, and of course, FDX was knocking it down to that S&D.
I mean, I could have not asked for a better series out there, Callie, and I know you resonate with my feelings on this. That was one heck of a fight between the two teams. I mean, either one of them being kicked down into the low brackets would have been a heartbreak. But it was the storyline that they set up, right? Because we saw that S&D move back and forth between the two. But when Blacklist International Ultimate decided enough is enough, they didn't even allow it to go into overtime, man. That's the most disappointing thing of this particular engagement, if you ask me. The fact that we did not see any OT. Blacklist said, match number 5 is enough for all of you guys. Maybe we want to give the casters a little bit of a rest as well, because that match, that series was close to insane, Callie. And I cannot wait to see what other exciting matches we've got in this competition that will be taken all the way. Because the next one we've got on our hands, ALMGHTY and Dunya Games. Will it go the distance, or will we see an all-out shutdown, my friend?
Well, obviously, for those people who don't know, it's going to be a Garena Finals 2021 showdown in there. These are the finalists of last year's Garena Regional Qualifier. And before we even talk about that, we got a gold crate coupon down here below. So if you would want to redeem this on the Garena Redemption Center at Garena Call of Duty Mobile, just make sure you type in this code right here to be able to get a chance to actually get some gold crates for you. And well, with that said and done, this coming match, this first match is deadly, but the coming match is going to get more deadly, AJ.
Yes, absolutely, man. And I cannot wait to witness each and every single one of these series out there. It's just going to be a heartbreak, man, but I'm very thankful. Instead of 1, Garena this time around has got 2 slots at stage 5. And that's just going to be very beneficial for a little bit more of dominance out there. But all of the other regions have had ample amount of time to master and dominate their own individual regions. So even though Garena has got 2 slots, it doesn't mean that it's going to be an auto win, right? Even though we had one team come through and dominate the eastern side, there might just be a potential clash between all of the teams out there this time around at stage 5 without it being split into the eastern or western side. I don't know. That's just purely a speculation on my side, but it might finally happen. And when that does happen, just like what we have tried to find out, exactly which region is better, not there, but at Garena in itself, this excitement just gets taken up to a whole new level. We're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, there's so much more of Call of Duty Mobile. Fantastic action for all of you.
Enemy's XS1 Goliath. Hardpoint contested.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers, the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. We've seen a majority of the other regions already booking their slot at stage 5. Now is the chance for Garena, but you guys can see how heartbreaking it is to watch some of these matches. As exciting as they are a little heartbreaking because you can see some top titans being kicked down into the lower brackets and potentially lose their spot as well, because although we've got so much of quality in this competition, only 2 will be able to earn those spots to move on and see if they can dominate stage 5 a little bit later on. We just concluded a fantastic matchup between WDC Freeslot and Blacklist International Ultimate, where the Eastern champs, the latter, managed to smash them 3-2, but it was not an easy smashing. They had to go down to the wire, all the way down to that S&D matchup, although no overtime. But there's a high probability we will achieve that OT in this next series. It is now the Lion City representing Almighty going up against the Indonesian Garuda's Dunya Games. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Neptune, the gentleman Garcia, and we are the voices that'll guide you through this series.
Yeah, I mean, that series was insane. I mean, imagine Blacklist International Ultimate, and we called it already that they are not really showing up from that game. But I think the same story will go with Almighty. We have Incendio, Jeffro, Shut Up, Irfan, Jay, and Heaven. Well, this team really slowed it down a little bit in group stages because we know the target. It is just the top 3. Now that they have in here a chance to go into the top 2, I don't think they will be slowing down, AJ.
They won't be slowing down at all. In this lineup, you've got 2 Indonesians and 3 Singaporeans. Pretty much you've got some Indonesian pride in the side of Almighty as well. And for all of you guys who do not know, Shut Up as well as Jeff Pro. Now, Shut Up has been living in Singapore for the longest of time as he's studying there. But Jeff Pro is that amazing, fantastic acquisition from the Indonesian circuit that proved to be the problem in the sides of Almighty. And instead of finding the solution, they just said, hey, bro, you want to come and play for us instead? And that was a fantastic move, because the Indonesian region is one of the most lethal regions to go up against. And now when you acquire a person from the Indonesian circuit who's one of their top players, you also get to get into the minds of the Indonesians even without playing against them out there on the battlefield. Jeff Pro has been a phenomenal addition to the side of Almighty, not just when it comes to the mechanical side of things, but also to the side of strategy. Almighty has been playing this strategy ever since they lost the opportunity to go ahead and make it big at stage 5. But they now take on the Indonesian giants, the Garudas themselves, Jetsky, Zen, Gonzi, Fran, as well as SAX. And this team is not gonna be making it easy for Almighty at all. You can have 2 Indonesians on your side, but we still carry that Indonesian pride, and they want to take it all the way here, Neptune.
Yeah, and this matchup really brings us back to last year, and where we've seen only 1 win against this team from the Dunya Games, and that is when we still have domination. This time we don't have domination anymore, and if we look at that, 1 year rewind, that would be altogether Almighty. But this time, this is a different monster that we're looking at right now. Dunya Games has shown us a lot of performance from that group stages, and I believe they have been improving time over time because they are preparing for this moment wherein they will get revenge against Almighty.
And you know, in the opportunity that we have here to witness yet another fantastic battle, a little bit of heartbreak gets mixed into it as well, because one of these 2 titans have to move down to that lower brackets and risk elimination tomorrow. But of course, they will not have to deal with WDC Freeslot. They actually move down into the second series down there at the lower bracket at a loss, and we will have to wait and see exactly who wins the final 2 series of the day later on to determine their competitors, their opponents for tomorrow. But as we open things up, it is Dunya Games that wins the coin toss, and Dunya Games that dictates the pace of 3 out of these 5 maps.
Yeah, and out of this 5 maps, we're going to start it off for Hacienda and Hardpoint. And these teams are not familiar to this map so far for this game. I mean, Hacienda is a fairly new map in this competitive scene, and a lot of teams had been struggling. But with the duration that we had already, it's so much an adjustment for this team to get Hardpoint and to practice it so much. And we'll have to find out which of these teams will make it better. It's more of rotation in a bigger map, and this is multidimensional. It's not about just what's on your side, but you need to look up and down as well because of the mansion that he have offered in the middle of this map.
Let's see exactly what Hacienda can bring to the Indonesian side. The Garudas will look to attack nice, quickly, swiftly, early on that second floor of Mana, but it looks like it is a pause called forth, as there is a little bit of a technical issue in that matchup, and therefore we'll hop on right back to player cams as well as the casters cams in a little bit. We do apologize for this technical delay, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, but of course the boys want to make sure they've got the best environment to go out there and annihilate each other, and therefore they can take one, they can take two, they can take three breaks. I don't care, as long as it's going to be an equal fight on the battlefield.
Yeah, and there's not much momentum just yet. I mean, it's just adrenaline that's already running from the start of that countdown, but not so much on the kills. And I don't know if this is something that has been done in terms of tactics, but so far it's just more to be fair for both sides. And when we talk about that, I mean, once you felt a little bit of inconsistency in terms of the game itself, you only have a few seconds to call that out, and I guess that's a good move for this team. We'll have to find out for the next time that they jump into this lobby and start the game, they might be able to start this. So hoping that this is already set. But going back to Hacienda Hardpoint, I mean, this is a map that is not really easy to go in, especially on those points that we have. Manor in there in the middle provides it an opening shot, as well as the upper floor from both sides. So it's more of how you position themselves, take it slow, and get advantage from that P1.
Yeah. People trying to find out the mustachios from which country to see exactly which side I'm leaning on. You guys are curious. I am from Malaysia, unfortunately. The Malaysians aren't here at the playoffs, but my support is heavily on the side of Garena. I always have thought, and I think the players have proven that thought to be the right one, that Garena has got a heckload of talent when it comes to Call of Duty Mobile. And we see all of the talent being played out there to perfection on the battlefield. Once again, that first series between WDC and Freeslot, WDC Freeslot and Blacklist International Ultimate was an absolute banger. And now we can expect the exact same between these two teams.
And as we head on, everyone is moving straight into the hard point, but who will going for the rotation? As we can see, it's spread out a little bit from Dunya Games right now to get good power positions to go towards this P1. But I think they are failing right now, as ALMGHTY is now taking them down one at a time. A good double from Zay, but he will be taken down by Irfan J in there from Side in Heaven. Once again, power position has been taken. Possibility of a backstab, and Heaven turns that around against them.
I like it. You know, after 15 seconds is where we start to see ALMGHTY hopping into the point, but it's just a clean engagement on the second floor of Mana that they want to dominate first before, you know, just prematurely stepping into the hard point, making sure they do not allow Dunya Games to take easy frags on them, because if you do not control that second floor of Mana and just play that hard point, you're going to allow your opponents to streak up very early in the game. ALMGHTY doesn't want that, and because they play the game of patience, because they play the game of strategy, they are the ones that sneak away the majority of points from this P1, and an early rotation into P2 where gunfights have to be won back to back. Jeff Pro steps up for the team. Indonesian Pride on the side of ALMGHTY as well. Lion City representing Jeff Pro this time round, gets that single slay, but he was aiming for the double though. Sends out the hunter killer drone as well. Jeff Pro with the opportunity slays Fran, and ALMGHTY dominating at the get-go.
Yeah, and Jeff Pro has the highest points in here in terms of kills, as well as Heaven, and there's no noobs right here, only Jeff Pro. Zezen in there being taken down by Jeff Pro once again, and good rotations right now as a team. Now, as we look at this, there is not so much of the need for control of spawns because it's in the corner. It is only needed if you will be spawned a little bit too far from the right side of the map. But so far, here comes the push of DG of Dunya Games right now, but it is faltering faltering from the hands of Irfan J.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. Dunya Games fell 3-0 against Smart Mega. Are they going to fall 3-0 against Almighty as well? With the way things are going in this Hardpoint matchup, it looks like they are getting absolutely shoved onto the ground. And AMT is using them as a mop to wipe up all of the dust. 76-9, total domination so far. But early rotations this time around from the Indonesian side into P3. Warehouse is opened up, but favorable spawns from the Special Forces base will give Almighty the opportunity to shove themselves right back in this hard point. And a pincer maneuver, attacking from both sides. Big fight for Clutch King Irfan J. He wins out that gunfight. One more engagement, wins that one as well. Irfan J closes off the back. Backyard all in the hands of the Clutch King. And the Clutch King alone slays them on back and forth. But Jet Sky still holds the fort for Dunya Games. And they want to turn this into their money hill.
Clutch no break, gun in 10 seconds. And that is what you expect from Irfan J once you have him against him. And here comes Jeskai right now going for the kill. And Gonzi as well taking down Shut Up. Now the rotations right now of Almighty a little bit spread out, preparing themselves for the spawns a little bit near to this hill. But the scores right now slowly catching up. But it's not enough to overtake the points of Almighty. Now preparing onto the next hill right now. It is this guy of heaven already starting it up, but Shut Up is cleaning house from the other side.
Yeah, and the Dunya Games players looking to string all of these points up inside of P4 as well. Observation deck. They do have two players on there holding on to the points. Final survivor, Gonzi. Big fight, big win. Irfan J Clutch King taken out. That's a huge fight and a huge investment by Gonzi, playing the game of risk. Although he was the final player left there, didn't want to allow Almighty to run away with this matchup by giving away those free points. He steps on up. He steps on in. Slays out the players of Almighty. But Almighty in their own accord step things up right back as well. Zeze X now, once again, final player on the side of DG. DG just not sustaining their lives out there as decently as they would expect themselves to. And Almighty used that as the perfect opportunity. Continues to slay them out, continues to pick up points. Yes, this match is close, but Almighty is a little superior when it comes to those engagements. But look at the investment that can be brought forth here by the Garudas. They have got 5 of those operators already activated, and they have got Zeze X with the investment, but that's a premature one as he gets snuffed out early.
Yeah, and that's one thing. Even if you're losing engagement, as long as you had the advantage earlier on, but this time the advantage might be on the side of Almighty. Jeskai right now going in for the hit, but they are staking this second floor of this manor, thus opening up onto that next hill will still give them the points. We'll have to find out how much more can DG take this and if they can take this around, because so far they might be able to take the ground floor. Second floor still domination factor for Almighty at this point.
I mean, I've gotten my one first dream fulfilled already. I wanted to see mighty battles between the titans of Garena. But after this, you know, one engagement, I hope that Garena just gets into a agreement with the Indian scene. Because I want to see all of the Indian players take on Garena, man. I've checked out some of the Indian teams and their mechanical skills, their strategy looks quite decent out there on the battlefield. In fact, decent enough to really shut some of those teams on the side of Garena up. And I want to see that battle actually happen out there on the battlefield. Maybe at a promotional, maybe at an invitational. I don't care what it is. We deserve to see that. If it doesn't happen at stage 5, it better happen on a promotional series. Somebody should get this done.
Yeah, somebody should be able to set that up, and you being the voice, AJ, I think a little people will be listening. But there's no listening at that point from Almighty, because Dunya Games has now listened to all those gunshots and now will not be deafened. They will be clear on their objectives. They will be going in for the points. 35 remaining in here, in Fran going in for the side as well. But going back to your point, AJ, I mean, having different regions join in Garena for an invitational, for a show match or whatever, just to showcase how it will fare against these monsters that we have in the Garena servers. I mean, that would be awesome. That was one thing that might turn the tides in terms of the meta being used, as well as the tactics that we're seeing right now from the gameplays of this team.
Yeah, I don't think it's going to take it up to the next level. I think it's going to break the internet if Garena goes up against India, bro. No, because you've got two fantastic regions. I mean, I'm counting Garena as a whole region when I speak about this context. And India is just filled with crazy talent when it comes to mobile games. And those guys really focus, right? They really want to prove themselves out there on the battlefield. And you can see through some of their strategies and plays as well. And strategy is where it really matters. We've got such a close matchup between ALMGHTY and Dunya Games in this game as well, just like what we saw in that Hardpoint matchup, and in fact the whole series between WDC as well as Blacklist Ultimate earlier on. And I'm very sure we're gonna see the exact same story when India goes up against Garena. It's just fantastic matches, and I love to lose my mind over matches like that.
Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of excitement in there, especially as we only see them separately, and that is what's happening right now. We have Indonesia going against Singapore, MSP going against Indonesia server or representative, and they are still going in tie-to-tie, toe-to-toe in terms of scores. Though it's very short, it might be ALMGHTY right now. That would depend on how it will be turned around. 3 seconds remaining, but no, says ALMGHTY. They will stay in there, and they will carry it over probably onto the next hill. It's 152 to 144. Rotation might be in favor of ALMGHTY, but here comes the comeback of Dunya Games.
Oh, this is just too good, man. This matchup between ALMGHTY and Dunya Games, the rotations, the engagements, all perfect, and Heaven's just really slaying out there on the battlefield. I hope to God he can bring his bed over to stage 5 as well if they make it through, if they can represent Garena. Heaven's gonna need that bed, or Heaven's gonna need some sort of adjustment out there so that he can sit in the position that he's just feeling so comfortable with, because we saw him nerf at Garena Masters at the playoffs. He really couldn't perform as he had to sit down on that gaming chat. Even the group stages, we saw such a huge difference in terms of quality out of Heaven, and that's not something that ALMGHTY can afford if they do make it on to stage 5, if they do have a LAN event where the boys actually need to sit down at a physical spot and play. 174 to 154, a 20-point deficit for the Indonesian Garudas. For them to make their way back in this hard point now is going to be impossible, of course. They have to wait for the reset, but earlier on, ALMGHTY showed them how to rock this first hard point already. Take over the second floor of mana and then conquer, and then send in that one objective player. If you've got an XS1 Goliath, might be a decent point to drop, but a simple Pretty can automatically annihilate that XS1 Goliath. So that's going to be a huge problem as well. So you have to just play it with your own life here. But the players on the side of Dunya Games not sustaining their lives at all, and ALMGHTY annihilates with Heaven whipping out his Annihilator.
Yeah, that's one thing about this map as well on Hardpoint. There's a lot of open spaces in there for the Pretty to be used, and I guess they're also saving up. Probably another turnaround might be happening with those Goliaths later on, but nothing's happening just yet in terms of investment. It's only ALMGHTY that has a lot of those investment to them, and there's no point to use it this early into the fight. They are the lead in the points, and they will continue on. Probably not ending in this hill, but probably in the next one, because they are having, or Dunya Games is having a hard time catching up in there with more than 50 on the lead.
Oh, ALMGHTY now, almost close to finishing the things off. Dunya Games opened up quite decently against ALMGHTY, kind of keeping that pressure up. At the start, it was a dominant side of the Lion City representing ALMGHTY, but Dunya Games managed to trade back up. At that P3, they made their way back into this matchup, but ALMGHTY now leaving them high and dry. 50 seconds to go though at this P2. If Dunya Games can hold on to every single point, we'll see the Garudas back in this matchup. But if Shut Up wins out all of these engagements, he gets a little bit of backup, there might just be a huge possibility that ALMGHTY puts this to rest, but that doesn't happen. Not when Jet Sky is present. Jeff Pro says, get out of here, bro, it's my hill. Gonzi steps right back up, back and forth. ALMGHTY on the right hand side at observation through their spawns, and you've got Dunya Games spawning out of statue. ALMGHTY has got the game of numbers here. They bash their way in. 17 seconds to go, almost close to finishing this game off, and Incendio is on fire.
Yeah, Incendio in the membrane, and they're going in, but Fancy Konzi will be moving in, but will be taken down by Irfan J once again. Now they've lost that opportunity to close the gap in here, and we are moving in onto the next hill. Warehouse will be that next hill. Now the Goliath will be pulled out right in time just to overtake and to make sure that they get that final 9 points that they need to take the win in this hard point, AJ.
Chat's having an argument on whether or not Mustachio's Indian or Mustachio's Malaysian. I am Malaysian Indian, la brothers. 247, 250. Dunya Game says, please hold up. Almighty says, sorry, bro. Sit down. We take the dub. Let's move on to S&D.
Yes, and right now, well, so far, I mean, there was a heat in there from the start of this game of Almighty Dunya Games, and when that heat was felt by Almighty, they didn't back off. They just showed that we can do it a little bit better, and they just trailed on in the scores, not letting Dunya Games catch up easily. On Search and Destroy, this is one thing that we love these two teams to show up, because though in the stats from the group stages, it's more gearing towards Almighty, but we all mentioned that there are some teams who have been pulling back in terms of stats, and this might be a chance for Dunya Games to turn around, similar from what we've seen from the first series.
You know, Almighty, they pull no stops out there on the battlefield, but against ABC Esports, they were not faking it, man. They took the best fight against ABC, but they got ousted at takeoff Hardpoint, where they got so close, but 11 points away, and they were finished off by ABC Esports. The Indonesians then took full advantage of the players of Almighty, but Almighty used that to burn this inferno in their hearts, and that revenge was executed against Dunya Games here at this Hardpoint matchup at Hacienda. It's a good start, but Dunya Games, let's see if or not they can rip a huge comeback at the S&D in a little bit, because fantastic engagements all throughout, and Heaven hits that 51 kill on Hacienda Hardpoint. This guy, not only is he on fire, he's just bad shit crazy out there on the battlefield when he's hungry for that win.
Yeah, once he's in there into the point, there's no knocking on Heaven's door right now. He will just turn around and hit you like it's hot. And that is what's happening when you go head to, like, toe-to-toe against Heaven. He's not only proficient on the sniper, and we've seen that similar as well to other members, and I think that is where the catching up is happening. We've seen that from Loopy, not only a sniper, but also as a Slayer, and in the mid-range as well as close range, and that is what Heaven is doing right now. Flexibility can bring this team to greater heights right now from what Heaven is doing. He's well in S&D, he's well on Hardpoint, and with a combination of both game modes, that will be controlled later on, so I'm pretty sure he'll be doing well as well.
I've got no doubt at all that Heaven will be doing well, and I don't want to say that he was inspired after watching Whoopi, but that's kind of like the progression in terms of who stepped things up on the battlefield, right? Whoopi was an amazing sniper, Heaven was an amazing sniper. At moments, Heaven outdid Whoopi's quality on the snipes, and those were the moments, those were the times where Whoopi, you know, just dropped that sniper and he wanted to be that flex player, he wanted to play the objectives for Smart Omega, because that's where he felt the team was truly lacking. And when you've got players like this on your team, you know that you are super gifted, you know you're super lucky if you're the team owner or whoever who's investing into these little boys out there on the battlefield, because they take the initiative to make sure they patch up any sloppy gameplays. Now Almighty, they had Heaven doing the exact same thing. From shining purely in S&Ds, which yes, they do win championships, he went on to shine in these respawns as well, and he's now an almighty dominator out there on the battlefield. Regardless of what sort of game mode you throw him into, he's still gonna shine.
And that's one reason why in all this fights that we've seen, it seems that jumping in on the playoffs doesn't necessarily have only one MVP. It trades off from game to game, from mode to mode, because of how well it has been distributed in this lineup for the teams. Now, good grenades right now in there being pulled and taken down in there from afar. That was Incendio who started that.
Bro, that was so beautiful. I tell you, the distraction, the setup of that initial engagement into basketball court was a thing of perfection out of Almighty. They smoke out the front of safe room, and then Incendio tosses out those stuns and flashes. The stun connects at the very perfect moment inside of basketball court, allowing Incendio to string that through with a kill. And Dunya Games struggling at the get-go. Almighty, what did you have for breakfast? Fran says, calm down, I can still win this. Irfan kicks him into the next round. Almighty starts off strong.
But before Fran jumped in, I mean, that was Heaven getting 3 kills already in that game. Initiating that fight was Incendio, and then Heaven popping off is a left friend in there to defend, but against 3 members, that's a little bit too much. And as we can see the rotations right now, defenders is in a little bit deep in here from the side of Gonzi. Might be a little bit too close, but might be taken down as well from behind, depending on how it will be pushed right now. But there you have it. Gonzi taking down Incendio.
Defending side of Dunya Games now, stacking mid. Central Garden has got 2 of their players as they push on over towards the swimming pools. Open stairs, beautiful slay onto Shut Up. Gonzi gets it with the KSP. And now, rotating around from the side of Pillars. You will see Heaven, but Gonzi sorts him out. Gonzi's on fire this time around. Heaven's not going to be able to pop off. The game of numbers now on the side of Dunya Games. And there's a high probability they string this into a victory as well. Irfan J, premature engagement as they try to rotate outside of basketball court. Catching one player inside of Gardens, snuffing him out instantaneously. And now they play the game of patience, waiting to fish out Dunya Games.
Yeah, and they will be seeing them a good bait and switch right now, but it will be turned around in there by Dunya Games. But Irfan J just clutched it on that 1v2. Now it's a 1v1 situation right now for this final moment, and this is Gonzi, and there's no fancying around this guy. Gonzi can be sneaky, can go for the backstab, but Irfan J, accuracy at its best. The Clutch King is still no breaks.
Oh yeah, boy. You can leave it to the Clutch King to clutch out those rounds. That's exactly what Irfan J is known for out there on MSP. The MSP circuit always has him popping off. Dunya Games this time round. Absolutely no showing in the first 2 rounds, but fantastic engagements by Gonzi, keeping the team alive earlier on. Let's see if or not the team of Almighty can get this done yet again. A 7-0 might just be possible if Almighty continues this sort of an approach. But now the game of numbers. Incendio trades it out. Zeze drops Heaven. Trading back loud is Irfan J and Incendio, making this a 2v1. Zeze X with the snipe. No angles to play around with. And the attacking side of Almighty goes in for the plant. Incendio very sneaky. Zeze X now circling around. Will not miss. Will not get that shot because he just points his crosshair away from the player of Almighty, Irfan J, with the timing a little bit off. Zeze X now with that backstab. It's all in the hands of Incendio, and he beautifully shuts down the final player. 3-0. Dunya Games struggling just a little bit.
Yes, Zeze has a good opportunity there to go in for that hit, but there's no oh yeah for Zeze just yet. I mean, we are seeing 3 points down already for Dunya Games. They need to take it slow. They need to play the game of Almighty to perfection for them to be able to get a point right now. But on the attack, it's a quick move right here on to Alpha or onto Bravo as 3 members already hold this area of Square Center. Laundry will be taken by Zeze on the other side, and a good backup in there from this guy of Jet Sky. Good opportunity for Incendio to take a peek as well as a kill, but the information has been relayed. Fran still goes down, but Zen takes down Heaven into the play. Incendio still waiting, but on the other side, battle is happening, and it is now a 2v4 situation. Almighty in the lead.
2v4, make that a 4-0. Almighty, can they pull this off? Wrecking the players of Dunya Games. The Indonesian Garuda flying high up in the air. They forgot the Almighty is just a couple of steps above them. From the clouds, they strike down. Lightning, the sound of thunder ripping through the skies. And Dunya Games have no response whatsoever. Jet Sky still continues to struggle on the defensive. Dunya Games really hasn't managed to find an equal standing ground against Almighty just yet.
Good rotations right now for teams of Almighty to go in for the Russian Alpha, but they are not getting information just yet. A full stack in here on Alpha already, but a movement into mid area, and Zeze takes down Heaven, and Heaven will be reigning right now as we see the stacks against them in terms of numbers, but there's no turning back for 2 members. Irfan J and Jeff Pro is stuck in this bar. They need to start it off, and here comes Irfan J trying to go in with that grenade. Shut Up right now, I think they're waiting up on Shut Up because he has been disconnected, and he's back. Irfan J right now going in the move into the stairs, will try to go on for the Bravo push.
5v4, the numbers on the side of Dunya Games to finally pick up maybe their first round in this matchup against Almighty. But the angle held on by Irfan. Shut Up there, just way too sneaky. Slides away at the moment's notice of a little bit of danger. Gonzi playing the pillars to safety as well at Kitchen. All the players of Dunya Games just holding on to those angles perfectly.
And there we have it. Zen and Zeze in there for the backup. Incendio was able to go for the kill against Fran. But how much can this guy do? Not so much, because 4 is a lot for the team of Almighty to go in solo. And there we have it. 1-4 on the scores. Dunya Games showing signs of life in this fight.
There's a little bit though. They need to still battle their way up to catch up with Almighty. 3 back-to-back rounds. Can they pull it off? Because on the attacking side later on, yes, they get to dictate the pace, but now on the defensive, still punished by shutups as AX down on the ground. And if they allow Almighty to run away a little bit more, then when Almighty moves into the defensive, life just gets easier, because all Shutup and Heaven needs to do is just set up that double snipe angles and annihilate the players of Dunya Games as they make their way towards those bomb sites. So Dunya Games, they need to pick up as many as possible before they switch sides, but only one final round left. So this round is crucial for the Indonesians.
I would say it is really crucial for them. They need to make it work right now, because once the table has been turned, it might be another difficulty that they will face later on. Incendio will be in here trying to hold the statue as they wait for laundry area, and no information will be relayed right now. Still good. They have the angle on towards the stairs. Gonzi.
Headshot.
I think there was a little bit of delay right there, but I think that was already a final kill at that moment.
Lagging, bro. 5-1. Dunya Games. You know, not just the game, but I feel like their minds are lagging just a little bit as well in terms of response time. Let's see if they can make a comeback in this matchup against Almighty, who are supreme. Shut up, Jeff Bro. Beautiful. Those back-to-back slays. But Jetsky and Gonzi trades them back. Incendio trades Jetsky. We're missing all of this engagement out there. Why? Gonzi. Great shutdown onto Irfan J, but Incendio quickly trades him out. The game of numbers once again to the side of Almighty. They're on the defensive, and the attacking side, Zen, doesn't even have the bomb on him.
Yeah, Zen really needs to go in for the push, for the kill. Well, there's plenty of time to turn it around, double back, and get that bomb. Go into Alpha right now. Information relayed already, but Incendio going in for that tag. But still, he will be backing off. They will not be letting go of their sights of that bomb just yet. And that might be the end of Zen. But there you have it, taking in that bomb. But where will you be going? Will this be rotation? Will this be the rotation that Zen that can bring him for a clutch? Or probably it was just a waiting game for Almighty at this point. Zen right now trying to peek in, getting information. Nothing just yet. There goes the takedown. Zen brings it to a 1v1, AJ.
Oh, crazy stuff out there on the battlefield. 1v1 now. Zen really needs to win this out for his team. He's got the KSP in hand. Rotates around towards the basketball court. And I feel like that's the perfect one, but Shutup looks the wrong way. And Zen was smart enough to take a look behind him. 180, and he shuts down Shutup. 2-5. Dunya Game still has got a lot to do, but that's a good start.
Yeah, it's a good start indeed. And I think what Zen did was a footstep bait in there against that final member. Thus, he was able to go in for the backstab. Now, Zeze right now, opportunity, but shut up. Well, don't just talk, just shut up.
Fantastic engagement. And Dunya Games from the get-go now, once again struggling. All thanks to the double side setup of Almighty, and Irfan J with a god nade. Heaven follows up with yet another god nade. What is going on? Almighty on fire. Fran and Zen trade them out, but Zen shut down by Clutch King Irfan J. 3v1. Fran the final survivor. And now the defending side takes over basketball court, waiting to welcome the final player of Dunya Games. And yes, that's a great engagement. Fran with the double, but Incendio takes him out, and match point after the defusal. Almighty, what a dominating run against Dunya Games.
I mean, though the initiation as well as the trade back is being done in there by Dunya Games, and they're just lost in there when it comes to that final moment. Losing a lot of lives early in the engagement, the speed that they're taking this on, they start it off hot, thus they also end it with a few lives to their side. In the numbers game, usually in the favor of Almighty, not looking good for them. Heaven starts it off against Jetsky, and Heaven is higher than the sky.
Let's see if or not he can take it up even higher with his gameplay. 5v4. The numbers don't look all that too exciting on the side of Dunya Games. They're trying to fight back and try to equalize against Almighty. But they need 4 back-to-back rounds just to find that equalizer. Is this even going to be possible, as they've just been dominated in the Hardpoint as well as S&D? Almighty once again wants to take it all the way and potentially this time around represent Garena. Represent Garena at that stage 5 and represent the Lion City as a whole and show them, even though low in numbers when it comes to the number of teams out of the nation, they still have got supreme quality. Shut up with a beautiful headshot. Secondary backs away as he gets tagged up. Beautiful stun as well played. Shut up slows down. ZZX shuts down Jeff Pro. Beautiful engagements back and forth, but only ZZX now to complete all of this, and Heaven puts him down on the ground. 7-2. Almighty dominates Dunya Games.
Dominating is an understatement at this point. I mean, Dunya Games didn't had a chance in there from ending it well. There's only 2 instances that we've seen them, but from that moment, from the start of those moments, it's more of Almighty taking the initial frags as well as turning it against Dunya Games. And this is one thing that we really don't want to see. As much as possible in the playoffs, we want a good trade back in terms of search and destroy, because not only are they going in once, they are going in twice if they'll be able to get it back to back. But at this point, it's already back-to-back win from Almighty. Dunya Games right now, I think them showing up, a lot of the tactics has been read and it's being turned against them.
Yeah, Dunya Games, they really could not hold a candle against the plays of Almighty. Irfan J gets the MVP title this time around for stepping up, and that's quite the interesting MVP there, because usually for the SNDs you see Shut Up as well as Heaven truly waking up. Usually it's Heaven, but Irfan J just showing his class out there on the battlefield. And why this is the main reason as to why we were able to see him, you know, trolling in a couple of those rounds and a couple of those engagements at the group stage as well, because he's got the mechanical capability to do exactly that, and the team is there to back him up no matter whatever happens out there on the battlefield against Dunya Games, a team with so much of class, with so much of quality out there on the battlefield. Almighty did not break a sweat.
Yeah, even with the title of Clutch King, it's not dependent on him altogether. A lot of teams, or a lot of members of the team, has been starting it off for the fight, especially Shut Up as well as Heaven in the snipes. But Irfan J, I mean, he's a task as the cleaner of this team. I mean, he gets those close engagement, even the long range on and off angle, he can get that. And that is why he has been dubbed Irfan J. Don't be fooled by the smiles in there, because this guy is deadly, and you've seen how deadly it is, even if he was trolling.
Oh yeah, absolutely, man. I mean, even on those trolls, he was deadly. When he gets serious, all of his opponents, they cower in fear because of what he can do out there on the battlefield. Be it the first player with the opening frag or the last player sustaining his life out there on the battlefield, Irfan J always knows how to shine. And as we move into the best game mode for Almighty, and where they have a 100% win rate, 5 out of 5 control matches won so far, a huge possibility of a 3-0 to be served up hot for Dunya Games to eat up, and that served up hot is gonna be a donut.
Yeah, I mean, it's baked, prepared, and is about to cook. It's up to Dunya Games right now to hold that order and give that 1 point on this best of 5 series so far. The first 2 has been taken by Almighty right now, showing how almighty and dominant they are. And as we mentioned, combination of Hardpoint and Search and Destroy sums up to Control. It's not looking good for Dunya Games at this point, especially with the map that they are jumping in. Slums, good domination for Almighty so far. They know the spawns, they know how to flip it, they know how to work it out to their favor. And Dunya Games really need to play more of the mind games and take it slow, similar to what we've seen earlier, to bring a battle against Almighty. But taking it slow might not change that much, because Almighty can also play that too.
I know exactly what's going to happen out there on the battlefield. We're just going to be entertained with one heck of a good match, man. Because obviously we know Almighty stands a great chance to shut down Dunya Games here. But the one match that Dunya Games did lose when it came to Control was against the players of Smarter Mega. But if you look at all of the other teams within their own bracket as a whole, they did manage to dominate against WDC Freeslot, but that was against them at Summit. At Slums Control, we haven't really seen them play. Change World did manage to sneak away one round out of ALMGHTY at Slums Control, which I found extremely surprising, looking at the quality that Change World was bringing to the battlefield out there against the players of ALMGHTY. So that might just be a little bit of an indicator as to some signs of weakness, perhaps, on the side of ALMGHTY. But they did wrap that up at the end of the day with a 3-1 win, so that one loss, that one single round of loss, wasn't a problem at all for them to deal with.
Yeah, and so far, again, we got word that we are going to go in and delay that next match right now because there are some investigation and looking into being done within the game. So I guess everyone is excited on how this will end up on Control Slums, AJ, but I'm pretty sure like it's already going towards ALMGHTY based on stats as well as how we look at their gameplay previously. Dunya Games, not so much of a showing in Slums, and it's more of understanding the map as well when it comes to Slums and like Control in general. Once you understand the map, once you flip the spawns and control the spawns, then you'll be able to get that win. But so far, it has been different so far. It's not just defensive already. We've seen signs of attacks being worked on and winning this game of Control. So we'll have to find out what will be shown by these teams later on.
Since we have a little bit of break, we do see some people in the comment section saying that they still do not understand fully how Control works. Control is very easy. Imagine domination where you as a team on the attacking side, or actually, you know what, on either side, when you want to go and dominate a point, in domination, either side can go and take control of that single flag. But when you hop into Control, it's treated more of an S&D type of setup. You've got an attacking team and you've got a defensive team. The attacking team needs to dominate the flag, and there are 3 quadrants within each of those flags for you to control. You control the first quadrant, second quadrant, and the third quadrant gets you control of that A or B control point. Now, you can, as the defensive team, clear out some of the control on that control point. How is that so? When you see the control point being taken over, once again, those 3 quadrants, if a certain quadrant is not fully, completely dominated by the attacking team, you still can clear it off. But once a full quadrant is secured, there's no way you can clear it off, even if you stand inside of the control point as the defensive team for 3 years. It's just not going to work. So as the attacking team, you just really have to set it up, play the timing right, and pull it away. Very easy to play Control. But the problem here that is thrown into this Control matchup as well is each of the teams, they only go into that matchup with 30 lives each. So you have to play it like search and destroy. I've been begging, I've been praying, and I've been absolutely furious so many times whilst casting these matches because attacking teams throw themselves into battle and they waste away their lives, which is why the matchup between WDC as well as Blacklist Ultimate earlier on was so amazing to watch. Both of the teams played it to perfection because how slow they played the game. And when they approach that attacking side, when they approach all of those control points when they're on the attack, and they played with patience, they go in for the frags first, they open up the spot for themselves, and then they hop into the control point. I mean, it's a very strategic matchup. And for a lot of people who are wondering, why is it not in ranked just yet? Because I think a lot of you players out there, when you jump into a ranked match at Control, you are going to rage against the game because it's not easy. If you do not have proper teamwork, Control gets extremely difficult. You have to jump onto it with a 5-man roster between your friends, and you guys really need to know your angles and your timing, or else, you know, a couple of smashed phones is going to be the result of those games.
Like if S&D is hard enough to go in random lobbies, then Control will be harder because you need that communication, you need that coordination not to let go of the lives. And just to sum up what AJ mentioned, if you want to win, there are 3 factors. It's either you go and use up the time as a defender, take out of the time as well as take out of the lives, as well as for the attacker, there will be the capture. So if you'll be able to capture both A and B, then that will be the winning condition. So as we mentioned, there's 2-to-1 ratio in terms of winning condition. Thus, it's so exciting when the attackers are winning the fight because the odds are against them at that point because this is mostly defense-oriented mode.
And I mean, okay, the main reason why we've been going with the storyline of how Control is a defensive-oriented mode is because the attacking side was sometimes, okay, this is a Malaysian saying, bar tanpa otak. Basically, just getting into gunfights without using your brains. That's exactly how a lot of teams played Control. And that's when the map turns into super defensive, because whoever who's on the defense just needs to hold on to the angles and snuff out any attacking players who comes to take over the control point. And when you don't strategize well, when you're on the attack, you really put yourself at a lot of risk, which is why you have to slow it down, which is why I absolutely love that matchup between the players of WDC as well as Blacklist Ultimate, where they slowed things down to a pace. And, even at points where they were able to jump into the control point as the attacking side, they took no initiative to do that because there was no backup. They don't prematurely jump into the point just yet because it's not domination. It's sure as hell not Hardpoint. Control, you also have to play your timing right. You've got a very limited timer up there on the clock. Yeah. Whenever you are not on that point, whenever you're not on the control point, the timer runs. The moment you step into the control point as the attacking team, you pause the timer. If you can take away one of those control points, you add on more time into the timer. And this is why you can waste away a lot of the time, even if you're on the attacking side. Because even if you do have just 10 seconds more to break the control point and take it for yourself, you still have a huge opportunity. So there's no use of rushing into that matchup in itself. And I really love the fact that we've already got a good benchmark of a matchup to really talk about now, because at least the audience understands where we are coming from when we say slow things down and really play for trades properly. In fact, don't allow those trades. Just take those kills and hide away. Play it as safe as possible, because when you're on the attack, you are in the seat of that driver who can lead the pacing of the game.
Yeah, if it wasn't for the timer really that short, it might look like as SND altogether. Yeah, and that is correct. What changes it. Why a lot of teams need to rush into the point as well to stop the time. And I have a quote as well, like with what you mentioned in Malaysian. In Tagalog, that will be atapang atao, hindi atakbo. I mean, you're so fearless that you just move in without running away. And that's what most of the teams are doing in attack. I mean, they're just heading straight into their deaths, and they're just fearless at that point. Yeah. Thus, it trades them with the life that they have and loses the gunfight or loses the game.
And whatever that happened in the past, we will leave it in the past. Now that two teams, Blacklist Ultimate and WDC, have shown us control perfection, I expect that, and this is a solid expectation from my end, because if you don't see it, then you can be forgiven, you can be excused, because even like how when Takeoff was introduced into the competitive rotation, a lot of teams struggled on Takeoff. A lot of teams, because once again, this was something that I kind of found out, right? Not all teams strategize before jumping into a battle. Some teams just get into scrims and they expect to dominate the competition because they scrim a lot. I mean, scrimming versus strategizing your rotations, perfecting certain plays and certain strategies, it's two very different things, man. And a lot of teams just purely depend on scrims, and they say, okay, fine, if we are not good at Takeoff, we're just going to play a lot more Takeoff Hardpoint, and eventually we will learn it. there's no such thing, That's pretty much the definition of insanity, right? Doing the same thing over and over and expecting a different result. If you are already losing, if you're already struggling, you really need to stop. You really need to slow down and focus on your strategy. Focus on figuring out exactly why you are losing and exactly how you can rotate around and take control of that matchup. Obviously, you're not able to figure this out in the match in itself, and that is why having a coach truly benefits your team. You really need the third-party perspective of what's happening overall in the game, because when you are in the matchup in itself, you really don't notice the time ticking away. You really don't notice some of those, important objective being missed, because you're so absorbed, sucked into the game, and you're focusing on getting those slays, getting those kills, getting those skill points, when you're not focusing on the overall objective. You sometimes just need someone to slap you on the head and say, hey, brother, what's up? It's either the coach or the in-game leader, somebody, and a team like ALMGHTY, you've got 5 of those players capable of doing exactly that, right? IQ plays, that's exactly what ALMGHTY has always been known for. And that is the main reason as to why they've been able to dominate out there within MSP as well as Garena overall for quite a long time. But they are not the best team just yet, Neptune. We still have so much more quality in the competition.
Yeah, I mean that's why we're seeing some with visible coaches because we might not know, like they might have coach in there just really not that visible. They might be in there or also part of the team as what AJ mentioned, like the in-game leader that will serve as a coach right there. But it's a difficult task because you need to focus on the game as well as leading the team as well as providing that information in terms of tactics. So it's taxing. Thus, if you are a team on your way up, then you will need someone who will look at it on a third-party perspective, but not in-game though. Third-party perspective and give out all the details. So much as what we've seen from West Point Mambolo Kings. I mean, Coach Olea has been doing so well, and with the progression of the team, like just popping out of, I couldn't say nowhere, but just popping into the competition and then winning games after games against the Titans. It's only a few more that they need to get those championships.
I do agree with you, man. But ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, we know you are curious as to why we have brought a pause into the competition. There is a little bit of a technical investigation going on in the background. We just need to sort something out. So we're going to take a quick short break. When we come back, series number 2 continues.
Hello, soldiers, and welcome back to the show. This is Call of Duty Mobile Garena Regional Qualifiers Playoffs. We have just ended the 2 series from the Battle of ALMGHTY as well as Dunya Games earlier, and we had to go for a brief pause, but this time the battle continues. I'm still Neptune the Gemma Garcia, no one else. We're together with the Mustachio AJ, who will be bringing the rest of the story for this series for this or between these 2 teams. And AJ, I mean, so far we've been talking background on what happened, and I guess the investigation will be bringing that to a pause, but hopefully it doesn't like hamper the momentum that ALMGHTY already have.
Yeah, we have double-checked if or not we can share with you guys some of what was going on in the background. And whilst we wait for that information, we will continue the storyline of the day. It is now an impending explosion and annihilation. Dunya Games, the Garudas, are about to come crashing as the ALMGHTY team now look to strike them down from heaven. And yes, heaven himself is in this matchup, and he is on one of his best days out there on the battlefield. He's chugging out all of the kills. He's chugging out all of those rotations. He's on the snipe. He's on the KSPs. He's just doing so much for the side of ALMGHTY. But I totally forgot, Avnish. I was going to give you guys a flying kiss. I'm sorry. When I get back to camera in a little bit, I will. Okay, I'm sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I mean, that is what excitement is here, because the battle is going to unfold, and it's unfolding right now. And the flying kiss, I'm pretty sure a lot of people have given you the love already, and you can give them back. Actually, you're giving them the love back, AJ. I mean, communicating with the community really is a good thing, especially even if we are in here casting and providing the great show for the teams. And this is one thing that I love about this guy, the Mustachio AJ. I mean, he loves everyone in this community.
I most definitely do, bro. I mean, people keep asking me, right, like, what sort of energy drink do I take? How do I keep my energy levels up? How do I, bring the hype non-stop? It is through all of the love that the community shows me and gives me that I absorb in my heart. And all I want to do is just give them the very best. And that's similar to what ALMGHTY is doing out there on the battlefield as well. They're absorbing the love that the community gives them. They're shoving it in the faces of Dunya Games. Such a dominating opener here as ALMGHTY sneaks in here for the defense. A 3-life deficit, make that 4, but Dunya Games doesn't care because a single hole by Jetsky at that B control point with ZZX having his back, overextending just a little bit to make sure nobody can step on forth and take away his hold from him and take his brother down. That gives Dunya Games 1 control point. Now, the A control point is the harder one to secure at Slums. Let's see how the Indonesians pull this off.
Yeah, I think Bravo was already intentionally being given by ALMGHTY because they have prepared already a setup on the hardest point in this map, and Irfan J and the rest of the teams will just be waiting for Dunya Games to rush in and lose their lives. Lose their lives, they're doing right now. It is a 5-life deficit as Gonzi steps in and backs out right in time before being taken down. A good chance for him. There goes Irfan J being taken down, but still, the point of the lives of ALMGHTY is far from Dunya Games, and all they had to do, take it slow and take that control to a different level.
Yeah, so for all of you guys who are curious as to what technical investigation was going on in the background, at that hardpoint matchup, Dunya Games did manage to break the hill for a few moments, but when they did break the hill, unfortunately, there was a little bit of a lag in the system where it was not giving them the points. But upon investigation, upon rewinding the footage and checking, the number of points that Dunya Games could have collected, even though that bug was not there, would have been quite dismissible, as ALMGHTY had quite a bit of dominance in that hardpoint matchup. So that was the main investigation. And since we have brought that down to a close, we have also given ALMGHTY a stand on their victory. Nothing changes in the series, but obviously, with each and every single one of those complaint slots, we want to look into them seriously and make sure that everybody out there has got an equal playing field against each other. And that's something that I absolutely love Garena for. Thank you for making sure everybody out there is attended to whenever they do raise their hands and say that, hey, I think something is wrong. But Dunya Games, they will still have to fight their way back in here, Neptune. That first round, although it got quite close, they got slain out. And now with ALMGHTY on the attack, they're slaying out Dunya Games even before getting to those control points to snatch them away.
Yeah, I mean, it's more of mechanical skills of Almighty that they have, that they can take down the points already low from the sides of Dunya Games. And then later on, once the plan has been triggered, all they have to do is take that strongest or that easiest point and then put it to their favor, stopping the time, getting them most of the kills, as well as they head on to Alpha later on. 25 to 19, as you can see, only losing 5 lives in the process. And this is what we're talking about. When a team takes it slow, you will not be wasting all those lives. You can invest on them, on the utilities, pretty much as what we're seeing from Incendio right there with Annihilator.
9 life deficit, thankfully made into 8 by ZZX and his long-range snipe. Once again, B control point to take it away, very easy. A control point, this is where trouble starts. And now, Dunya Games can just lock on those angles and wait for Almighty to bring those gunfights straight towards them. Gonzi can invest on that Annihilator, but doesn't make the mistake of prematurely bringing it out. And Dunya Games, they slay back and forth, and now a 4 life deficit on the defending side. Heaven trying to keep that to a 5. Good trade back from Gonzi to shut down Heaven. And Dunya Games, 1 more minute to go. It's a lot for Almighty to work with, so they just have to be a little careful.
Yeah, so far in this gunfight, it's not so much from Dunya Games that's showing up. ZZX, the one getting all of the kills, mostly from the distance. And that's one thing that Dunya Games needs to put into play. They need to keep the distance and give out the snipers for those kills later on and giving them the lives advantage.
Oh, yeah.
Irfan J right now slowing it down as they just cut off the approach. Even if they are on the attack, I mean, they are the ones holding those points perfectly.
I mean, Dunya Games better step things up, man, because when I was asked who do I think is going to get to the grand finals, I happily named them. Now, usually my predictions are on point, but Dunya Games making me bite my tongue a little bit now, bite my little lips as well, because I'm super nervous, man. They're getting toasted out there by Almighty. 5 life deficit on the defense now for Dunya Games. Almighty taking the fight up to them, and a 4 life deficit isn't going to allow Dunya Games to really get crazy out there on the battlefield. They need to win all of their gunfights, and with that takedown onto Incendio, Jet Sky making sure he drinks this on along well. Dunya Games, they cannot lose any more lives out there on the battlefield. Long rotation by Heaven, who is punished. All equalized now. Dunya Games, 5 more seconds, have to keep Almighty back. Irfan J makes his way in, and that's done and dusted. The Indonesians pull that round away with 2 seconds left on the clock. They slay out Almighty.
And that was a good reversal being done by Dunya Games. They slowed it down, not really rush into the sights of Almighty, and they took advantage of the time because it's Almighty need is to step into that hill, into that point to stop the time. And even if they had the lead, if they can plan approach of waiting for Almighty and taking them down later on, they can take a lead in terms of the lives. And that is what Dunya Games is planning right now. They have a 1 life deficit, make it 2, and they are still on roll. This time, it is attackers, Dunya Games, making the play.
Oh, head glitch played to perfection against ZZX. Irfan J now from the back. Quick scope does not hit. Irfan steps in front of him, scares him a little bit as well. You could see the crosshair shaking a bit as he pops out of nowhere, takes that slay. Irfan J back and forth. He just darts around the battlefield, picking up kill after kill. And the players of Dunya Games are having such a tough time dealing with him. Now, Dunya Games, a great push into that B control side, managing to pull away 1 quadrant already, but they circle around. The pressure is not there from the Indonesian side as they only have a single player after a single player heading on into control without holding on to Graves. Now, if you do not have one player overextend and hold Graves, you are not going to pull away that B control point so easily. With a 1 life deficit, this looks like it's going to be tough, but Heaven with that backstep Annihilator wasted as all he gets is a single kill.
Yeah, and as we see, Dunya Games take over Bravo right now. Everyone will be forced to secure Alpha from the Almighty side. They need to get good positions, and Incendio just rushing it a little bit too quickly in that fight. And we've seen great strides being done by Dunya Games right now. Earlier, not so much on the killing department, but this time they have the advantage, double digits from them. And I'm surprised, Jeff Pro not so much, as he is just on 8 kill right here. And this is damaging for Almighty right now. The Slayer cannot put in the slay, thus the lives will be a little bit more on well, this time it's 6 points on the life deficit, but like performance of Jeff Pro. Really, it's one thing that we need to see in popping off in control agent.
And here comes Incendio pushing his boundaries. And I really do not understand why they get aggressive when they pull out some of these operators, right? Just waste it. But they know that they've got the slaying capability against Dunya Games. Even though they are on the defense, Almighty pushes Dunya Games back, almost spawn trapping them and managing to pull away the third round. And now, Dunya Games, on the other hand, they are on the defensive. Let's see how this pans out for them, because all they need to do is just lock down those angles just like they did earlier on, but pay a little bit more attention towards that B control point, because obviously that's going to be the first spot Almighty runs in for.
Yeah, that is the advantage that they can take to get all the lives that they need to take the advantage. And then later on, once everyone is heading to Alpha, if Bravo will be given away, that they a little bit close in there in terms of life, but it will be even out and also taken over by Dunya Games right now with a simple mistake that Almighty has done.
Be advised, hostile hunter-killer drone.
2-1. Incendio slays back and forth. Dunya Games on the brink of annihilation if they do not get control of this control matchup, no pun intended, with a 2-life deficit. You know that they are struggling. They are on the defense, and yet they are allowing Almighty to trade lives with them as Almighty makes their way forth to pull away all of those points. B control point not dealt with at all. No defensive maneuver by Dunya Games. This has got to be a little disappointing as they step up front. They get annihilated. Instead, 3 players on that B control point, and nothing Dunya Games can do about this to make sure they do not lose it.
Yeah, that's one thing that Dunya Games is doing, is probably save on the lives, because later on, earlier, that is where they made that switch up. If you save lives, you may be able to take advantage of that on the defense if you pull everyone on Alpha. And all Almighty needs to do right now is slowly rush in to stop the time. Even if they have the lead on the lives, ZZX might be able to turn that around with 1 or 2 kills later on, thus rushing Almighty towards that next point. But a little bit of aggressiveness coming in from Dunya Games, and we'll have to see if that's trading off. Not quite sure what Almighty is facing right now, but they are making those small mistakes and also losing that advantage.
And as long as Dunya Games can, I don't want to say keep this up, but they really need to improve. FHJ shutdown onto Heaven by Zeze. Why? That is just back-to-back by Zeze as he whips out the right-hand AMR, goes to town with the players of Almighty. But Jeff Pro, crazy investment of the XS1 Goliath. Vare, this is not Hardpoint. You need to move towards that capture point, towards that A control. Jeff Pro sprays down, gets the wall bang onto Gonzi as well. Turns around, Fran backs away. Good engagement, but now they can confidently push in with the XS1 to pull away this A control point. What sort of a solution does Dunya Games have for this XS1? A double stun will slow it down, but wallbang still will annihilate Gonzi. Zeze has no option. Annihilator shut down. 5-5. Make that 5v4. Dunya Games loses their life. A control point almost out of their hands. Zen gets a double. This is so scrappy, but Almighty with 2 more lives. What a matchup we've got on our hands.
It's a good play that has been done by Dunya Games right now. They really don't rush in, waste those lives, and thus Almighty really risk that Goliath for their play. But it was a little bit too far, as well as going solo. Even with the Goliath, you will be taken down. And for the roamers of Dunya Games, they can just take advantage of the focus onto that Alpha and get the slays. So far, it's tied right now 2-2. But as we can see, Almighty on the defensive side, we'll have to see what attack can Dunya Games bring in here, because so far the attackers are in at bay and the defense is still working at it for those wins.
Oh, shut up and Incendio, opening up big against the players of Dunya Games. And now, as Dunya is on the attack, Zen goes in for the investment onto the Annihilator. Annihilates shut up halfway through, spots out yet another one, but the slide is just too quick. Zeze finishes him off with the secondary. Incendio punish, and now this is that B control point that Dunya Games wants to invest all of your members in here for. And from the back, the players of Almighty, they're trying to pretty much pull off a spawn trap, not allowing Dunya Games to get anywhere close to the B control point or past Memorial for that A control. As long as Dunya Games can focus their players onto one side of the map, they're going to have the advantage here against Almighty, who are underestimating their plays. But Dunya Games is not going in for a one-sided attack.
Yeah, and Almighty has drawn the line right now, and anyone who steps over will be slain. 10 lives deficit already against Almighty, and it's not looking good for Dunya Games, though they might be able to go in for this Bravo
GG.
push. They are still pushed back into the spawns, thus losing that advantage. Also losing the lives. Jetsky a little bit too aggressive at this point, might be running into a trap, and it's a good thing that they're all together. They might be able to go and defend them, but as we can see right now, 16 seconds stop, not so much on the lives being turned over by Dunya Games.
Oh, but Dunya Games now showing some signs of life, but Heaven says, get the heck out of here. Slays out 3 players back to back. Make that a 4 combo, annihilating Dunya Games. The Garudas fall, and from the height that they usually fly, this fall gotta hurt. 3 more seconds to go. Almighty serves up onto a pause. Jetsky shows the size of life once again, but with 2 lives, what can you do? 1 second, Almighty hands over a hot fresh donut to Dunya Games, kicking them down into the lower brackets.
2 of the winning conditions being brought in by Almighty, whether it's taking the time or taking the lives, and both of them, a waste has been done by Dunya Games. Almighty right now, despite of the pauses they have, didn't lose the momentum a little bit probably on that first round, but as they continue on, they understand the rotation of Dunya Games esports, thus they can also track on how to stop them. And that's one thing, if you show those tactics and not having a little bit of backup from planning, because so far I think Almighty has planned that all along. They might be letting off a little bit from the start, but as they read the situation, they go in for the slay as well as the captures.
And Irfan J, this matcha, I tell you, once again, MVP, 30 kills out there on the battlefield. And you know, we've been seeing a lot of Irfan J even earlier on with the 11 slays that he got out there on the battlefield. Even as they went up against Change World, we saw Irfan J step up for the team in the SNDs, but he's doing a lot. He's making a lot of noise and control, and this is not the first time. Slums control against Change World, even against ABC Esports. Irfan J usually is on a 2-point plus KD, right? He was on a 2.37 against ABC, a 2.23 against Change World, and he is still a wrecking monster out there against Dunya Games. We are talking about big teams here, and Irfan J eating them up like they are popcorn.
Yeah, as we can see him, 37 slays, 45-15 on to the total points. I mean, this guy is, well, we don't only see him popping off on the clutch, but so far with a 1.85 that they have in this control map in terms of KD average, I mean, this guy really is a slayer, and that is why even if you put it in a corner with the SND, he can go for the clutch, because this is Irfan J. There's no stopping the clutch game.
Oh, there's no stopping the Clutch King at all. Irfan J, this time around, 1.85 KD against the players of Dunya Games. Obviously, those engagements were a little bit harder, but he did also see the rest of his brothers wake up and take the fight up to them. And we saw a good fight. Irfan J was traded out a decent number of times from the players of Dunya Games as well. And that's exactly where we saw the Indonesian side just wake up just a little bit. But Almighty eventually put them to sleep for good. And now pushed down into the low brackets. The Garudas need to find a way to fly back up into the grand finals. But that journey isn't going to be easy at all. Even if they do get past one of their competitors down in the first series tomorrow, there's a high chance, high probability they'll have to face the Thai Giants. That is WDC Freeslot. And there's a possibility that WDC is a little pissed off as well and they're waiting to perform, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, they might be taking the longer route, but still hope is alive, and they might be able to take that spot onto the grand finals. Yes, AJ.
Nah, the chat is reminding me I forgot my flying kiss, brother.
Yeah.
You gotta please the fans, man. Mwah! I love all of you guys. Sorry, Neptune, brother. We will make our way back in here. A quick short break, and then Neptune gets to finish what you're saying. Neptune, I love you too, bro. I'll be right back. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers. This is day 1 out of 3 of playoffs days. This is the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022. The Thai Giants have been slayed, but now can Blacklist International Ultimate also annihilate the Indonesian monsters? ABC Esports meets them right after this. I am the Mustachio AJ down here with my brother Neptune the Gentleman Garcia, and we are going to be the voices that leads you guys through this series.
Yeah, I'm really excited to see this battle because the last time that we saw this team, I mean, Blacklist International Ultimate has been annihilated on a 3-0. Though we have assumptions, we have some insights that it might be Blacklist International Ultimate was holding back, and they showed earlier that they are really here to bring it on. So I'm really excited on how this has been planned by Blacklist International Ultimate, and if ABC Esports planned this as well, of expecting that it was a thrown game.
This is exactly where we will come to see if or not it was just strats being played up against the Indonesian monsters, or is this just them trailing everybody and annihilating them the moment they let their guard down, because Blacklist couldn't stand a chance against ABC when it came to that Hacienda Hardpoint. In fact, they got absolutely decimated. Aimer, Ocats, Me6, Tricksters, Keens, as well as Reef. Not just at those respawns, even when we head on into the SNDs, this team, an absolute, I mean, I tell you, this is just no way of shutting down Me6. And every single time you think that you've got him sorted out already, Tricksters appears out of nowhere. Reef's always on those rotations, always flanking around. It's just so difficult to deal with ABC Esports and what they bring to the table out there on the battlefield. And you know, in the Indonesian region, we saw them dominate all the way through for that very last moment until Dunya Games smashed them. And if you think that Blacklist was playing those tricks in here at stage 4, this team, ABC, already started their tricks of faking out even in their own masters, right? Japin, AG, Din, Skirt, FDX, Blacklist International Ultimate once again will try to drop yet another Goliath in the competition into the lower brackets. Let's see if they can do that back to back.
Yeah, and so far, Jabin has already waken up after being challenged by the community of being not that person that we've seen previously. I mean, Jabin really has. I think it's more of, if we go in for the story, AJ. I mean, let's be a little bit casual here. If we go in for the story of the assumption that we have, Jabin is a key factor. If he will not be popping off, everyone else might be holding back as well. Now, once Jabin just put in a little bit more of effort, and now I'm talking about Lil, not so much that full potential. The rest of the teams are following through, especially when we have Sin in there slaying. Like, we've seen Skird as well going in for those gameplays, great gameplays, and it's just in the lead of Jabin. So we'll have to find out if that is the case this time. We started off looking at the bottom right now first. Hacienda Raid taken out and Annihilator Sparrow. So there will be a completely purification from this game, and probably some gravity pulling from that Vortex again. But take off Hardpoint. I mean, this is where those skills can be very useful.
I think we are gonna have one more banger of a series, and obviously with the players of Blacklist Ultimate leading us into Takeoff Hardpoint, this is one of their best maps, but we've also seen ABC Esports dominate at Takeoff already. They managed to rip it away from ALMGHTY, and they also managed to absolutely trump the players of Huntsman. So they've taken down 2 MSP teams at this map, at this mode. Can they make it 3 back to back? Annihilation of MSP teams at Takeoff Hardpoint. So that's going to be the biggest challenge for ABC Esports. But as we lead it into Slums SND is exactly where we've seen ABC shine a little bit. But Blacklist Ultimate, they haven't really shown us exactly what they have up their sleeves down here at stage 4. So we will have to wait and see exactly what happens over there. Control at Summit, on the other hand, this is one of the more difficult maps to play Control, because when you're on the defensive, to defend both of those control points just by taking control of that mid segment of that map of Control Room number 2, it makes life so much more easier for you. And ABC starts on the defense.
Yeah, and that's one thing that needs to change right now. I think it will be changed later on because we've seen Blacklist International Ultimate going in for the offensive side of that control mode. They know how to play it, play the mind games in this mode, and I think that might be something that ABC Esports needs to pull out a secret file from their playbook to go against them, especially when they've seen them against WDC Freeslot. This is for Blacklist International Ultimate. Even if this is one of, I would say, a harder map to take the double capture, I'm expecting one thing from Blacklist International Ultimate. It is unexpected that we might see from this team.
You know, Tin usually steps up for the team. And yes, Jabin didn't really wake up in that series against ABC Esports. But even Tin, he struggled a lot, right? I believe overall in that matchup, he barely got past that 0.6 KD average against ABC Esports at the Hussey and the Hardpoint. The whole team of Blacklist Ultimate struggled. And that was when we made the assessment to say that, okay, we feel like Blacklist Ultimate is hiding strats here. We feel like they're not going ham against ABC Esports. They just want to make sure ABC drops the guard against them. But has that strat actually served them well? This is where we get to see it. And I absolutely love the fact that we get to see this at the playoffs up here at the upper brackets, because it's a true test of Blacklist Ultimate and what they can do out there on the battlefield. Hiding strats or not, playoffs, definitely not a space where you can do such a thing anymore. You drop the beat for a single moment and you are going to be on the brink of annihilation.
Yeah, one thing I'm afraid of for ABC Esports is since they've been winning all the series that they have against all these teams, and all the tactics might have been shown already, and that can be easily turned around by Blacklist International Ultimate. We'll have to see that as we start off the stake of Hardpoint right now, and everyone will be rushing straight on towards that middle of the map. Good positioning right now being done by Blacklist International Ultimate to take the power positions first, prioritize in this lace, and cleaning up before stepping into the hill.
Yeah, but ABC already sending in 3 players to play the objective, but the backstab. Blacklist takes over 3 power positions: Aurora, launch center, and control room from the second floors. They lock out every single angle possible, and they annihilate the players of ABC, only to break the hill for a few seconds. But ABC's right back in there. The moment they spawn out, they throw their numbers and they throw the objective players towards that hill, and Fountain belongs to them. The Indonesians just playing this slightly better than Blacklist Ultimate at the moment, and early rotations in for P2 is not even going to be possible because Blacklist Ultimate loses out their gunfights left, right, center, unable to circle around control room or the launch center to backstab and hold the anchors for P2, which means ABC should be able to string this along now.
Yeah, ABC Esports understanding well the hiding spot wherein they can cut off the approach of Blacklist International Ultimate, slays after slays, especially with Aimer in there taking the lead 41-8. That is point, and the second hard point will be triggered. Blacklist Scourge will be in here taking the lead on stepping into this hill, but the rest of the teams of ABC Esports is now on to the push, and there we have it. This is what we usually see on the approach of ABC Esports. Yes, they can give out a few seconds, but the moment that you get comfortable, ABC will be basically taking it out from you.
Oh, fantastic plays by ABC Esports for the time being. They've managed to string along their dominance at P1 to anchor and hold the spawns for P2, but now they fail as a team. And look at the strat from ABC Esports here. The game of patience before going in for that break once again. They gather up their players first at the bottom of launch center, and then they take the fight up to Blacklist Ultimate. But time has run out now. Scrap points to be played. Final 10 seconds for ABC Esports, and Blacklist Ultimate, the main reason why they finally lost their hold onto P2 was because 3 players already rotate over to hold on to the spawn as well as the hard point for P3. This is a big money hill, so good decision made by Blacklist Ultimate, but they need to win their gunfights desperately or it's gonna be a GG. Now the spawn has been taken over by ABC Esports. Here's the start to the potential end. ABC Esports now, angle by angle, strategically locking down Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, and there's one great hold right now by Blacklist International Ultimate. But as you mentioned, it is the sneaky ways of ABC Esports to get through and get past the hold that Blacklist has. Thus, they can creep in onto that hill. Even if they take advantage of the spawns, slowly clearing out that hill and then putting it on the side or reversing the spawns to the side of Blacklist International Ultimate, that is where ABC is showing up. Even with the skills available, Blacklist International Ultimate not showing that much in terms of capture. It is 76 to 56 already into the points and not looking good for the Blacklist Ultimate brand.
One good hard point can put you back in the lead, but also one good hard point for the Indonesians can allow them to absolutely decimate and run away with this matchup and make sure Blacklist Ultimate finds no way of sneaking back in. And now, the stab from Crates, although they spawn out at a good spot, the players of Blacklist Ultimate just cannot sustain their battles out there on the battlefield. One solo hole coming through from FDX finally has the hill broken, and Blacklist Ultimate have the game of numbers now to work with. ABC spawning out of generators, but here's an option now for Blacklist Ultimate. If they can invest in some of these operators well, like Skirt has done, they should be able to dominate for a little bit, and that's exactly what's happening out there. Just with that, they're almost back in this matchup, but they just need to keep this momentum up for themselves here, Neptune.
Yeah, and from the previous hill that we've seen, that could have been a turn of tides for Blacklist Ultimate, but it's a good thing that they can turn it around from this hill, chaining it towards the next when this P1 cycles in. It is ABC right now who takes advantage of this area, getting close to that P1, but as we can see how Blacklist Ultimate is setting up for P2, hopefully we can see more of winnings of the gunfight if they intend to win this game, because so far, even if you have good ideation in terms of getting the spawns, if you don't win the gunfight, it will be flipped against you.
Let's see exactly whether or not the players of Blacklist Ultimate will be able to flip this around, because the first thing that they need to do is gain control of those power positions once again. And now, it was a good play earlier on, but the one weakness of that play was they barely had objective players picking away the points even after they got the slays. This time around, they make sure they bring in those adjustments, and even the objective player in the name of FDX doing a lot by slaying out the players on the side of ABC who take over scaffolding. As everybody holds onto those angles, the players of Blacklist Ultimate refuse to allow ABC to run away with this match just yet. And they're this there, toe to toe, and Blacklist Ultimate once again takes the fight to ABC. It's a close game, no matter what ABC Esports feels like they're doing out there. Blacklist Ultimate always finds a way to catch them right back. But a close to 40-point lead now for ABC Esports. This has to be good for them. They just need to string this along. But Blacklist Ultimate, although they've got the hard point, nobody's anchoring down the spawns.
Yeah, no one is anchoring. No one is going in for that push. But fortunately, Skird was surviving the gunfight. Blacklist International Ultimate will be able to take over, and they need to focus on 3 points. Okad's right now on the other side, cutting off this 1 point of approach into this next hill, and might be able to get the kills. And there goes a takedown, a double ready for Okad's, and will be taking over 25 and counting up. It's a good thing Blacklist was able to catch up with the point, making it a little bit closer in terms of this lead that ABC has. But if Blacklist couldn't push this hill for the next 23 seconds, it will be difficult for them because they failed already from the previous approach on to that P3.
You gotta play the map, you gotta control the spawns at takeoff, and that's one of the things that Blacklist International Ultimate showed the other teams. So it's extremely surprising to see them themselves not play the map dominance, not playing those rotations well, not hold on to these spawns, not anchoring down some of the very, very favorable spawns, especially for that P2 play. So that's a little bit disappointing if you're a Blacklist Ultimate fan. And ABC Esports looking to punish them for those missed decisions out there on the battlefield. This time around, they have one anchor player on for generators, and that's a terrible idea because it's very difficult to sustain the spawns if you only have one guy holding it down. And a two-pronged attack from the side of ABC Esports gets them the spawns out of generators. Skirt on the back, annihilating them. AG invests in the operator as well, and the Purifier will get a couple of slays. And just like that Blacklist International Ultimate, although they do not hold on to the favorable spawns long enough, their gunfights gets them to catch up with ABC.
Yeah, ABC right now taking over the spawns, but still, Blacklist International Ultimate will be pushing in here. Aimer, backstab possibility. There goes Kurt as well as FDX for the push. With 11 seconds scrap points being taken by Blacklist Ultimate, this is enough for them to catch up on the points, and this is where they turned around earlier. So I think ABC Esports might be in a bit of trouble if they use or they the same mistake as we've seen from this fight. But 10 right now will not be surviving because ABC has already taken notes of where Blacklist Ultimate can be taken down from those angles, and ABC will be getting a lot more of points in here.
This is a close match, but no matter how close it is, ABC Esports always finding a way to stay in front. Me6, great engagements, 2 back-to-back slays only to get traded out. God nade out of AG. Trickstis drops by, slays out a couple of players before getting annihilated. AG still sustaining his life out there on the battlefield. Hunter Killer drone will be sent out.
Nice.
Finds nobody, but Tin gets a double through that Freddy and Blacklist Ultimate fight their way back into the matchup. Can they hold on to this? 3 objective players. Yes, they do! And they are just on the verge of equalizing with ABC Esports, and it will happen at this hill.
Good point by Blacklist Ultimate on this hill, catching up on the points right now. Only 2 lead being taken by ABC Esports. The backstab of Okads going for the 3rd in there, and Okads at this point unstoppable, only getting scrap points. Rotations being done already, but not so much because you need to get power position first. ABC will be spawning a little bit too far from this hill, and it is Blacklist Ultimate who might be taking the lead. But here comes Okads, still unstoppable, and will be steamrolling on his kills to make sure that they have clear path towards that hill. But it is Javen right now who will stop and will be stopping that approach by ABC Esports. ABC Esports taking over this.
Engagement-wise, it seems like the players of ABC have got the upper hand against Blacklist International Ultimate. So whenever we go into the open hill down here at Fountain, it's just a very one-sided game. The Indonesians will find a way to dominate Blacklist Ultimate, which is quite surprising. If they had Yato here on their side, the dominance out of the dominance out of ABC will not be this easy, you know. Yato, one of their main slayers out there on the battlefield, and without him trying to get all of those opening frags and slays, obviously the engagement is going to be so much more tougher, but there's no room for excuse here whatsoever. Blacklist Ultimate on for the rotation. They need to make their way around and anchor those spawns, but XS1 Goliath instead is the investment. AG for the chase, and as quickly as the XS1 Goliath said hello, it says bye-bye and gets the heck out of this match.
And even if AG and 10 is popping off already, 30 plus onto the kills, Javen is still in there bottom fragging for this team, and this is what we're talking about. If Javen will not be popping off in this match, even the rest of the teams are moving up, there's not much of change will be happening. So it is him to turn it on right now. This is the final stretch of this game. Though this point that they can be taken by ABC Esports might not be enough. Blacklist Ultimate shouldn't risk it. They need to defend it. They need to capture that hill, and they need to get that point.
Yeah, let's see if or not the players of ABC can just bring this to a close now. The dominance from the Indonesian side very apparent in this matchup against Blacklist International Ultimate. If the first one was a fake, Blacklist International Ultimate needs not worry, because ABC wants to make sure that the one verdict we pull at the very end can be the same. Fake or not, we are better. 246, 247, and this is game over as ABC Esports, the Indonesian dominators, dominate the Eastern champs.
Yeah, I guess this makes the story a little bit concrete, because we are asking for a turnaround by Blacklist International Ultimate, but ABC Esports have it planned out as well not to let them. And ABC Esports, they are taking one map on this series. Great momentum for this team already, but we are going to slow it down and search and destroy.
Yeah.
When it comes to search and destroy, I mean, we've seen Blacklist International Ultimate doing fine, doing well against this team because they brought it on overtime. But with the showing that they have against WDC Freeslot, this might be a good chance for them to really show up and take back a point.
Oof. Okads up top with the 41 slays. Aimer down with the 46. the rest of his team members doing average. But if you look on the side of Blacklist Ultimate, almost all of them pretty much equal to each other, except Jabin. I mean, I guess the kryptonite for this little Jabin boy is the one and only ABC Esports. Every time he takes a fight against them, he seems ultimately nerfed.
Yeah, it's probably that his position as well as his placement into his role as being read by ABC Esports. First time being taken down, and then later on it snowballs. With Jabin not really performing that much in the Slays department, then the rest of the teams needs to make up for it. And even with AG as well as Tin in there, if they are not working to take the spawns, even to win the gunfights when they have the hill to their side, it will not work for them. Spawns, early rotations is only one part of the picture. Winning the Slays and taking that minute inside that hill is another part. Okats right now, 41 on the kills, 58-19 in the points. This guy really is something else.
This guy, you know, I mean, I want to shine the spotlight onto Okats, but it's just so difficult to purely just do that when it's ABC Esports that's concerned, because they have a lineup of absolute dominators out there on the battlefield, and they always interlace their fights with each other. You know, they are quite fluid with their movements out there, because when one falls, the other quickly takes his position and plays their gunfights to perfection. The way they replace each other in all of those positions, just quite phenomenal if you think about it, because of how their teamwork is just set up, right? There's just barely any communication barrier at all. You know, and it's so difficult to find a team that fluid and at the same time so proficient at engaging on the battlefield. The gunfights are perfect, the communication is perfect, the fluidity in the team is perfect, but that's when it comes to the respawns. When we go into a slow-paced S&D matchup setup, this is where we anticipate the awakening of Blacklist Ultimate. But if ABC Esports can shut them down here as well, I guess it's a GGWP.
And we'll have to see, because jumping in onto this map right now, yeah, we've seen snipers take advantage of this map, but not so much. You can only take a few angles to get those snipes, and that would depend on the aggressiveness of your opponent if they will be rushing on towards that angles. But as we can see, a little bit of rush coming in from ABC Esports, not giving headway for Blacklist International Ultimate really to make their move. And there goes Okats for the kill against FDX.
Reef, good angle held down, but first blood here for the side of ABC Esports. And based on the call by Cali, usually those first bloods do trade out eventually to end up with a win for whoever who gets that first kill. And that statistic has been one of the most strongest statistics in the competition so far. Not just at stage 4, but at stage 3 as well, which is quite shocking, you know, because technically if you're on an S&D, you're just playing for trades sometimes. And just because you drop that single player doesn't mean, you know, that round is all lost. But it just seems to be that the data shows it is.
Yeah, I mean, one thing about getting that first blood is the information. So once you understand where that player is coming from, and you have a clear view as well, or none of the view of the other players on that same area, so you can deduce where the other members are, make your plan onto rotations, and later on get the slays. And with less manpower, you cannot defend yourself that much. Thus, the pressure will be put on you. As we can see right now, ABC Esports putting a little bit pressure against Blacklist International Ultimate.
Let's see if they can turn the pressure into annihilation. Cats once again steps up, spots the other player, goes in for the chase, and Jabin turns around 180 to take him out of the equation. Drixis on the other hand, good slide by Jabin, waking up in this S&D matchup, but only to be traded out by Me6. But that's what we want to see out of Jabin, signs of life.
Yeah, life from Jabin will be the fuel for the rest of the teams. I'm wishing that that's not the case, but that is what's showing. The moment that Jabin is popping off, the rest of the teams follow. And probably that's the leadership that Jabin has. And some other member of this team of Blacklist Ultimate might be able to put in that fuel as well. But that will yet to be seen, as we have a trade-off already into the slays. It is a plan being done by AG, but there goes the 3v4.
What can they do with this time around? Numbers back and forth. It's a 2v1 all of a sudden. Aimer with the shutdown onto AG. But FDX, if anyone can touch this out, it's gonna be him. 2v1, FDX needs to deal with both of them here. Quickscope does not connect, and Aimer manages to get the slay. Easy defusal for ABC.
I mean, they do understand where FDX will be placing themselves in there. Man advantage gives a little bit of pressure against FDX, and the push by one can be a signal by the other to go in for the backside. So that was a plan. It was initiated a little bit early, but the result will be the same. Thus, ABC will be getting their second point.
How will ABC Esports continue to run away with this matchup? Slums so far has been pretty much one-sided. It's not too late for Blacklist Ultimate to turn things around, but OCATS once again first blood to the side of ABC. Ultimate ultimately struggling as AG pulls that plant off. The rest of them stack Memorial. What an angle to hold on to. Jabin punishes Tricksters who overextends. Tin finds Mystics as well. Slowly, the equalizer from the side of Blacklist Ultimate. It's a 3v3.
Yeah, 3v3 indeed, and they understand the angles that can be taken. Reef right now going for the kill against AG. It's a good thing that he was able to crouch down a little bit. Hawkeyes for the hit against Jabin, and AG responded against Reef right now. Sin taken down, and it is now by AG taken out. Hawkeyes to make this play. 7 seconds, 6 seconds, and there's no time. AG says hi, and there goes the goodbye.
You know, this time the setup from Blacklist Ultimate was good. I was wondering if or not AG was going to make a mistake by engaging prematurely, but Trigger discipline there as he repositions, allows the opponent to get to that bomb, to try for the defusal. And this is exactly why it's so important to find your positions, lock down that plant, and then play the defensive game, because 40 plus seconds, 45 seconds is very easy to run down as long as you can pressure all of your opponents away. And ABC Esports, if they get overconfident, you have to punish them with your gunfight. Blacklist Ultimate, that's the first round that they've managed to do that. Let's see if they can pull a repeat here, Neptune.
And we'll have to see if a repeat will be pulled by Blacklist Ultimate. So far, they are being pushed towards Alpha, and the approach of ABC right now, there are no lost lives just yet. Initiation not happening. Reef right now has an opportunity for the backstab as well as a flank, but FDX will just be waiting in here. Damage in there by against Jabin. Skurd for the backup, but no one was baited into that push. And Skurd right now gets back to the position. No one will let go of this until they get more information, as ABC will slowly be creeping in and rushing in towards this team.
This time no access for that B-bomb side. So it'll be a good idea to rotate around towards A. Information picked up here by Jabin. And he makes his access in. But to get out towards dumpsters, that's where the problem lies. Skurd, good engagement. Manages to sneak away. But as he turns the corner, won't be able to punish Tricksters as well. Oka straights out Skurd. But the game of numbers now to the benefit of Blacklist Ultimate. But Reef makes that all equal as he shuts down Tin. OCATS, great engagement. FDX tagged up. AG sneaks away. And OCATS still one of the dangerous players out there on the battlefield to deal with. 7 frags so far. Godnade is not going to connect. And OCATS just plays the game of patience until he finds that backup reach him as well. And now, as a line, they push up. But Jabin, I love the angle held on here.
Yeah, good heading right now by Jabin. Push right now from the sides. Jabin takes out Mystics. Okads is the only guy left against 3 members. Bomb taken 28 seconds.
Nice.
Okads for the rush against AG, but AG will be taking him from the side, bouncing off on a 2v2. And I love how Blacklist International Ultimate is just waiting for the perfect time to get those kills.
Yeah.
Even if they are tied on a 4v4, 3v3, they don't rush. Well, the pressure is being turned around by Blacklist against ABC. We are seeing a little bit of aggressiveness from ABC because of the momentum that they have from the earlier parts of this round. Thus, they cannot slow down that easily. They are taking advantage of BLU.
Reef, good engagement here. Jabin and Skurd once again steps up for the team. Now, I really don't understand the chat sometimes, you know. Like sometimes, you know, you have players who underperform. And instantaneously, they start to rain down all of the curses upon that player, saying that, you know, they are a bot player out there, can't aim, can't do nothing. Now, how do you explain Jabin getting the top frags this time around? The guy has been picking up so much of slack for the side of Blacklist Ultimate, because without Jabin, many a times now, you would have seen ABC Esports run away with this matchup. You know, every game, you are going to have some players do well. You are going to have some bottom fraggers, but it doesn't mean that they're not good. At the end of the day, it is a team game and not a solo game. And Jabin this time around, doing so much, also picking up that final slay on Tricksters. 3-2, Blacklist Ultimate in front.
Yeah, there's one thing I can say about that. What's happening in the comment section, or as well as respond to the question. It's all part of the plan. I mean, Jabin might be holding off a little bit, but that's part of the plan. Once he is needed, he is popping off. This time, he is the top fragger, also making the lead by Blacklist International Ultimate. As they slow it down in attack, Bravo will be the target right now. Good approach, one on the back out of FDX, but unfortunate for them, the grenade from Messix takes him out.
I love those god nades, man. Just such a game changer. And yet in, backs away, but fully tagged up. Aimer finishes him off. What a combo! That nade, you gotta back away, and you cannot go in for the re-engagement. Aimer punishes Skirt as well as Reeve sorts out Tin. What an attacking side of ABC Esports. FDX super low on HP, and therefore he backs away from all of the engagement. But can he catch out Reeve? This angle here that FDX is gonna be playing around with. He just needs to sneak around, fight the player. Quick scope does not hit, and Reeve snuffs him out. 3 to 3. It's all equal. You gotta love this S&D.
Yeah, I mean, Reef right now, even if you get like a few milliseconds ahead of him, you cannot take him down that easily. How quick he can move, how quick he can flick that to take you down with the KSP. That is one thing about Reef. That he is getting mostly of the MVP in terms of the top frag. But Blacklist International Ultimate right now will be forced in on backing or on rotating on towards that Bravo. Bomb is already on the ground, and it is now 4-4 right now. And there goes the plant. Reef right now needs to defend himself to on the rush.
We do apologize for the technical difficulty if you guys are hearing the Indonesian casters. Thankfully, we're not hearing them at the moment, so it's not going to disturb our mojo. But Blacklist Ultimate, it looks like they needed a little bit of Indonesian interference because that kind of pumped them up.
I mean, I guess they don't want to hear us. they want to some words that they don't understand to give them a little bit of beat in their mind. They'll have to find out. 4-3 on the scores right now. Blacklist International Ultimate taking a lead, and they will be defending either Alpha or Bravo. The focus right now is on Bravo. It's only AG taking Alpha at this point. Midman will be FDX. No angle can be taken against ABC just yet, and ABC will be taken this low.
As slow as this goes, Blacklist Ultimate now on the defense. This needs to play their angles really well here. That nade will get them the hit mark. Oh, extra bit of information, and therefore he follows it up with the grenade. Can he get this? God nade does not connect. But good ideation. Get that information with the stun first, and then send a supply of nades to follow that up. You know, it's just a little unfortunate that the second one doesn't connect.
And here we go. We have Messix right now. The last time we've seen this guy on the sniper, he has put up a show. Even against FDX, Messix and Trickster will be a combination deadly for the approach. Does AG right now slowly moved in, missed those shots, and Okad's got the best of him. Jabin and the rest of the teams will be flanking and getting good position to make that response of the surprise. And Jabin has that opportunity, but the sights on the other side might be a little bit too late. It's 2 against 5.
This is too good of an attacking side out of ABC Esports. Just clearing out the compound, clearing out those players. 3 back-to-back frags. Jabin manages to get the backstab though. Heavy carry by Mr. Jabin in this S&D. Tin needs to wake up alongside Skirt, but as I say, that Skirt goes down. Too easy for ABC Esports. And now Jabin, regardless of however hard he's carrying the team, there's no way he's going to take this 1v4, or will he? Messix spotted out, tags him up. But the bait has completed, and Messix uses that opportunity to close the gap and shut him down.
Yeah, scores right now is 4-4, and I guess they are being outplanned right now and are smarted. Each team provided their own tactics in this game, trading off the scores, and it is still balanced. So there is still no clear picture of who will dominate this game, but so far ABC Esports has shown great potential, especially with the snipers against the sniper of Blacklist International Ultimate, that is FDX. ABC right now waiting again, taking it slow, no rush from both teams, with a split of 2-1-2 from Blacklist International Ultimate might be pristine, but that would depend on the first blood that will be happening in a bit.
4-4, 5v5, things are tense, but ABC Esports always plays it to perfection in terms of their slow push when they're on the attacking side. Ooh, what an unfortunate bounce. No information for him through that stun. Concuss is not going to be doing its job. FDX, on the other hand, is holding on to those angles, trying to hope and pray to get a spot. But OCATS isn't going to be appearing in front of his crosshairs anytime soon. And ABC Esports, the pressure is towards the B bomb side, but you have got OCATS overextending in towards Broken. AG is going to be in a lot of trouble here if he gets caught out. We can see Tricksters backing him up as well, but FDX, good frag. Reef taken out of the equation. OCATS just needs to spot his right-hand side. This is going to be intense. AG not overstepping his boundaries at all, Neptune.
Yeah, and AG right now might be able to go for the kill. No, misses those shots. FDX is a little bit too far and will be backing off because he is the sniper. Information relayed already, and the push and the plan being done on this point. Alpha right now is down for the count, and the rotation of Blacklist will be sided, will be red, and they will be taken down one at a time. Flake right now for the defusal, but that will be a risky move. Jabin going solo, and possibility for the backstab by Tin.
Oh, Tin, good spot, but doesn't get punished at the same time. B6 once again for the re-engagement, goes in for the slide. B6, God movement, pulls out the secondary, annihilates Tin. You don't see that happening all the time. ABC Esports, what a play.
Well, M6 just knows how to avoid being shot at. And him having a pistol in there against an SMG, I mean, unfortunate for Tin right there. Now, as we can see, the battle continues 5-4 in favor of ABC Esports. This is no slowing down anymore. ABC will be rushing and they will be gunning in against Blacklist, but they are also going into their deaths. It is now a 2v3 situation. Skird right now taking the lead as AG will be waiting from the side. Approach has been cut off and ABC is now stumped.
Good angle here by Tricksters. Playing against the game of numbers here. Blacklist Ultimate. You know, you can't... We saw a similar pace earlier on from Blacklist Ultimate as they managed to pick up the win against WDC Freeslot. You know, it was back and forth until they decided to just run away at the Slums matchup. That was an S&D match as well that managed to finally kick down WDC into the lower brackets. Against the ABC Esports, it seems to be a similar story, but ABC are the ones who always have that foot in front of Blacklist Ultimate. That's the only difference here. So the Filipinos need to find a good way to change the pacing of this matchup before it's too late now.
I mean, either ways, whether they go slow, they go fast, the results most of the time are the same. This is the instance wherein ABC and Blacklist went fast, but it went into the favor of Blacklist right now. Man advantage, but M6 has a chance to take it slow. But with the clutch that can be done on the small area, with all 4 members waiting for you, FDX will be ending that. And there was really a little chance for M6 to go in for that push and for that clutch as well.
I like this. I like this equalizer. But if Blacklist Ultimate wants to pull the exact same maneuver on ABC as they did on WDC earlier on at the Slums S&D, this is where they need to start running away. They are on the defense, and therefore ABC rushes straight into them, and AG gets the first lay. If he was losing out the initial ones, it doesn't matter, because this time round, he wins out 3 back-to-back engagements. AG is back on fire.
AG right now will just be waiting, might be giving the rest of the teams a good flank in here against Trickster as well as M6. The sniper, a little bit deadly. FDX will be the target. FDX just missing that push from the sides, as Tricksters will be missing him as well. And as we can see, slow pace right now might not be favoring ABC once again, because once the pressure of going below that 1 minute mark will throw them off as a bomb is on the ground being guarded well by AJ.
Let's see, how are they gonna circle around here? The numbers don't look good on the side of ABC. We talked about Blacklist Ultimate running away, and this is them on the little choo-choo train. Little by little, man. They chug on forward. Numbers. Takes this. Shows himself. Tries to bait out the player, but to no avail. Bomb spotted already. Blacklist Ultimate knows exactly where to squeeze down, but that distraction allows Messix to take Jabin out of the equation, and now they have to also deal with that left-hand side push. Messix, can he get slayed out yet another player if Skirt gets taken out here? At this point, fix this! What a shot! FDX eliminated! Another rotation towards the B-bomb side. Absolutely perfect for ABC Esports. Do not step out, Skirt. Does so. Meeseeks taken down, and Skirt holds it together for Blacklist Ultimate to take this victory. Match point for the Filipinos.
Skirt didn't call for backup. He just showed him that he doesn't need it. Even with a 2 against 1, though both of them are snipers, he can still take it off that easily for this fight. Now, match point, as mentioned, AJ, I don't think this is a chance that Blacklist Ultimate will be giving out a point as similar from what we've seen earlier against WBC Freeslot. Not so much on the speed and the pace coming from both teams, but aggressiveness is being felt with those nades and with those concuss. But no one is being hit, no one killed just yet. FDX and Messix and Shrixers will be playing this sniper battle a little bit too slow.
If Blacklist Ultimate wins this, we pretty much might have a very scarily, eerily similar series as to what we saw between WDC and Blacklist Ultimate. Remember, they lost that Hardpoint, they won the SND, lost that control, and then swept up Hardpoint and SND towards the end. And this matchup, this scoreline, just seems so weirdly similar to that Slums SND matchup that they played against WDC. Can they pull this off second time round in the exact same day here? Tricksters, this time his angle's not going to catch anyone off. This is a good stack by Blacklist Ultimate. All those angles are shut down. Purely a gameplay for the defensive side of Blacklist Ultimate to hold on to those bomb sites.
Yeah, the bomb sites, Dumpster and Memorial being held by 2 and 3. FDX goes in for the double, and that was collateral for the side of Reef. And I think this will trigger the push by Blacklist, but no! Skirt being taken out in there, and it's a return of fire by Tin and AJ. It is now left to Mystics right now, and once again, it is a 1v4, little to no chance for Mystics in this game.
Yeah, Messix, I love this guy. He is a monster out there with the Rytech AMR, but gets spotted out by 3 players, and Tin finishes him off. Blacklist Ultimate, not once, but twice. 7-5 at Slum Search and Destroy. They annihilated WDC Freeslot with this map, with this match, kicked them down into the lower brackets, and they start their potential comeback against ABC Esports on the same map, on the same mode, exact same scoreline. Earlier on, it was Scared with the 13 slays out there on the battlefield, but this time round, I believe Jabin just stood up tall to prove that he is not the weak link on the side of Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, I mean, well, I guess I have to give it to Jabin right now. Regardless of what is being thrown at him, he still performs when needed. When not needed, he can lay it back a little bit, and they can still get into the playoffs. What if Jabin pops off most of the time in the game, similar to this? I mean, imagine 13 and 11 right there onto the frags, and that would be a blockbuster win by Blacklist International Ultimate.
I agree, man. I mean, AG picking up the MVP, you gotta be really happy if you're this guy, because, you know, a lot of people were kind of trash talking AG at the start of this matchup because he barely was doing a lot. In fact, he missed a couple of crucial shots, gave away a couple of rounds, but we saw AG never drop his momentum at all. 9 kills. People talk about him being a bad acquisition. This guy has picked up that MVP title so many a times round now for the side of Blacklist Ultimate.
Yeah, and I guess, well, it fuels them. Like, it doesn't matter what is being told against them as long as they know the plan, they know how to execute it, and they know how to put it into perfection. I mean, we are seeing a little bit of loss in some of the rounds, but who wouldn't take a loss Who wouldn't take damage? I mean, even heroes take damage, but Blacklist International Ultimate, they might be damaged at some point, they might be hit at some point, but they always get back up, tying it up on a 1-1 for the series.
Summit Control. We know that Control is just not the best game mode of Blacklist Ultimate, but they have gotten one victory at Summit already. That was a 3-0, albeit on links. So not really an apple-to-apple comparison. The Summit victory is a little bit of a, I don't know what's going to happen when ABC Esports is concerned, because they haven't really played Control at Summit just yet at Stage 4. And you know, yes, they do have a little bit of statistics coming through from their own Stage 3, but we're not going to take that as a comparison, as a benchmark, as a litmus test against Blacklist International Ultimate, because this is a whole different ball game. So Summit, we know Blacklist Ultimate can play it well, but the respawns are an issue here for Blacklist Ultimate, especially against ABC. But because you have to play this game well and slow and tactically, because you only have a limited number of lives, I don't think ABC is going to go ham against Blacklist so early in the game.
Yeah, I guess that will be the case. We'll have to see right now. So far, Frags has been trading already from both sides. Kurd has been moving from the other side as well. But 10, good hold in here on this 2F. And even as many people from ABC rushed in towards the control room. Like, Tin was in there surviving. Took him, I think, 4 frags or 3 frags before being taken down.
25-24. The game of numbers. Not really stacking up well for the side of ABC here. They've gotten one quadrant ripped away by Blacklist Ultimate. And Reef just is on fire right now. 2 back-to-back slays. The circling around is perfect for him. But very quickly taken down here by the one and only Jabin, as he now continues to rip away those quadrants from the side of ABC Esports. Second quadrant in here for the rip. Blacklist Ultimate should be able to get this done, as nobody from ABC Esports steps forth to challenge him just yet. And Jabin single-handedly was getting all of that done until Reef showed up, takes him out of the equation, also clears off the quadrant for the B control point. But Blacklist Ultimate working on 2 control points at the same time. I'm loving this strategy out of the Filipinos.
Yeah, I mean, they are setting up a classic gameplay for Blacklist International Ultimate, going for double capture split and trying to distract them on this game. And Jabin right now, moving in on second floor, might have an advantage in terms of the kills that they can do right now. Reef on the other side, also backing off. And this is a good, cautious gameplay from Reef, though he has a good damager in this game. He will be backing off a little bit and will be taken down by Jabin. 10-13 in the lead of ABC Esports. Message right now, opportunity to make that a little bit smaller, but still, ABC Esports take a good lead, though Alpha has been captured already in this game. And as we can see, ABC Esports right now still provides that good cover on Bravo and still slaying the lives of Blacklist International Ultimate. Team right now, there's not so much that they can do. They will be backing off. They will not be wasting the lives, because they need them to survive with 5 or 4 lives deficit already scared in their league. It's a little bit of balancer in here, AJ.
Yeah, they just need to turn this into a team deathmatch. I mean, there is a point where you just need to stop focusing on those control points, especially when you're at Summit, because their defense has a very, very huge advantage over you, over the attacking side. And Blacklist Ultimate unfortunately plays it a little wrong, and they allow ABC to pull away all of those kills. But now Blacklist Ultimate, they will sneak in to the defensive side. Let's see if they can play it exactly the same as ABC, like how they played it earlier on.
Yeah, we'll have to find out if that will be the case, because they understand already how it works on attacking side. Defensive might be a different picture for them. Message right now moving in on towards Bravo, and 10 right now starting it off. Purifier a little bit too early. They want to get control of this control point, no pun intended, but there goes the response. All kinds as well. Purifier, unfortunately, that is a waste for that Purifier. Only 1 slays, and it's still in favor of Blacklist International Ultimate.
And here comes ABC to take away that A control point, but only to be shut down. FDX steps it right back up. Me6 annihilated. ABC not dropping a single beat. They hop on in, throwing OCATs in to play the game of objective. But Blacklist International Ultimate, they're all swarming up the middle part of this map here already. Fantastic setup by them. Control room is taken over. Once again, OCAT steps up for the side of ABC. First quadrant sneaked away, and now they want to play that B control point as well. No, manages to turn away. I don't understand the strategy here because they could have just focused on both of those points at the same time.
Yeah, I mean, they don't want to use the same approach because pretty much it has been done in red already by a different team. They want to switch it up a little bit, and ABC might be going in for Alpha first. And because of how near it is for Alpha and Bravo, it's not that difficult really to go in for the second capture. It just depends on how well they can win the slays and gunfights right now. And as we can see, it's 15-15 and still going back and forth into the trade. So this might be difficult for ABC to manage and clean this as easy as possible, but Bravo right now being captured. Blacklist International Ultimate a little bit stumped because they are off on the positioning right now.
Let's see how are they going to be able to slay back. Lives all equal. Only a single point for all of them to focus on. And if you are ABC Esports, all you want to do is just rotate around from the cable car edge and then take that backstab. Preddy eats no one, but Me6 and his little Purifier manages to get a little barbecues and blazes up Tin. Reef and OCAT stepping up for the squad as well. A 3-life deficit for Blacklist Ultimate, and Me6 pushing up so far with the Purifier means this is a GG. And yes, scared! Illegal! Shuts him down. Me6 pulls out his own Purifier, and that's about it. The players of ABC Esports get round 2 as well.
I mean, Music's in there just sneakily waiting, going in, waiting for the push of Blacklist International Ultimate. Yes, he has been taken down, but also took down 2 against them. With that distraction, even with nades being thrown, that gave ABC a chance to capture both points. Now, as we start it off, it is ABC on the defensive side. We'll have to see if the tactic of attack by Blacklist shown earlier is still that sound.
How can they turn things around here? Blacklist Ultimate, as they lose control. No pun intended. But once again, this is looking eerily similar to the series that they played against WDC Freeslot. The only difference here is there was at least a little bit of a comeback. That went all the way into a round number 5, but ABC Esports not allowing them to do much at all in this control matchup.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of back and forth in terms of which makes it a little bit more exciting. But this time, I mean, I think ABC Esports really have this that close, and even with the pressure of the split push being done by Blacklist International Ultimate, this late into the game, a lot can be used against them. So that might not be that sound anymore. Plus, Reef taking a hold in there. Good thing FDX is on the back up and will be able to take this point against ABC Esports.
What can they do now? A control point ripped away. Blacklist International Ultimate. Fantastic attack this time around. Objective loss for the side of ABC. Goliath now on for the investment. ABC wants to make sure that this is the final round. But is it a sound investment? Is ABC Esports making a mistake? We will find out in a little bit. AG hasn't really gone in for the Purifier investment just yet. Want to take that backstab against the X's1 Goliath, but falters as Blacklist International Ultimate sneaks away one quadrant from that B side. But from up top, Skirt burns the X's1 Goliath. That's metal, bro. It's gotta hurt a little more.
I mean, with you in there, you will be inside an oven. And there you have it. Skirt was able to take them down. And Skirt still not stopping, purifying the souls. And finally being taken down by Messix at this point. Close to that capture for the Bravo. It has been cut short right now. And there is no one stepping in onto this point. Take back being done by ABC. But to what cost? 5 lives remain for this team of ABC Esports. And it will be a matter of time. Skirt goes in. I thought that was a grenade. It was the hunter, but still 4 remaining.
I mean, open edge platform, you gotta be very careful of the hunter killer drone. Almost nowhere to run at all. And Blacklist Ultimate slays down the players of ABC Esports to stay alive in this control match. And I guess this is the response. Oh, Mustachio, you want a close loss? Okay, we'll make it close, but maybe not lose it though. Maybe make a difference this time round.
I'll have to find out what the plan is right now. Everyone's heading into Alpha right now. Oh no, split in there towards Bravo by this guy of Mystics. But we'll have to see, will it be a good defense being done by Blacklist International Ultimate? So far, ABC is losing their lives and continues to do it. A little bit careful right here from Blacklist International Ultimate. They will not be rushing, but there goes AG burning them alive. And it is now a 5-point deficit.
Fantastic. 5-point deficit for ABC Esports. Blacklist Ultimate, don't be cheeky with me, huh? On the defense, I think they're going to make this close, but V6 wanting to make sure that does not happen. KRM in hand, just needs a single shot. V6 pushes up first. Oh, backstab by V6, and he only gets scared, only to be traded out by FDX. Fantastic play. ABC Esports trying to make their way back into this matchup, but that 5-life deficit still haunts them.
Yeah, and the tone will be off when the music stops. There we have it, Reef right now. Purifier in here, going in for Alpha, and still going in for the Slays. Back and forth right now. It's good hold, but no one will be rushing. The information has been relayed right now, and no one will want to step into this play. Capture onto Alpha. Still, the lives is balanced and a chance for ABC to turn this around. Now, the push for Bravo is happening as Blacklist International Ultimate will be funneling them in.
Oh, but now Blacklist Ultimate, they have got the game of numbers here at the final control point available. The B control point, clear us off the quadrants as well. 3-life deficit for ABC Esports. And now a Preddy gets brought out. Only Tricksters gets eaten up. That's a little bit of a waste of the Predator missile if you ask me. A little bit of a panic press. But as ABC Esports now makes their way up once again, challenging Blacklist Ultimate for this fight. 5-life deficit, make that 4 as Ocats trades out FDX. Ocats gets yet another. He wants to thin the numbers down. Reef circles around. Tin punished as well. B control point almost out of their hands, but a final second slay by Aimer as he hops on back in, tries to keep the team alive. Blacklist Ultimate still has the advantage. Aimer and his Purifier taken out. God Nate perhaps. Jabin circling around. Nobody to punish from up top. Trickster still alive and kicking. Just gets teased off of the hill. 1 quadrant secured. 5 more lives. Make that 4 for ABC. What a fight we have on our hands.
And there you go, 4v5 and 3v4 onto the lives. It's now counting down. It's now tied. And it might be tables turned and slowed down for this team of Blacklist International Ultimate. It is the second tick being taken. And the grenade taking down Reef in the process. Stops at the time, but that stops the movement of ABC. There you have it, AJ. They are teasing us. They are showing us that they can come back no matter how deep they are in this game.
Hey, Mustachio, you want a close game, Mustachio? Is exactly what Blacklist Ultimate says. Yes, I want a close match, but I also want to see you guys do a little bit different out there. But it seems like they can make a comeback. Can they secure a victory, or is it gonna be the exact same breakdown that we saw against WDC Freeslot, where they give away control and then make an ultimate comeback? No pun intended for Hardpoint and Search and Destroy. You cannot play those games against the players of ABC. They will punish you. Blacklist Ultimate smartening up. Initial quadrant at the B control point sneaked away already, and it looks like ABC are trying their best to defend this, and they clear off all of the quadrants from the all of the markers, from the B control point. But just for the time being, look at the players of Blacklist Ultimate now slowly trying to stack in the control room. They're teasing both control points at the same time here, Neptune. But when you thin down your forces in that way, you make it easier for ABC to slay.
Yeah, and we'll have to find out if that is the case right now. And it's a box out by Blacklist International Ultimate. Possibility backstab in here. AG has been spotted by his teammates, but there's no information as to who is shooting out. And it is 18-20 in the lead of Blacklist. The split push against 2 points being done once again, distracting ABC as to wish to defend. But it's still Alpha that will be taken that easily. Bravo might be a problem later on. Jabin for the slay. And there we have it. Objective lost, and it's only a few moments. One tick left for Bravo.
Oh, yeah, boy. And with Jabin overextending, the job is done and dusted. Blacklist International Ultimate. What a reverse sweep in this control matchup. First 2 rounds on the side of ABC. Not faced at all. The Filipinos flip the switch and take the dub.
Again, it's part of the plan. Probably in the minds of Blacklist International Ultimate, we might have lost 2 rounds in there, but we know how to come back. They might be taking the title of Comeback Kings of what we've seen from them from earlier on, from the group stages up until the playoffs, but we'll have to find out how much more can they play this against ABC Esports. We're not seeing that confidence anymore from ABC Esports every time we see them on camera. So hopefully they will be motivated once again and show up in this fight.
Yeah, I want to make sure I'm not too strong with my words here, but it is what it is. You have to call a camel. You've got to call a pot black. And here's the thing. When Blacklist went down 0-3 against ABC Esports, Neptune, you, me, Callie, we all talked about this. We said Blacklist was pulling off the biggest fake because there's no way they get dominated in that way. And everybody's like, who fakes at the stage 4? Yeah, Blacklist Ultimate fakes it, man. Eastern champs, they've got combat capability. They've got the strats. And they dropping 3 back-to-back matches against ABC Esports is absolute crap. There's no way that is the truth. There's no way that's the real gameplay. And you see the spirit out of Blacklist Ultimate. I mean, I love ABC Esports. I love how they play Call of Duty Mobile out there. But Blacklist Ultimate clearly wasn't playing the best game the initial part where they did meet ABC in the same grouping when we started off the group stages. But at the playoffs, it's a different ball game altogether, brother. And FDX, we wanted him to step it up. Is that FDX? Okay, yeah, we wanted him to step it up. He stepped it up. 28 slays. He manages to sneak back in here, and Blacklist Ultimate now has the lead.
Yeah, and that circles back to what you mentioned about tactics and reading the gameplay. Because if you go straight on, provide all the performances that you have, you can be easily read, same from what we're seeing from ABC Esports. And I think that is part of the plan, and I keep saying that because it certainly looks like it. It was the plan of ABC or of Blacklist Ultimate to not show up in there. Imagine on the hard point how rarely that you see them below 100 onto the scores. Like even from against Almighty and DC Freeslot, they are that close to get that win. But 82 against 250, I mean, who would be in the right mind to not say it was a throw?
I mean, I wouldn't say they threw the match. I'm saying they intentionally did not give their best because they wanted to be underestimated. Because that's what you've got on the line, man. You've got the qualifiers to the biggest stage of Call of Duty Mobile. You've got $2 million on the line. Brother, you gotta play it chill. You cannot allow all of your strats to be read at a group stage. Yeah, I mean, some people are like, how can you hide it away at stage 4? Stage 4 is nothing, man. Stage 5 is where the game is gonna be, and that's what the aim is for, and you gotta hide as much as you can hide. But ABC Esports, they do so well when it comes to those respawns, especially at Hardpoint, one of their best game modes. Blacklist Ultimate will struggle at the get-go at firing range here.
Yeah, and one of the questions that really pops up is why didn't they take the win on Garena Masters? Because that is part of the storyline. That is probably part of the storyline that they are building up right now. Though, as we can see right now, there's a hard point and not so much a story being brought up by Blacklist International Ultimate. Only 1 point to their side, but this is 250. Plenty of time for them to catch up. Also, they had a lead, plenty of chances for them to give it a balance in terms of series win and probably bring it later on. But those are just assumptions. We'll have to see if that is the case right now. But so far, if you connect all the dots, that is how the story goes.
Ultimate taking only a single point away from that first hard point is not really a big deal because it was quite the open hard point that, you know, sneaking in the defense can be quite tough. And therefore, instead of allowing their opponents, ABC Esports, to streak up so early, they decide to abandon it and not really engage. Instead, set up for P2, where they now start slaying out the Indonesians back and forth. Blacklist Ultimate, this is where we start to see a little bit of the strats that they've been keeping for stage 5, and it is absolutely lovely. 33-48. ABC Esports, as dominant as they are, they cannot run away with the matchup just yet. Oh, cats, you cannot miss that, sir. Just spent 3 years chasing after Skirt only to get traded out, and the hill is still held on by Blacklist International Ultimate. And guess what, friends? They've got the lead.
Yes, and they have a little lead right now, and it's not so much because they need to rotate onto the other side. It is a white warehouse being taken by 2 members already, 3 members of Blacklist International Ultimate. One will try to challenge into the name of a Trickster, but that is just a waiting game to get the rest of the team to go in on this push. But with this close area, only 2 points of approach, as well as a 3 peeking point from those on the inside. It will be a difficult hill to break, as it is now being taken by ABC Esports. I just told you it's difficult, but that was easily being taken by ABC.
Yeah, they bring in the Purifier, but a double nade being tossed in by Reef and Tricksters. Both got nades in their own respect. ABC want to make their way back in, and it's super easy, all thanks to OCats, who brings out the Purifier, but doesn't spot his back this time around, though, because he has got his team members spotting it for him. Tricksters holding on to the command center as he gets dropped, forcing the players of Blacklist Ultimate to spawn out from the side of Shower Front. Now, this is going to be an advantage for the Filipinos, because Shower Front is going to be a good spawn to play P4. They get nothing out of P3, but a huge probability of making their way back in P4 here. And as you can see, they're already investing their time in, but Aimer tries to do a number on them, taking that backstab, trying to flush them out of P4, trying to break that spawns early, whereas the rest of ABC Esports picks up the important points. Now ABC spawning out from backyard. That's going to be quite a bit of travel to get around, and this is why Blacklist Ultimate held on to Showers for the longest of time. They want the favorable spawns. You can take P3, we want P4. What a strategic matchup between these 2 titans.
Yeah, and there's no better spawns in there to go in for the push and the funnel other than Passageway. That is being done right now against ABC Esports, but they like smarten up, went in onto the other side. 3 approach can be done, but into the middle, even if they have the higher point of auto repair shop, it can be shooting range from this guy of AG, who is trying to take that spawns to the other side. But the good trade back right now being done by ABC Esports. The lead is on them by 1 point, and the capture will be done with the remaining 10 seconds. But unfortunate for them, FPX steps in to stop that approach onto the point. And even with the numbers advantage, they will be taken down, and the timer is at loss.
It looks like FDX didn't do much there, but he did a lot. He made sure ABC Esports does not run away with that P4 after they got the break, because he challenged them for that hard point long enough, and he won out that gunfight initially as well to make sure he sustains his life out there on the battlefield. But remember, initially, with the first time we headed on into P1, ABC took away a majority of the points, and Blacklist Ultimate only got 1 single point from this hard point. They cannot afford to do that this time round. ABC will run away, and if they build up momentum towards the mid game, it's going to be really difficult to catch up with them.
Yeah, and this is what's happening right now. ABC Esports, despite of AG going in on the top of auto repair, he will be taken down, and the rest of the teams of ABC will be getting the points towards their favor. It is now on the rotation that Blacklist Ultimate can take to stop the approach towards White Warehouse, but they are starting it early for the side of ABC. They will taking it onto the command center, as well as taking control of to the other side. But with the gunfights being lost by ABC Esports, the spawns will not be under their favor. P1 as well as P2 will be controlled by Blacklist International Ultimate.
107-131. ABC now, great haul, but the gravity vortex gun, if you ask me, is extremely premature. Tin wastes those 2 shots, and now he'll have to deal with all of this just purely through gunfights. Thankfully, he has got a little bit of backup. Aber steps on in, but Tin shuts him down. That's gonna be a big kill. Blacklist Ultimate now, once again trying to run away with this P2. Earlier on, they had massive number of points, and yet again, they try to streak themselves up using this P2. Back and forth we go, but the gunfights are all on Blacklist International Ultimate, and they catch up with ABC once again using this hill.
Different story when you cycle through the hard point is when you use those skills as well as those score streaks. And that is the difference, the game changer for Blacklist Ultimate right now. They managed to take the lead with only a few points remaining. They can give up that command center early on so they can make that rotation, but they are confident with what they have to challenge the White Warehouse once it is triggered. And 4 members already moving in. Purifier will be the thing that they can use against Tricksters and the rest of ABC. FDX right now getting prepared, will not be pushed that easily, but Mystics will be responding, but FDX takes him down.
This is the true capability of Blacklist International Ultimate. And this is why you have to hide your strat down at the group stages so that you can be underestimated and you have the factor of surprise at the playoffs. But when you reach the upper bracket, there's no more strats to hide, because losing it means annihilation. Losing it means getting kicked down into the lower brackets. And brother, that is something that you do not want to happen for your own team, because the team that is in the upper bracket that moves on to the grand finals has got a 1-match advantage against you. Blacklist International Ultimate with the biggest fake out in history, dropping 3 back-to-back matches, dropping the whole series against ABC Esports, only to make a momentous comeback at the playoffs at the upper bracket. 200 points already, AG burning them up. ABC Esports, is this all you have, or will we see the mightiest showdown in terms of equalizer out of the Indonesians? They still have time, Neptune.
Yeah, they have a time, though it's a good showing for Reef right now with 25 slays, not so much on the other members of ABC to turn the tables to their side. There's time with the slays that Blacklist is getting. They are getting all those streaks plus the skills, and Goliath will be laid and will be the chance for them to get the remaining 39 seconds at this point.
You gotta love this, man. ABC smoking out the XS1 Goliath, tagging it up completely. Bye-bye, Tin Reef says. And now ABC fights this back. 25 more seconds, but it's still quite the long journey. They have to not only catch up in Blacklist International Ultimate, but they gotta sustain long enough. But the advantage here is with the Filipinos. They've got the spawns out of Shower Room so much more closer in comparison to ABC, who are spawning out from backyard. No map control coming through from the Indonesians. Are they breaking down? ABC still holding on to the hard point this time round, purely through gunfights. 1 more point, 229, so close to the finisher. And as we head on back to the opening hard point, as we head on back to where things all started, where ABC got this, FDX from up top flies down like the angel of death, but no kills for him as Tin and AG step up for the rest of the team members. ABC, they lose control, but they take it right back. This is their hill, Neptune.
Yeah, this might be the hill. This might be the chance for ABC Sports to take it back. And they have a chance to get off to the 200 mark right now if they will be able to win those gunfights. Reef right now, the slayer of the team, needs to survive. But there goes the rest of Blacklist going in for the push and the pinch. But still, ABC Esports will get this hill. 1 down already. And still it's open up. No one on the hill with 19 seconds. Anyone can take advantage of that. And this time, it's ABC Esports with those engagement. I think everyone is just stopping on their heels.
Yeah, no surprise this time around. The preferential spawn for P1 held on by the players of ABC Esports. A little bit of lag. We do apologize. We hope and pray that you guys are not seeing this on your side, but there is a little bit of a jitter here on our side. But do bear with us as we try to hop on right back in here into this fluid casting. 191 to 233. AG brings in the XS1 Goliath. This might just be the final run. This is the hill of Blacklist International Ultimate. This might be the hill where ABC Esports gets kicked down into the lower brackets here, but ABC does not allow them to do that. The fight is just absolutely phenomenal from both sides, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, only 4 seconds remaining. They're still on the hill, and the win is a possibility right now. And there we have it. The table has been turned. And our minds as well, from our thoughts that Blacklist International Ultimate initially will be losing this game against ABC Esports. They say, nah, they will be winning this fight and moving in forward with this game.
No, nobody hides tracks at stage 4. Nobody.
Yeah, calm down. We know what we're talking about. Blacklist International Ultimate what a way to shut down ABC Esports, to kick them down into the lower brackets. Fantastic play by the Filipinos. FDX steps up, AG steps up, everybody wakes up. Jabin didn't even need to do so. He can fall asleep, and the players of Blacklist International Ultimate will still be able to stay alive at the upper brackets. And this is why, once again, why you do not show your hand, why you have to play poker at the group stage, why you have to show people you're not a threat, you're no danger, because when it truly matters, that is when you have the element of surprise for victory. And this is such a huge victory for the Eastern champs. Blacklist International Ultimate not nerfed in any way whatsoever, but of course I do miss Yato, but they are still on fire, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this is a good part of the story as well, as they don't have Yato, but they have FDX as well as the rest of the teams right now. But FDX will be the MVP of this game. On a sniper, even on the slays and respawns, I mean, FDX can bring it on right now. 39 kills, 51-73. And for those of you watching right now saying like, why is Blacklist Ultimate being hyped so much? Because we have that chance already to put them down when they are not performing. Now that they're performing, this is a chance for them to be hyped.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, I love ABC Esports, but if you compare ABC and Dunya Games, I kind of love Dunya Games a little bit better. I mean, ABC has got a lot of quality, right? But if there's anyone worthy of, I believe, shutting down Blacklist International Ultimate, it's probably going to be Dunya Games out of Indonesia. We've seen the quality, and yes, for the longest of time, you know, the reign from the side of ABC is pretty much like Blacklist International Ultimate, where they took down the reigning giants, which is Dunya Games, and then they reigned for 2 of those majors. But finally, in the recent major, Dunya Games woke up once again. They showed up. And when Dunya Games showed up at their best, ABC Esports ate the L. They ate the loss, all 3 of the series in their own majors. It was Dunya Games. They bring that quality into the competition, and we call it out, all based on data as well as what we see out there in terms of strategy. So, next time, shout a little louder, shout a little clearer, but also make sure you know exactly what you're talking about, because you need to hide strats, because you're going up against some of the best in the world of Call of Duty Mobile when you play in the Garena server. Regardless of the region, Garena. I tell you, bro, just such exciting matches. And I've been waiting for this day. I've been waiting for this moment for such a long time, right? To see all of those mechanical skills combined with awesome strategy out there on the battlefield. And the mind games, so very important, Neptune, as to what we see it achieving for Blacklist International Ultimate at this upper bracket.
Yeah, I mean, and there's one thing that Blacklist International Ultimate is showing up this time, but I don't think they're showing that much for this one, because there's a bigger stage that they're preparing to, and if there is a chance that they're hiding strats earlier on the group stages, they might be hiding strats in here on the playoffs, because they don't want to be red. They want to have that advantage of surprise. But for you guys, there's no surprise. This is the code for you. Do you want some more? That is a question right here for this calling card.
I mean, it's just fantastic, man. What a comeback here. But the journey is not over just yet for ABC Esports. Yes, they do get kicked down into the low brackets, but they will still have a fighting chance tomorrow. And if at all they do win their series, they do stay alive, we might just see a potential rematch down there at the grand finals if ABC can prove themselves to be the better side of Indonesia. Or else it is gonna be Dunya Games taking that fight up against Blacklist International Ultimate and keeping the hopes and dreams alive for the Indonesian scene. And I believe Dunya Games can do exactly that. But the question now is gonna be, does ABC Esports have enough quality, have enough firepower in them to make this lower bracket run? Because, you know, we look for excitement in a competition, and there's nothing more exciting than a lower bracket run from a dominant titan that gets kicked down to the bottom and ignites that inferno into themselves and takes it all the way to the grand finals, Neptune.
Yeah, I mean, it's not that we haven't seen that.
Yeah.
We've seen a team go in the longer route and then
Yeah.
later on it takes the championship. And that is one thing that these teams can do. Even if you're pushed on the lower bracket, you can go in for the battle, learning a little bit more match after match, though you might have disadvantage. But if you believe as well as you have it in plan already, you might be able to take that win. But that is the end for another exciting matchup.
Yeah, man.
Well, AJ, I mean, we have to go for a quick break so that we can jump in onto the next series. And for those of you guys watching, don't go away. A lot more of excitement will be brought into you by AJ and Callie. We'll be right back after the break.
Ladies and gentlemen, boys, welcome to the Garena Regional Qualifiers. This is the road to the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2022, and we've seen shocking matches so far on day number 1 of the playoffs. This is the day 1 out of 3 solid days that we get to see all of these teams go ham against each other, and that was a banger of a series that we just watched, where Blacklist International Ultimate managed to prove themselves against the players of ABC Esports. But now, as we move on to the final series of the day, this is a classic MSP showdown. I am the Mustachio AJ, down here with the one and only Cali Gaming, and we're the voices that will guide you through the final series of the day.
Yeah, you know, this is the classic Divinity Uprising versus NRX Jeremiah 2911. Fast forward 2 years after that, you got Almighty and Smart Omega, and of course, this is going to be one of the better overall matches that we are gonna have today. You got Smart Omega, they got Jay-Z, Idra, Rage, Risky, Kendi, and Whoopi, and despite this team struggling at last year's tournament, they are back in here for blood, and they want to hunt every team down just to qualify for stage 5.
Let's see if or not they can do exactly that, because Smart Omega, they've started off the journey by slaying out Blacklist International Ultimate in Garena Master Season 2. That's where they took their throne back, and they managed to defend their throne against Blacklist International Ultimate, the exact same team at Garena Master Season 3. One of the very first LAN matches that we're having after a long rest from physical events. And it looks like they have managed to really build up a lot of momentum before heading on into stage 4. But at stage 4, it wasn't the perfect Smart Omega that we witnessed out there on the battlefield. They started off their journey by dropping against WDC 2-1. And although that was a little bit of a surprise, the biggest surprise throughout that whole process was them losing control. Because I mean, maybe at SND and Hardpoint I would have bought it, but Control, a map that game mode that Smart Omega usually dominates at, I was truly shocked to see them give that away.
One thing that actually is a pattern on why Smart Omega lost against WDC Freeslot on the group stage at day number 2 was because Heaven was, no, not actually Heaven, but Whoopi is actually struggling. But hey, speaking of Heaven in the squad in here, you know, Incendio, Jeff Pro, Shut Up, Irfan J, and Heaven, and Almighty, these guys are locked down and they're looking like their prime selves back when they were able to dominate the Garena Regional Qualifiers in 2021. And one thing that actually surprised me the most here is how Heaven continues to dominate the game. A total kills of 366 in Hardpoint, a total of 45.75 kills per game. You're guaranteed to have this guy for Almighty averaging 40 kills in every Hardpoint contest, AJ.
And you know it's going to be a problem when the best sniper on your opponent's squad is also slaying out in all of those respawn matches as well. You're going to have a mighty player, a mighty titan to go up against and try to equalize out there on the battlefield. But here's the thing. We've seen quality out of Smart Omega. We've seen quality out of Almighty. This might just be a 5-match banger. This might just go all the way down to the wire. Or we might just see ultimate domination. It can go either way.
Yeah, you never know what this type of strategy will these two teams actually pull out. And, you know, looking back at what happened in that last game, Blacklist International Ultimate, they went in there as the underdog. And guess what? They dominate and demoralize ABC Esports. Sent them down to that lower bracket. And whoever wins this series will actually go up against Blacklist International Ultimate. And this is going to be quite an interesting take. Before we even look at the line of cards of the maps, let's take a look at the skill bans in here for Omega. They banned the Purifier. For AMT, they banned Sparrow, leaving that Gravity Vortex, and of course, that Annihilator for usage in this game. And when you have two teams that are actually mechanically insane, Heaven and Whoopi's, of course, going to utilize that perfectly. We have Slums and Firing Range map banned in here, so Shen is going to be part of the lineup. And now here we have it. Best of 5 series in this game. You will be having Almighty losing that coin flip. So Smart Omega, they bring us right early to that summit hard point. But a very interesting take here for Almighty, you know. Takeoff is not really their main thing, but they pull it up on map number 2. But before we even talk about that, let's load up inside Summit. A close range engagement map, a close quarter to be a banger in here. We might see a lot of mixer in this matchup as we start the final game of today's Garena Regional Qualifiers 2022 Playoffs Day 1. Omega will start to kick things off on the defensive side, and AMT will start off this day at attackers.
Now we get to see two of the best flex players out there within Garena go toe-to-toe against each other. It's going to be Heaven versus Whoopi in this matchup. And back at that S&D, it's also going to be Heaven against Whoopi. But the bigger problem is ALMGHTY will have that double snipe setup to kind of equalize every single thing that Smart Omega can bring into this game. 12-1. Smart Omega off to a great start. ALMGHTY on for the control for that second floor of control room, but they falter. It's just Smart Omega all over the kill feed.
Yeah, Heaven right now still has 3 kills in here, while AMT is trying to find their way back inside the matchup. They do have the power position in here, and Irfan J needs to convert this shot, but Omega's now. Good job taking use of that tactical ability. They slow it down, and now they're able to break the point one more time. Remove the contester. 33-1. This is how dominating it can get. And AMT off to a slow start. Ooh. Not looking good and risky, locking things down, cutting the cross. But AMT now slowly fighting back as they find their way into this hill. A split spawn situation can make that split spawn attack so that multi-angle push could be activated. But not really when you have Omega just crushing the gunfight department.
Oh yeah, man. I mean, P1 all on the side of Omega, but now ALMGHTY secures the variable spawns for P2, playing this out of the Green Raider station, but they just cannot approach the hard point. Backstab though, ALMGHTY given the god spawns, and this is just a pincer maneuver, perfection coming through. Heaven needs to win it on its gunfight. That's exactly that. They slay down the players, but Candy gets a double. Jeff Pro sustains the life of ALMGHTY on the hill, and there's 2 players now on the side of ALMGHTY, sustaining all of the gunfights so that the rest of the players can catch up with them. But the game of numbers now being played by Smart Omega. As they secure this hard point, they will force ALMGHTY to double down for a super early rotation into P3. One final objective player in the name of Insane Neo manages to get a couple of more scrap points, but initially as the player in the name of Rage hops on in, he quickly annihilates him. And ALMGHTY now, they just need to focus on doing 2 things at the same time. I don't know how smart of an idea that is.
Oh man, look at that play there. The P1 to P2 play from Smart Omega is just huge. You know, they got this huge sum of lead, and they're looking to chain this to a P3 as they look to get the break here. Candy finally will be able to get shot down. Great hold so far for AMT defending that anchor position, and that's going to lead them to places as they slowly come back with the lead that they are facing on the deficit. They need to really pop things up, and Heaven already 15 in a row, fully streaked up as well, showing in the nade. And Omega, notice how they are just slowing it down, waiting for the team to flood inside a point, but AMT continues to shut them down with the way they just play in the matchup. One more player to worry about, and that's another kill for Heaven.
For me, the perfect benchmark here is always going to be the fight between Heaven and Whoopi. Although Smart Omega is winning this out, Heaven is on fire, streaking himself up so quickly before we even complete the first round of rotations for all of those hard points. And now they try to string this over from cable car platform. Big win by Clutch King Irfan J. But XS1 Goliath, premature investment from the players of Smart Omega. But inside of a tiny little hill here, the problem for this XS1 Goliath is going to be holding on to some of those angles. So ALMGHTY will be able to cut in and take that backstep against the XS1 Goliath, and the XS1 can't do much. This is going to be an overall problem, and this is what I mean. Those angles are going to be an issue for the XS1, but Whoopi is the one handling the XS1 Goliath. It's the best person to give this score streak to. Jeff Pro with the sneaky attacks against him, but Whoopi doesn't care. Still sustaining his life out there on the battlefield. Shut up, annihilated as well. Whoopi on fire.
Goliath seems to be the perfect play here, but Heaven shots Whoopi down with that KSP, and AMT slowly getting better map control as they look to fight things out, bully out Omega on that spawns, and Incendo will not be able to get that. And it's a good thing that Risky was able to make big-time plays, and they get to keep the foil of the point inside this game, and that's going to be very beneficial. You know, they did underperform at P3, but they make up for it with that XS1 Goliath investments here at P4. But still, the game is still very much close. Fine, Smart Omega, they do have that P4 lockdown, but AMT, they're guaranteed to get more with the way they've been able to set up on this P1. As we go back to this reset, AMT slightly falling behind, but they are still in striking distance to get back up against Smart Omega. But then again, things just spiral out of control, and AMT might just lose it if they don't be able to find a way to get an answer to this right now. The hard point opens up, and Smart Omega will be in the point despite AMT having a better setup.
Yeah, I really don't know about Almighty dominating that P1, man, because they've been quite soft in terms of engagement against Smart Omega all throughout this Summit matchup. Although Heaven is popping off on another level, the players of Smart Omega, they've got such a tight grouping, and all of those hill breaks are just absolutely phenomenal when it comes to the execution part. Great God nade by Kendi. Irfan J taken out from his power position, and therefore the defense that the players of Almighty have got here in this P1 will slowly start to crumble. But Incendio streaking himself up in his own accord, managing to win out a couple of gunfights, and now to catch up in Smart Omega, it's still going to be quite an uphill battle. About 40 points to go, but Almighty on a good strat here. The favorable spawns held on by player number 5, Idra, the anchor for the side of Smart Omega, does the deed, but Incendio with a very slow approach from the back throws out the Hunter Killer drone first. Hunter Killer will circle around to take out the guys who are holding on to the spawns, and the timing by Incendio with the Annihilator, way too good to take over the spawn.
Incendio's that one player that you really need in your team, you know, because he's going to be there to be the backbone and support you whenever the team needs him to be able to play. He's going to step up huge greatly for you. And right now, Incendio's got 21 kills, and not only that, was able to play behind the back and secure the spawns, and that should spawn AMT on the left side of that minimap. And now Heaven continues to slay 29 kills already. Remember, he has a 45 kills per game in Hardpoint, and right now he's about to reach his 30th kill. And so far, although he's winning these gunfights, Omega seems to have that lead, better map control at the moment, but AMT starts to chain things together from P1 scrap time to P2, and now they have the anchor spawn to P3. Irfan J just needs to win a little bit more in that corner, and that should be the team bullying out Smart Omega and winning this early hold in the battle. Continues inside the point, and Omega will be there with 2 players lining them up, and now Heaven, this is the perfect time to actually put that X1 Goliath. Just put down those trophy systems, and they might be able to bully out Smart Omega in this hill.
One of those rare times where you see the XS1 Goliath running away from a grenade, turns around, shuts down Rage. From the back, you can see the Straggler trying to take away the spawns from the side of Almighty, but Heaven trying to do too many things at the very same time. And finally, all of those players, the slide jump in front of him, Rage still annihilated, but the backstab by the players of Smart Omega, they've got the spawns, and the XS1 Goliath barely was able to do anything at all. Irfan J, on the other hand, playing for the game of life inside of the cable car platform, but annihilated by Smart Omega, who very smartly took over the spawns, and the XS1 Goliath rendered useless. Heaven tried his best, but Rage was just a little bit too annoying, and Smart Omega now, with the spawn alone, conquer the points to run away from Almighty yet again. Super early rotation by Almighty into the 4th hard point. Blue Radar Station, they want to set it up, and they want to run away, or at the very least catch up first. But let's see if Smart Omega allows them to do that, because they go in for the early rotation as well before this is unlocked, aiming to take the spawns away first.
And you know, Smart Omega, this is the best play, honestly, when you are trying to play in a one-sided hard point. Just bully out the player that will be holding the spawns of your opponent and shut up, lose that gunfight, and Rage will be able to enter inside. But it's a good thing Irfan J's operator skills is going to be there to lock the players down. And this play, in this hold right now for AMT should buy them some time in the point, but look at how Smart Omega is slowing things down. 2 players lining up on the snow, and now they play for trades, and AMT just need to survive a little bit more inside that hill. Right now, the hard point is contested, but it's a good thing that AMT wins the gunfight for one more time. Irfan J now finally streaking 2 score streak earned up, but will be shot down by Whoopi in a great play by both ends. But it's just a back and forth gameplay here, but still, Omega continues to take that lead, AJ.
Oh, well played, man, by Smart Omega, just holding on to all of these points. All thanks to Whoopi mainly, who made it work within this hard point, not once, but twice now. Early on with the XS1 Goliath, this time with the KSP. The guy goes ham against Almighty, but Almighty manages to find the break of that hill towards the final few seconds. But still replaced here by Rage. He sneaks away the scrap points, and now Almighty have to find that sustenance within the first hard point. We talked about how Whoopi was just a little slow earlier on, but now 8 kills back to back, make that 9. Whoopi is on fire once again.
It's just making things so easier for Smart Omega, and every time AMT falls, it makes things easier for Omega to put the points inside the hill. But finally, Omega Whoopi will be shot down in AMT. Now it's their turn to attack. They got the second floor control. But things are not going to be that easy, you know. Smart Omega is going to have unlimited reinforcements moving into this P1. And well, the contest continues to line up and AMT just can't seem to find enough time inside this hill. It's always getting contested, but finally, Irfan J will be having a 4 in a row. So with that 4 spree, this team should be able to claim time. And then again, he continues to be the continuous threat here for AMT, having 35 kills. And Heaven, you already know for AMT's got 42, looking to drop a 50 bomb up against Omega. But you already know as well that it's not just all about the kills here. You got to step inside at point, and AMT just is in a striking distance in here. Just need to claim the time with this P2. And now things are starting to click. Jeffro on his own 6 spree as well. AMT slowly winning their gunfight. Look at that kill feed. That's 8 in a row right now, AJ.
Oh, that's such a big kill, man, because Almighty, not only were they doing a great job at that P1, they also now start P2 off on the advantage. Why? Because they break the spawns that Smart Omega was holding over the Green Raider station first, but Smart Omega now strong-arming their way into P2. What a matchup we've got in here to close off the day. Heaven dropping in like the Angel of Death once again, but the Annihilator not able to pop off. Rage pops him instead. Pretty dropped by Irfan J. The fight of their lives. Almighty need to sneak their way back in here. But Smart Omega, with 31 seconds to go, find their way on the hill and absolutely sneaks away those crucial points towards the ending of this matchup.
And it's going to be a court. Get inside this hill, but Smart Omega will make things difficult. They're putting in the topo system to cancel out all of the tactical utilities. We might see this game end in this P3, and AMT continues to stand inside the point, but the flags come through. But Whoopi gets shot down by Yavin, but the flood comes through for Smart Omega. They will bully out AMT for the moment, and the huge investment with that gravity vortex will be able to suck the life out of AMT. But the flags and of course the pinch play is about to come in and command from AMT. Incendio on the back, they gotta contest, they gotta get in fast, and now Incendio gets one, gets the second piece as well, and they will be able to maintain the point, but they can continue if Incendio plays correctly. The guy is on point, he is snapping and turning the game around for AMT. Smart Omega spawning deep behind, and AMT Irfan J buys the time. AMT, they win the match number 1.
What a play! What a hard point! Almighty, Incendio gameplay towards the very end, and Captain Incendio manages to hold the fort down. You gotta lead by example, boy, and that's exactly what Incendio did out there on the battlefield. What a fight! What a battle between the two titans of MSP.
Oh well, it's the Divinity Uprising and the NRX Jeremiah 2911 matchup after all. This rivalry's been it's 3 years old now. And you see, there's still a fight in those two teams. The rivalry just continues. But talk about how Incendio, although he's been so silent in every group stage matchup he did, that last play was more than enough for him to claim that he is that backbone, that glue guy for AMT in this matchup.
Yeah, man. I mean, you know, the players of Almighty proving as well that it's all about the teamwork out there on the battlefield. You really gotta, you know, switch up your roles as you're playing the defense, as you're playing the offense at times as well at Hardpoint. You gotta break the spawns. You gotta control the spawns. And that's exactly what both of these teams were fighting so badly to get done over and over and over and over and over again. And everything that I've been crying for to see through in strategy from the teams out there on the battlefield, it is all being fulfilled down here at the Garena Regional Qualifiers Playoffs Day number 1, back to back to back to back to back. We've got amazing, fantastic, so many of those engagements and matches, just educating, putting on a master class of Call of Duty Mobile perfection out there for everyone to absolutely enjoy. And Clutch King Irfan J once again manages to sneak away the MVP title. 43 slays, 6,371 points. This guy was a monster.
And you know what really, what makes me afraid the most is, you know, Irfan J can just turn in the tides in their favor with the way he controls the perimeter, and he always cuts the cross. And the big play from him was actually on the late game, you know, while Incendio continues to lock things down in the hill, he was actually out there controlling that mid map for this team to buy some time inside the hill, and that's the reason why ALMGHTY was able to grab that map number 1. And again, ERFANJ scored 43, Heaven I believe scored 48, and again 40 bombs for both these ends. And now we move in to search and destroy takeoff. Long range map, AJ, and I believe the snipers are going to be the most important part of this matchup. And you know, Whoopi, the last time he went against WPM Low Kings, he actually had a struggle playing against Luffy. So now he has to worry about 2 snipers here in Shut Up and Heaven. And now he needs to be streaky and needs to find the way to get those first blood to favor this team.
On the defense, thankfully, Takeoff has got a lot of those angles in small little buildings that you can use as cover. ERFANJ doesn't care about those buildings. Makes quick work of Whoopi instantaneously. Idra trades out Jeff Pro. It's a 1-to-1 trade so far. Heaven spots out one. Backs away, but still manages to punish Kendi. The game of numbers now. Not looking good for the side of Smarter Mega. Risky and Idra. Idra, great at anchoring down certain positions, but now plays the game of sustenance for the players of Smarter Mega. Risky from up top, though. Looking for that bomber. Turns around the corner. ERFANJ timing is just bad for Risky. And ERFANJ bags him.
Oh, well, this is a tough matchup here for Idra, but he knows he can get it done. That's 3 kills now in this first round, but Shut Up on the backup. Cleans it up in this round number 1. AMT gets that first blood conversion. They take this round number 1 and talk about how it's evenly distributed here for AMT. You know, ERFANJ with that first blood, Shut Up with that 1 snap and that 1 pistol, and Heaven cleans it up on that launch center. But talk about how smart Omega. Idra's the only player that created the place there, and you know, he needs to step it up here one more time. And there it goes. Incendio gets the first blood. Risky will be traded, and Heaven continues to play great in this matchup, just chaining off the momentum that he had in that hard point. And Rage will be able to find 1 turn to scaffolding as well. So we have a 3v3 situation here. Still anyone's game.
You just gotta respect every single team in Garena, man, because these guys are just playing Call of Duty Mobile on a whole other level. ALMGHTY and Smarter Mega just really doesn't get better than this now, does it? From the side of MSP, both crazy representatives. ALMGHTY making it through to the grand finals for the eastern side. And in terms of Smarter Mega, let's see if or not they can wrap things up here. ERFANJ, good engagement. Now, we do apologize for all of these technical difficulties with the little bits of lags here and there, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. We are trying to sort it out in the background. A little bit of a downside as we get to miss the final engagement.
Such an anticlimactic there for that round number 2, you know. Things just slowed down, literally slowed down. Or when we see that game ends, and well, AMT and Smart Omega, they just go back and forth. But one thing more than likely that AMT wants to put in this matchup in this round number 3 is put that bomb at the A side. And well, Omega will be prepared for those gunfights. And now as we go and stack, Jeff Pro deals the first kill, and Rage off the very good timing there. He could land that kill, and there it goes. Heaven gets traded. We got a 4v4 matchup.
Every time I speak, it lags, man. What in the world? The universe telling me, slow down, Mustachio, slow down. Risky, frozen in time, Incendio in front of him. Hey! Slides away! Pusangala! I don't know how you did that.
Oh, well, Whoopi, no, it's 1 more player down. And it's a 1v1 against Clutch King ERFANJ. The bomb needs to get defused here. But ERFANJ just holding on the tight end. As soon as he swings, this could be elimination. Whoopi now lost in time. This should be game. ERFANJ for the cleanup gets that final blow. And AMT, they get the bomb down. They get the win as well. Smart Omega starting off very cranky in here. Whoopi still down here with 1 kill, while his counterparts have been in Shut Up already combining for 5.
We got the bomb.
Garena Masters, they couldn't cut it. Maybe down here at stage 4 where it truly matters the most. Can ALMGHTY get the dub and move on? Hardpoint was one of the greatest battles of their lives. 250 to 245, all thanks to Incendio. And speaking of the guy, he managed to take Risky out of the equation. Heaven dropped by Kendi. And Kendi now, good power position, held on, needs to win this fight. And he does exactly that. Shut Up taken out of the equation. Game of numbers now to the side of Smarter Mega.
Now, you just have to convert in here. But again, that defense at that A side is quite chaotic. But it's a good thing that Whoopi was able to open things up. But ERFANJ on the launch center will be able to find Rage. And again, Clutch King Jin's on the line. Kenny gets his 3 kills. He spots the first player. Now Candy, unfortunately, was there for that gunfight. And Omega will be able to get that trade again. Back and forth we have in here. And the first bloods continues to be disregarded by both ends. They just are so good with the way they trade those first bloods. So with that said, you can really tell the team play and how prepared this team is when it comes to fighting back. And well, round number 5 opens up. And again, AMT doing the exact same setup here. Number 1 in heaven on that second floor, while 3 players drop around the launch base center.
Heaven plays the KSP this time around. No double snipe setup advantage that we were anticipating for the side of Almighty. And Heaven, just with the 2 slays so far, needs to start asking himself the tough questions. Is this a good strategy? Does he still want to keep his push with the KSP? Because he has to deal with a lot of firepower. Same KSP supremacy from the side of Smart Omega. Rage and Indra thin down the herd. Whoopi drops Jeff Pro. The game of numbers on the side of Smart Omega as they pull forth. Too much time on the clock to get the defusal. He can run around in a few circles first before even going there. Indra, good defusal from him in a timely manner. And Almighty now will still have to figure out if this strategy of making sure Heaven pushes in with the KSP is a sound one.
You know, the timing's not really there for Heaven to begin with. Just maybe try to use him with that scope, you know, take total advantage of the ability of Heaven to knock down shots with that DLQ-33. But again, you know, all down to how well you adapt in this type of situation. So an Omega Risky and Rage will just be pulling up with the gun down. 3 players down for AMT and starting to see the difference. Smart Omega now fighting tooth to the nail. Dropping those first 3 initial kills is going to be very beneficial as they look to find their 4th round win in this round number 6. But if things are going to get tougher from here on out, as Irfan J is still very much alive in this game, and AMT needs to slow it down. But notice how, if ever Shut Up in Irfan J decides to create that push at that A bomb site number 2 in Kende's prime position to get that flank to happen. So right now, AMT needs to find a way and solve by taking down players up front, which is going to be very beneficial to get that opening, either the A bomb side. And well, Shut Up is looking to find those initial picks, but not really able to find any information just yet. Rage will be proning in there, and Shut Up now gets the opener. That's what this team needs, AJ.
Yeah, too good, man. The quick scopes from Shut Up. There's a menace to deal with, and now he's just so patient, so cool, calm, and collected as he spots out angle after angle. 2 players goes in for the challenge. Shut Up still not taken out of the equation just yet. Holds on to a good corner. Irfan J manages to strike down Kendi, only to be traded out by Rage. Shut Up final survivor, but this time round, Whoopi opens his eyes and puts Smart Omega ahead a little bit more.
4-round win for Omega, 4 kills for Whoopi. That's going to be a great start for them. A 2-round lead. And just notice how Smart Omega is calculating their aggressiveness. Often of the times they send out Kendi at the spawn of the enemy, way behind enemy lines, just to create the flanks. But now we are going to switch the sides this time. So Omega is going to initiate the attacks, and they get to dictate where the bomb will go. Incendio, huge gunfight there to bring AMT with that man advantage. Now just gotta capitalize. Irfan J almost lost his life right there, and Rage way behind enemy lines. Now this should be big, AJ.
Rage, it's all about the timing, and it's all about him just playing this silent, sneaks around. Skulker, dead silence. You know, that's the perfect combo. Just gotta continue walking. Manages to sneak, gets a double! Big kills by Rage. But Incendio trades out Whoopi. This is that opportunity for the players of Smart Omega to just play for trades. Rage will still continue to be the damage dealer from the back. Shut Up taken out of the equation. Incendio with the slow push up front. Incendio with the prone takes Indra out of the equation. Final player, Rage. He's done so well already. If he gets the 2 kills, it's an ace clutch for this guy. But can he get the job done? Incendio, great tag, slides away. Concuss a little bit too late, and Incendio fires off those final shots. Rage shut down. Incendio, still insane to deal with on the battlefield.
Oh, well, he's the player. A matter of the fact, on that last Hardpoint matchup that they did play against Smart Omega. But, well, that play there secures AMT their 3rd round win and avoid Smart Omega taking that 3-round lead. And that's going to be very monumental here for AMT. Honestly, they lose that round, things will spiral out of control. And well, for Smart Omega in that last round, you know, they already had the number advantage. Rage went in for the flank, but notice how they weren't really able to push that bomb with the way Heaven and Incendio was able to push out around that mid-map. And well, Going to be the same exact setup here for Smart Omega. They want that bomb at that A side, so they drop Candy on that launch center while putting 3 players allocated towards mid-map and number 5 in Idra controlling that second floor to spot out any players moving around the generator. So this is a exact same exact setup that they did have in that last round. They just have to execute better in here.
Oh, Whoopi, the timing couldn't be worse for him. Right again. Quick scope this time. Bags Incendio. Jeff Pro knows his position. One nade isn't going to be forcing Jeff Pro off of it just yet. But the flank here from Shut Up might just be the death of Whoopi. It's all about the timing as well as the angle that Shut Up holds on to. Downstairs and no-go. Upstairs on scaffolding, but Whoopi's repositioned already. Spots the player out and fantastic follow with a crosshair. Candy snuffed out this time around. 2 great snipers going up against each other on the battlefield. What a matchup, Callie.
Yeah, this is a delight, and of course, a treat for everyone that's watching in here right now. You see the exact same lineup for Shut Up now. He spots Frisky with that 50 GS, wins that. The bomb down though. 40 seconds left. Omega now has to get that post-plant defense properly done. Shut Up almost got that kill, but Whoopi gets that player gunned down, and Omega now having the number advantage. We get a 3v2. AMT Jeff Pro and Irfan J needs to clutch this one. Going to be a huge kill in here. I don't know if that's going to be same exact play. Whoopi is in a prime position to get that kill on the second floor. And Omega, they did their mappings in here greatly, taking full control of the verticality of the map. Well. 5-3, still a 2-point lead here for Smart Omega.
5-3, Smart Omega. Slowly peeling away. Rage is stepping his gameplay up. And no matter what sort of damage Incendio as well as Irfan J brings into this matchup, that's all just equalized. A good setup out of Smart Omega. Risky's the only one struggling to find those frags on the side of Smart Omega. But this time around, good tags, Incendio. But quickly, Risky puts him down. Jeff Pro and Irfan J trades them out, only for Risky to step things up once again. Back and forth we go. Risky sneaks away. Jeff Pro sustaining the life, but that hit glitch is not played this time around as Idra gets the timing against him. 2 final survivors for the side of Almighty.
Alongside his flank here from Heaven, by the way, is going to have to move around the scaffoldings where Whoopi is going to be the up top. And AMT just needs to convert here. Whoopi get the shot down against Shut Up. Now good read. Now the 50 GS comes through. Just needs to reposition with that huge 2 kills. Now we got a 1v1 bomb yet to be planted in here. Smart Omega down to Idra. Can he convert to get that match point? Here we go, AJ.
Idra, this time around, I'm not going to call it a concuss. Heaven! Timing! Oi! Idra! How? Too good, man. Dodges it, sidesteps the shots of Heaven, and I'm actually surprised Heaven did not get the shutdown there. Peacekeeper up against the KSP. Peacekeeper won that out. Fantastic play. And this is match point by the Filipinos. Smart Omega 6-3. Let's see if they can sneak one away for themselves.
And you know, AMT, they took care of their own map pick. Now, for Smart Omega, this is going to be muchly needed for them to equalize the series advantage. 1-1. Rage now on the flank once again. He's been so good at knocking all of these shots, and he continues to add and inflict more, cutting the cross now, hurting the heads of their opponents. Just needs to find one more. And AMT Incendio, while he's going to wrap around the back, will be able to get shot down. A good read back and forth by Smart Omega. And now, AMT is lost in the matchup. Down to their final 2 players. This might just be the round. Smart Omega takes away this SND, but Shut Up says no, not today. Gets one more player off the window. Whoopi takes him out, and Whoopi shuts the final 2 players down, and Omega takes that map number 2, having the series tied up equal to 1.
Oh my goodness. And I guess Heaven just didn't want to show us that showdown between 2 snipers. Whoopi versus Heaven just did not happen this time around. But Heaven just needs to wonder if or not that is the main reason as to why Smart Omega got to sneak away so many of these rounds, because those long angles, Heaven would have been quite the menace to deal with. But Smart Omega making the best use of that opportunity, and they steal this game away. And we are 1-1. A Sure match number 4 now set up for us. 2 hard points to be played for Sure. But are we going to see the second SND activated as well? It's all going to be dependent as to how this next 2 matches go. But it is Rage, of course, that picks up the MVP title this time around for the side of Smart Omega after 12 fantastic engagements. But Whoopi caught up with him real quick after pretty much sleeping in the first 3 rounds.
Yeah, the guy had only 1 kill on the first 3 rounds, and AMT shot up and Jeffro, AMT shot up Heaven, already had 5, so a great turnaround there for Rufio. Major bounce back, by the way.
Yeah.
But, you know, while Whoopi continues to play at that mid game, getting all of the attacks to line up, you have Rage actually distracting the players at the back and making things even worse for AMT. And well, Rage was able to accumulate 12 kills. Either was always there for this team to actually back them up if ever things go south. And well, it's going to be the big 3 for Smart Omega on that S&D, and Rage 12 kills overall in the matchup. And although the game is played quite slow, it totally removes the chances of AMT playing faster, AJ.
I do agree, man. I mean, Rage is quite the dominant flavor out there. Quite spicy as well. Take a taste of it, probably start choking when you discover exactly how spicy this guy is. But the support, that backup from the rest of the players of Smart Omega, you know, that's exactly what makes Rage so dangerous out there on the battlefield. He just needs to overextend a little bit, not to worry at all, because his back is always covered. And that one guy that usually, you know, is brave enough to flank around the back lines of the enemies is usually the guy that walks away with the most frags. And we saw that one round where Rage truly made good use of that overextension. Good on him. But as we head on into game number 3, this is now Control. And usually it is Almighty that has that almighty control on this game mode. Out of 6 matches played so far at stage 4, they've got 6 wins. Let's see if they can make it 7.
Undefeated so far in the matchups here at Garena Stage 4. And to add in a bit more information on that, you know, Garena Stage 3, it's going to be 15-0, and while we continue to be it that way, AMT is going to start to kick things off in the matchup with adding 2 players in that B side, while they're going to put Omega on that mid map. So that's going to be one interesting take. So while we go in and of course have a little bit of a mixer inside this matchup, Heaven will be able to find 2 huge kills roping around that gas station, or not really the gas station, but on that swimming pool. But finally, Smart Omega gets to find a way to get an ingress right through A, but they're also stacking the players in at this B side. So that means they're trying to initiate a divide and conquer with number 5 in yellow, actually finding ways to distract and turn the heads of AMT, and Rage still fails that gunfight. And well, Smart Omega has been having a rough time on this defensive side, and every time a player falls in here, AJ, makes things harder for the push of Omega to work.
And let's see if or not Whoopi can continue popping off in this exact same way. Yes, it is Control, not S&D. You've got respawns, but if you've got those long angles all covered up, like the one and only Whoopi can, then you get a opportunity to move in front. But it is a 10 life deficit for Almighty. Heaven, as he continues popping off with the KSP, will continue to down their lives. And this is just a perfect defensive round at raid for the Lion City representing Almighty. With 12 seconds to go, it looks like this is just a little bit too late. Big fight here for Risky. He just needs to win it against Heaven. He does not. And that's about game over in the first round.
A very great defensive round here for AMT. As the clock runs out, it's going to be the first round for AMT. And well, the major factor in here was they were able to maintain and sustain the attacks from Smart Omega on that B control point. And when Smart Omega decided to fail things over at B, they tried to attack at A with actually Idra set out in there. They weren't really able to find enough ingress, and Heaven started to pop off. And of course, initiate those pawn trap and shot up now with this sniper, going to equalize and get this mid-map control, while Omega will be starting on the defensive side. ALMGHTY trying to line him up, but there's not going to be any opening that will be created in the matchup for now. But shot up now, shotting things down, gonna snap in 2 players, looking to find that one more player to actually open things up at this B control point, but that's not going to work at the moment, AJ.
Right, AMR is a little nasty out there on the battlefield. And shut up, 3 kills. Streak India, make that 4. Fantastic angles. Whoopi punished with a headshot, even though he was just crouching down. Not a problem at all for the accuracy of shut up. And now Almighty sneaking away that B control point. And it looks like Smart Omega has pretty much given up already in terms of the defense. Goes in for the split push, but only 2 players are trying to defend that B control point. Everybody else is going to make that investment for that A control point instead. And I feel like that was an unfortunate throw from the side of Smart Omega. They could have defended it a little longer.
And you know, with the time extending on forward, AMT is going to have more cards in their favor. Yeah, 1 minute and 48 to slay the final 18 lives here for Smart Omega. Or even better, they controlled that A control point, but now Idra is starting to lock things down, snapping on those two players. Lovely shot to connect, and that should buy enough time for Smart Omega to regroup back and defend this A control point, where in return, they're gonna do so. Huge follow-up in here, but they need to recover greatly because right now that live count advantage is not looking good. 21 live count for AMT. 1 minute and 24 seconds for Smart Omega to hold things down here at A side.
20 to 12, make that 20 to 11. And the players of ALMGHTY just pretty dominating in this control matchup in terms of slays out there on the battlefield, in terms of ripping away control points, in terms of defending those control points. ALMGHTY has been just super, has been perfect. But now they slow things down as Smart Omega smartens up. And they want to play the game of trades. Whoopi, with the Annihilator investment, gets the third kill back to back. Fourth one as well. Idra steps up and slowly the momentum shifting. Whoopi gets the fifth slay onto Incendio. And Whoopi is still alive. Candy shuts down Irfan J. 8 to 11. Fantastic adjustment. And Smart Omega are right back in this. 35 seconds to go. ALMGHTY now needs to rush over to that A control point. But time has just run out pretty much. Now they try to flank over from the central garden into kitchen. But annihilated as well in the hands of Candy. Kevin as well as Shut Up stepping up for the team. Finally, they make their way to stop that clock. Let's see if they can sustain with 3 lives now, Callie.
Oh, well, Rage, huge gunfight there. Gets a huge follow-up, dropping Incendio, but they still got to work their way in here. Just working it up, lighting things in the matchup. 4 to 2 live count, 14 seconds left for AMT to contest. Heaven gets shot down. Now we are deadly equal. Whoopi needs to connect one more shot in here with that right to KMR. And well, 5 seconds is left and Whoopi gets one. That should be the dagger. They take a very great recovery at this round number 2. Remember, they were trailing so bad in the live count department, and Idra and Whoopi just pop off at that round 2, and what's just phenomenal with the way they held their ground up against AMT. And well, things are now starting to look good. Now they just have to continue lining these shots to connect. But again, AMT now starting on the defensive side, gets the huge double there for Shut Up, and well, make that triple for this team.
Oh, fantastic, man. Shut Up now, circling around. Let's see if he can push. You know, the overextension with the Annihilator is exactly the kind of play I do not like to see from the side of ALMGHTY. But if they can streak themselves up, hell, why not? Beautiful engagement this time around, but just one small mistake punished by Whoopi. 27 to 21, 9 lives eaten up. Smart Omega make that 20, 10 lives now lost, but Whoopi manages to get a God nade trade right back. Jeffro thins the herd down a little bit more. 2 back-to-back slays. KSP cannot make it 3 as he gets taken down by Candy. Heaven at the back though makes sure his rage goes down. Takes down Idra out of the equation as well. 25 to 16. What a defensive round haul for ALMGHTY.
It's slightly an aggressive defensive performance right now for AMT. You know, they are able to cut the cross at that driveway, just removing the attacks at the B side. And well, for Omega, they are trying to get this A control point, which is going to be the hard part of this equation. And well, while they're using those smokes to actually cover grounds, it's not going to remove the fact that AMT is there for the hot Heaven now. 21 kills in the matchup, going to get that one more in the swimming pool, dropping Risky, and they take control once again. And 16 seconds left for Smart Omega to create the push. They haven't made any ingress just yet. So once again, this should be a round win for AMT unless they drop the ball in here. But with the way the pace of the game is just currently played, and well, AMT could just lock this down. 2 more seconds to hold here.
Yep, and then takedown on Risky finishes up the battle. The rest of the players just a little too far spawning out from the Gorilla base. And the travel time is just a little too much for them to deal with. But now, Smart Omega on the defense. Will ALMGHTY be able to sneak away another attacking side? It is an approach towards that B control point first off. 3 players going in for that push at the very same time. One holding on to Central Garden. That's going to be Shut Up. And then right tech AMR once again eats Rage. He's the first blood of this game. And the rest of them going ham against the players of Smart Omega. But traded out by Risky as well as Whoopi. Fantastic hold. And that is it. The switch now comes through from the side of ALMGHTY to focus on that A control point instead.
A key play here by Heaven, by the way. Now pops up the Annihilator. The spawn trap is going to get initiated, but needs to convert one. Converts the second. Now dancing with that operator skill. Finally, will be able to get shut down, but has been able to create that ingress, you know. The B control point is going to be opened up, and Irfan J's got that kitchen control. Now they're starting to make some progress in here. That 52 seconds is going to stop as they go down and get the first segment done at this B control point. Nice gameplay so far, you know. AMT's been able to control that mid-map, and I think that could be the key reason why this team has been able to create the play at the B control point, but not as far as we know, because Omega now already on the flank, AJ.
A little bit of a unfortunate announcement. Peanut and his girlfriend unfortunately met an accident just moments ago. Hopefully you guys can pray for their quick recovery, and nothing else is a complication for them. Fantastic content creator for the world of Call of Duty Mobile from the Philippines. Hopefully they are all safe. But as Almighty continues the fight here against Smart Omega, let's see if or not they can sneak away this B control point. Just one guy getting all of the job done. Shut up. Let's see if he can get this shut down. Yes, that B control point will be snatched away. And Smart Omega now just needs to focus on one. But with 11 lives left here, can Almighty get this done?
Oh, well, it's going to be very important for Almighty to actually win this matchup. But, you know, prayers are up for Peanut and, of course, and her girlfriend and his girlfriend. But then again, we have to continue moving forward here at this matchup. You know, AMT gonna have a deadlock on that 11 live count shot up, and his team is going to take control of the kitchen, and Risky with him shot down. Now the push is going to come true, and this is the perfect time to actually use those operator skills and those score shift for AMT, by the way. That Predator missile is going to be very beneficial to get some more lead in here for this squad. And now Kendi brings out his own big pistol. This play right here is going to be the proving factor for this team to win this matchup, and Kendi continues to convert but finally gets shot down. We get a 5v5 here, AJ.
5v5. This is an SND legit right now. First frag for Smart Omega. Will your statistics come through? Because this is that SND matchup. And that first blood. Oh, equalized by Incendio. The investment for the Annihilator is super timely. Anybody that he spots out now is to be annihilated as well. Irfan J needs to spot the corner. Does not do that. Kendi engages Rage, finishes him off. It's a 1v1. Kendi, can he get it? Shut up drops Whoopi. And that was what made this into a 1v1. And it's an intense moment now between the two as Almighty continues picking away at the control point. God Nade gives Smart Omega the opener into the 5th round. It's all equal in control, and this is the first time we see someone fight and make sure Almighty struggles at control like this.
This could be the first time AMT could drop the ball in this control game, but you know, it just could be their rival. Omega just taking this away, but it's a good thing that AMT will be starting on this 5th round on the defending side, and they also have a score streak that would be highly available. Talking about the Texas 1 Goliath that could be later on. Irfan J just lining him up, open things up for AMT, but finally the trades will go through Smart Omega, but it's only going to be number 3 in yellow, Rage inside that hill, and Heaven is going to continue to slay. 34 kills in the matchup. Now controlling this art room, gonna drop down Whoopi, almost a snapback from the back, and well, it's not going to pan truly for him side. Well, it's going to be 25-20 the live count in favor for AMT. A minute and 14 seconds for Smart Omega to try to create an ingress at both of the side.
The last time we saw a 5-round control for Almighty was against the players of Dunya Games, but Irfan J was a monster in that match as well. 1.85 KD, and they secured it towards the very end. Heaven trying to swing around. The Annihilator pressure. You know, once again, I keep seeing Almighty make the same mistake again and again. They get super aggressive with the Annihilator all the time, and most of the time they get punished for it. I just want to see a little bit more safer plays, and perhaps they will be able to gain more lives. But with the way they're slaying out there on the battlefield, it doesn't seem like they are going to be punished. Oh my goodness, Irfan J, long shot, headshot onto Whoopi. Takes him out of the equation altogether. And Swimming Pool once again in the safe hands of Almighty.
Oh, well, this is the perfect time to actually take this game away, you know, 21-11 live count. And just AMT, a great play here, by the way. They just let go of the control at the B control point. Just sending out one player. That's going to be Heaven. 20-10. The live count is going to favor AMT, but there's going to be time extended for Smart Omega to come back. But to what cost? They got to invest those operators greatly. But again, the challenge is going to come true with that Axis 1 Goliath defending that point. And now that, oh my, perfectly timed there for AMT, AJ. 18-7. This should be their match. This should be a map win now for AMT with the way they are able to hold off every angle in this match.
Shut Up just wants to say hello to my XS1 Goliath, but nobody is allowing any of the Smart Omega players near that XS1. Shut Up's disappointed. He wants a couple of kills. Jeff Pro says no, you continue waiting, gets the slay. Whoopi trades him out. Rage invests in that Annihilator, but XS1 Goliath playing hide and seek behind Tiki. 57 seconds to go, but 2 more lives for Smart Omega. This one's done and dusted. Almighty should have this in the bag already. Who's gonna challenge and fight and take down this XS1 Goliath? We'll still need to wait and see. But even though that XS1 goes down, that Annihilator setup for Shut Up just guarantees them that win. But Heaven says, calm down. We don't need to go that far. Let me take this double, and they get the victory at control.
Heaven with that 42 kills. I mean, this guy with the bed is just continuously dominating this response. I mean, a 48 kill on that Hardpoint, a 42 kill on this Control. He really knows when to turn it up when the big moments are actually lined up for this team. Now they have a 2-1. They get a match point in the overall series. They just gotta win one more, and it's a perfect time to play Hardpoint. And I believe this could be their map pick if I'm not mistaken. So things are going to line up even greatly for Almighty. But take a look at this bright side for Smart Omega. They did drop this 2 respawn games, and now it's going to be very rough for them. But I believe they can continuously work on that Hardpoint. But well, here we do see this post-game breakdown, you know, happening with that 42 bomb. We'll be with 29 and 26. And it seems like on this respawn matchup, Heaven will greatly outweigh Whoopi's performance, AJ.
Yeah, I mean, Heaven has outshined Whoopi. And this is not the first time. It's already happened. This is the second time in this day. And if this continues to go on, Heaven's just going to be the better flex player in comparison to Whoopi, which is going to be surprising because, you know, I don't know exactly where all of the firepower went. Whoopi seems less hungry at stage 4, surprisingly.
Oh, well, I mean, it could all be the instincts that AMT's actually lining up in here, you know? The fight or flight is kicking in, and they choose to fight Smart Omega in their own map pick. So kind of a strong take here for AMT, by the way. On the defensive round is where they were able to really take a lot of damages. They took 3 defensive rounds overall in the matchup. So with that in line, it was just the key factor for them to win this matchup. And again, the winner, the MVP, Almighty Heaven, 42 kills, just outperforms everybody out there in the lobby, you know, leads the total kills in that matchup at Control, and he's guaranteed to get more, especially with the Hardpoint moving it all along in this map number 4. And well, Heaven, if he continues this performance, they might be able to slay Smart Omega, AJ.
I mean, nobody has been able to slay the one and only Almighty at Control so far, and this victory makes them 8 for 8 at stage 4. How insane is that? Even more insane than Insane Dio himself. I mean, this is just Smart Omega struggling against Almighty, but we saw many a time signs of life from them. They almost took it away. They did manage to push Almighty quite the distance, but there was that one round where Almighty could have sealed it off already, but they were just playing live. I mean, they could have played live. They could have played defensive, right? But they were still taking the attack up against Smart Omega, which I thought was a little unnecessary. So that might have been the cocky side of Almighty, and they nearly got punished. And therefore, they woke up in the final round. They got serious in there, right? And you have to remember, if you are Almighty, you have to be serious 24/7 when you're going up against Smart Omega, because this is the kind of team, this is the team that has the quality to punish you when you make mistakes.
And now we are about to load into the game. Smart Omega now down in the series. Can they initiate the comeback to win this best of 5? While AMT is going to start to kick things off right through the mid map. You're going to see number 3 in Irfan J cutting the middle map of the already, going in for that pinch play, and they're going to be very successful. Irfan J instead gets back-to-back kills, and wow, what a great opener right now for AMT. They bully out Smart Omega immediately, force them to spawn split, and that's going to be them making sure that Omega is going to have a really rough time. Shut Up's just killing it out here. 3 in a row, AJ.
Yeah, back-to-back slays. Shut Up, make that 4. Finally gets taken down by Risky. Great engagements by Almighty, and they still have got the firepower and the manpower to supply all of those points out of this first hard point, but finally gets traded out by the players of Smart and Mega. 2 taking that backstab from Mattel should be able to secure this now, and Almighty right back on, but the game of numbers won out by Smart and Mega. 15 seconds to go, which means Smart and Mega can get the lead in this matchup before we even head into P2, and an early rotation from Almighty into P2. I mean, I like those early rotates, but that's just a little too premature for me.
Yeah, man, literally playing for map control here for for AMT, but again, with them giving up this final scrap time, Smart Omega will be able to take that lead. And well, it's going to be a 50-50 battle here at this P2. And while it continues to be in favor for AMT, they are slowly losing their life inside the hill. And Omega's now slowly pulling off the attacks. But wow, what a great place for Shut Up so far in this matchup. Just continuously being the bane of Smart Omega. And while it continues to be that way, Heaven will be able to cut the cross even more. The perimeter defense is just too strong, and Smart Omega can't seem to break that. But finally, they remove Heaven. Now they're able to secure a move inside, and that pinch play just worked perfectly, but to what cost? They got taken down immediately, and well, going to slow it down here even more. 51-24 in this matchup. Still AMT on that lead. And if you're Smart Omega, you gotta think fast, you know. Are you going to contest the final bit of scrap time, or are you gonna make the push already into the next hill? And it seems like Smart Omega will do the latter round, just opting for better map control for a potential money hill once again, AJ.
You might think that it's a lag, but actually we are slowing down the feed just so that we can see, you know, some of those amazing wall bangs come through from the players as well. I mean, it's just taking production up to another level. Look at this. Slow-mo for Heaven as he turns around outside of Granny's. This is the first floor to engage with Kendi. And we pause the matchup for you guys just to see his composition. A double Preddy eaten up, and it looks like Insane Dio wants to get a little bit more insane. And Heaven holding on to that angle was fantastic, but you don't need no slow-mo for that. Whoopi is on fire as he steps it right back onto Granny's. And the numbers here stacked up by Smart Omega. I love this.
It's a big play, by the way. You know, this final 15 seconds should be belonging to Omega, as AMT will fully disregard this scrap time. And well, they're going to invest a very early XS1 Goliath into this matchup moving into P4. That could be a big play, but that could be the downfall once again, as the Hardpoint is going to open up. AMT is going to have that gas station control. They just have to worry about that mid-map and of course that box's entry. And well, the hard point opens up and AMT is going to be inside the hill. They just gotta stand a little bit more fight in here. Jeb Pro and Shut Up just continues to lock things down in here, AJ.
Say hello to my XS1, says Insane Dio. He turns around, takes Whoopi out of the equation. And Bakery, this is gonna be that money hill for Almighty. Can they hold on to all of the fights in here? XS1 Goliath, the investment into Bakery just allows you to hold on to that stairs, and he sneaks away. Kendi goes in for the investment onto the Annihilator, but Shut Up eats them up. 2 Supreme players taken out from the side of Smart Omega, all thanks to that Preddy. Rage activates the Annihilator, but gets annihilated himself in the hands of Heaven and his KSP. 117-56. Irfan J, Clutch King turns around, gets taken out. A double for the XS1, and Incendio biding his time, waiting for his moment to pop off. And that was the signal. When the rest of his team members go down, the XS1 pops off. And this was a fantastic play finally. Almighty picking up all of the points here. A majority for the side of the Singaporeans.
And somebody called the cops. You know, AMT just robbed a lot of money there for Smart Omega on that P4. And well, it's not going to be that easy from here on out. Smart Omega, they gotta come back here. Almost a 100-point lead, and AMT continues to chain the hard point, you know, getting it all the time in P4. And they open up this P1 with them actually claiming the time, but you see some fight in there for Smart Omega, but it's going to be a brief fight. And AMT just continues to slay, always cuts the rotation, and every time they do that, it makes things harder for Smart Omega to push inside the hill. And now, best time to use that operator, the only player alive inside the hill for AMT. And that's going to buy his teammates some time to put inside the rotation and the reinforcements. And well, this is just perfect plays lining up for AMT. They just can't seem to fall. They are just that strong, AJ.
Yeah, Clutch King, I mean, the guy just goes ham against the players of Smart Omega, even whips out the Hunter-Killer drone, final few seconds, still extends his time on the hill, buys a lot of time for the rest of his team members to hop on right back there with him, and Heaven slays them where they stand. How are we seeing this quality out of Almighty? Smart Omega absolutely dominated. No 50-point club, but the 100-point club might just be the ticket that Almighty hands over.
This is going to be a likely probable thing that you could see happening. You know, you gotta expect the worst in this matchup because AMT is lining him up. Although Heaven's only got 20 kills in here. Look at the difference that Incendio actually impacts the game. You know, when you are able to have your backbone, your glue guy to actually play great, you're guaranteed to have a really great time. It makes things much easier for you. 30 kills right now for Incendio, and you know everybody doubts him, but right now he's showing off and being that game changer for AMT. As they continue to lock things down inside his hill, they continuously win the gunfight as well. Heaven shots things down. He's watched one more player, 4 in a row. These guys are for real, AJ.
Oh, amen, brother. 220 to 59. Smarter Mega absolutely clamped down. And the Lion City representing Almighty. So close now to striking them down, kicking them down into the lower brackets. And it looks like Smarter Mega can't do jack about it. 233 to 59. This is way too much that they've given away to the Lion City representatives. And it looks like a comeback might just be impossible unless Smarter Mega is made out of miracles. The question is this the quality of a double coach setup? Smarter Mega needs to be better than this. The engagement, the strategy, the rotations have been extremely soft. And down at the lower brackets, they now risk elimination. To fight their way back against the Lion City representatives is going to be quite the tall, high hill to climb. But it looks like they are doing one heck of a job. Smarter Mega, they hold on to P2, but sorry, P3. The early rotation into the money hill of Almighty. You can see that setup already. They don't want to contest this P2 because they know exactly how tough it is going to be for Smarter Mega to make their way back.
And well, it's going to be they have to get one more 150 points in fact straight unless they are able to drop AMT one by one with that gunfights. And well, it's going to be the final 8 seconds in here, and this could just decide whoever wins this series. It's going to be the Pride dropping one player there. 2 players making their way from Smart to Mega on the boxes as split play comes true, and now the break is on. The hardpoint opens up, everybody's contesting, and AJ, it's going to be AMT inside the hill.
Yes, sir. It's going to be Almighty in the hill and potential finisher as well. Lion City representing Almighty. They couldn't get it done at stage 3. They don't care. They want to get it done at stage 4. 248, 249. Almighty slay Smarter Mega, kicking them into the lower brackets.
Oh, wow. Perfect time right now, ladies and gentlemen. It took them some time to glue this team together. And well, Jeff Pro now continuously being one of the key players in this matchup, being able to play and slay. And well, Heaven did his part of the crew. Shotup was there to play his role. Irfan J was there to cut the cross, but Incendio, the solid setup from this man, sets his team for success. And that's more than enough for them to claim 2 hard points and get this done and dealt with, AJ.
I mean, I tell you, this is Smarter Mega. See the faces of disappointment there. And no surprise that they are disappointed because they truly bombed out against Almighty, especially at this hardpoint matchup. And we've always known how good Almighty is at standoff, but the dominating side of Smarter Mega always managed to find its way right above them. And it wasn't just at one of the majors, it's multiple majors now that Almighty just hasn't been able to match up to the quality of Blacklist International Ultimate or Smarter Mega. But down here at stage 4, such a different story, man. And a win at the upper bracket is huge. But now, what does that setup look like? We have to look at the playoffs brackets in a little bit, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, to give you guys a breakdown of what could potentially happen with Smarter Mega going down to the lower brackets. Yes, they risk a potential elimination tomorrow, but there is also a possibility if they make it through, we can have an all-out Filipino grand finals if they make it through.
Well, it's going to be a tall order in here, you know, because Blacklist International Ultimate, despite them actually having more success against ABC Esports, well, it seems like Almighty is going to have the same thing exactly going their way, you know, after completely getting absolutely destroyed by ABC Esports. They come here to playoffs, shock 2 teams, and you know this team is guaranteed to get more than that as they now actually are able to advance to the upper bracket finals. They will likely go up against Blacklist International Ultimate, and that right there is the Eastern Finals 2021 rematch. And that's going to be one of the things to really look forward to the most. But Smart Omega, they're not really in a bad position, you know. They might be able to go up against Dunya Games, a team that they actually crushed on the group stage, but you never know what's going to happen, you know. I mean, it's all about the momentum in here going into those matches. But looking back at our playoffs, best of 5 map bans and picks, you know, ALMGHTY, they did a great job locking things down on the respawns, and Heaven played a huge role on that. Back-to-back 40 kills on the Hardpoint. And, well, he just was the peacemaker in here for ALMGHTY. You know, they just equalized against Smart Omega.
Yeah, this is a point, you know, that we usually have in all of our conversations, Neptune and I, Callie, in terms of the efficacy of the third-party perspective, in terms of the efficacy of a coach in here. And to watch ALMGHTY decimate, annihilate Smart Omega at the upper brackets here, kicking them down to the lowers, you have to admire the supremacy of the Lion City representatives, because they have no coaches behind them. It's just the in-game leader Incendio alongside each and every single player on the side of ALMGHTY, stepping things up on the battlefield. Nobody to guide them, nobody to tell them go here, go there. They know what to do, and it's the IQ plays that have always got an ALMGHTY in front. You gotta respect this team no matter how badly they do out there on the battlefield. But now with them doing great, how can you not admire the quality?
And you know, they don't pay extra for those sessions, but hey, you know, ALMGHTY, they just gotta rely with themselves, and I believe that's the best way. You know, they just unlock their true potential. And wow, man, just looking at the way things are in this game, for those who don't know, ALMGHTY is actually the champion of Garena Regional Qualifiers 2021, and that's the last time this team actually was crowned the champion. So looking here at this matchup that they are currently playing at the pace that they are just taking every game, they are prime. They are back in their prime potential, AJ, and they might just continue and get that victory against Blacklist International Ultimate. But then again, we'll never know. It will all boil down tomorrow when we go and continue. But talk about the wrap up in here by wrap up here by ALMGHTY. They made sure Smart Omega Whoopi actually struggled. We had back-to-back 20-point games on that respawns for Whoopi, and he continuously struggled there, AJ.
Yeah, and a lot of people had a lot of trash to throw at Incendio when he dropped in terms of performance. But they do not understand the weight that is on that boy's shoulder. Not only does he need to make sure that he performs well on the battlefield, but as the in-game leader, he needs to soak up all of that pressure. Whenever the team takes an L, it's on him. Whenever the team does well, it's on the team. You know, that's one of the unfortunate parts of being a leader out there on the battlefield. And you gotta be absolutely shocked as to how he has managed to overcome all of that pressure and still perform ultimately well on the battlefield. I mean, just respect, man. RESPECT, spelled out well. Respect Incendio for the amount of effort that he puts out there on the battlefield. And it's not just today, it's not just last week, it's not just last month, it's not just last year. From the inception of the esports scene for Call of Duty Mobile in Garena for MSP, this guy has been doing the exact same thing. So I salute you, Incendio. But now the question is gonna be, Callie, how is Smart Omega going to make their way back up? Because that lower bracket, bro, at the playoffs for the regional qualifiers for Garena just still looks as nasty as what it can be in the upper brackets.
Again, it's the 6-team senior still very much alive, you know, and despite there's only going to be 2 teams left on that upper bracket finals, there's still a lot of deadly teams down there below, and it gets freaky out there, and a lot of surprises and wins are gonna happen. But before we even talk about even more than that, let's take a look at our redeem code that should be ready. And anyways, we will not be talking about that, but we will go to the brackets for the meantime. And well, Smart Omega, they faced their mightiest opponent in the group stage, AJ, going up against WDC Freeslot on that playoffs tomorrow.
And you know, Smart Omega ate the L against WDC, but we saw Blacklist International Ultimate pull out the biggest fake in the past, and maybe, just maybe, Smart Omega was doing the exact same thing as well. But it's gonna be an Indonesian showdown at the lower brackets. One of the brothers will get kicked out. Will it be Dunya Games or will it be ABC Esports? Tomorrow is gonna be a hell of a day on day 2 of the playoffs, and I'm absolutely excited. But up top on the upper brackets grand finals, we see Blacklist International Ultimate going up against Lion City representing ALMGHTY, and it looks like this is a rematch from last year.
And well, AMT Heaven is still back in here with the same lineup, with only Adapt actually being the player that will be substituted here with the exchange and substitute by Jeff Pro. And well, it's going to get a little bit more spice in that upper bracket because, this team actually dealt with player lineup changes, and Blacklist International Ultimate got hit the most. But with the way, the pace that they were playing at that last 2 matches that they had, they are prime and ready to get it out there and get freaky once again in that upper bracket finals, AJ. And well, for Smart Omega, if they do want to host back that win, they gotta win 4 straight to get back to that grand finals, which is going to be a very tall order for them, AJ.
Smart Omega, they were not extremely confident in stage 3, but they kept their heads down. They stayed humble. They managed to take it all the way. They managed to get the win. They managed to defend their title. But Almighty, they were very confident at stage 3, and that eternally led to their downfall. But at stage 4, you don't see that overconfidence beaming. Yes, there were a couple of cheeky plays against some of the smaller teams because they knew exactly where they stand. And you saw all of those cheekiness mainly out of Irfan J, which I absolutely loved. That was that entertainment factor there. But against the big teams, you see them get serious. And this is where Almighty will shine and is going to continue shining. But all of you guys, looks like you guys can continue shining out there on the battlefield as well. We've got yet another redeem code coming through for you. This time it's the Special Ops 4 Thread Deep.
Well, I would love to have that. I mean, that's a beautiful skin there. But yeah, guys, if you guys want to redeem this, guys, make sure you go to the Garena Redemption Center located in the Garena Call of Duty mobile app and just type in this code, and that should be a claim for your liking. And well, with that said, a lot of things and a lot of stories just to unravel on tomorrow's playoffs. And well, we're down to the final 2 days, so that means we are a step closer to seeing and of course redeeming who might be able to send to be the representative of Garena server at stage 5, where a 2 million prize pool and the chance to be at the top is going to be on the line, AJ.
$2 million. And recently we saw the USD kind of strengthening up a little bit, so we Asians are absolutely loving every time there is a little bit of a rise up in the stock market where the USD just gets a little bit stronger. Some people cry, but people like us, where we earn in USD, where we earn in Singapore dollars, we rejoice because we just get a little bit more when we convert over that currency. But $2 million, bro. I mean, who don't want to put out their best out there on the battlefield? We talked about some teams faking the strategy over at the group stage, but you cannot afford to do that at the playoffs. But now, Smart Omega sitting down in the lower brackets on the verge of annihilation. Tomorrow is the day where they really have to prove that they were faking it against WDC, because if that was not fake, if that was the true form of WDC taking the fight against them, then unfortunately the winners, the representatives of MSP technically from stage 3 leading on to stage 4 will bomb out prematurely. But they still do have a couple of MSP teams in here. Both Blacklist International Ultimate and Almighty, who didn't go all the way at stage 3, are sitting down in the upper brackets, Callie.
And well, the irony of what's just happening inside this matchup, Smart Omega, this is unlikely of them to lose. It all went down to that map bans and picks where they had to choose Standoff, the best map that Almighty plays in Hardpoint. That's just quite unfortunate. But then again, we have more stories to line up tomorrow, so you better not miss the action. Once again, this is the Garena Regional Qualifier Playoffs Day 1. As it comes to an end, I'm your host, I'm Cali Gaming, down here with the Mustachio AJ, and alongside the boy, the man, the myth, the legend, Neptune, the gentleman Garcia. We'll be right back for more action tomorrow. Stay tuned.